Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Maps and Graps. I'm super excited to be here. As always, I'm your host, Lyric Swinton. There's a lot going on in the world of wrestling. Actually, a little bit too much. I am exhausted at all times, but I'm joined by a very special guest. Josh from We Work Stiff is here. Your favorite New Japan podcast is definitely mine. How are you today? I'm really glad you're
I,
here.
I am good, Lyric. As I said, before we got on, I'm just excited to have a chat. I always, on the hellscape that is social media, there's less and less rational voices to talk to, and I'm very appreciative that I get to see your stuff on the timeline. So I'm thrilled to get a chance to come and chat. As I said, coming from We Work Stiff, the character and storytelling podcast. Uh, we have our 100th episode this week, so we didn't talk Best of Super Juniors explicitly. So I was like, what a perfect opportunity to get my hot takes in here so I can claim that clout much later in the tournament. So I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to come on and have a chat with you.
Thank you. I'm really excited you're on too. I think I will say Best of the Super Juniors for me, especially after last year, I think is probably one of the things I've been looking to forward to most from New Japan. I think last year I was so excited and the tournament over delivered. It did all the things, and then I kind of felt like, and later in the year, I was like, okay, what are we doing? But
Yeah.
Best of the Super Juniors is always a ton of fun.
Mm-hmm.
But before we get into that, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't discuss what recently happened, which is All Together.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things to talk about with All Together. We're not going to go through
Mm.
the entire card at all, but I think one thing that you brought up that I think that is very important is the distribution of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And we've spoken about this a lot, like on social media about New Japan specifically, and their distribution, especially when you think about what is considered primetime television in that corner of the world. And
Mm-hmm.
obviously, Australia is one of those places, as you're
Yep.
from. And it does seem quite insane
Yeah.
that Australia was not one of the countries that altogether was made available in.
Mm.
So I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts on this, and we can also talk about Tamashi here too, because I think that that's. I think we can discuss Tamashi.
Oh.
It's a perfect time to do it. So go ahead, let it rip.
Well, yeah. Look, this whole thing, obviously, it's an Abema thing, so I get that they're trying to build out their platform or whatever it is in terms of distribution. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous in some respects that as a podcast, we're like, well, we can't really talk about it because we can't watch it. And then if we do watch it, what is the implication there? If TVSA are going to come find us, like these are the considerations of, like, we want to engage with the product, we want to be all together. I mean, it's the height of irony if you think about it, all together, but just not you or you. And yeah, it was very frustrating. Obviously, I was following along on social media, which in some respects shows just the power of the discourse that you can pretty much, I think a lot of people in some respects watch wrestling that way. I was able to kind of catch up on where we were going, but like key angles and key stories that are relevant across the landscape of Japanese pro wrestling are occurring here. And so if you are someone that is wanting to invest and follow, it does make it a challenge if you're not going to make it accessible. So obviously that's a misstep, but it does, as you mentioned, in the wake of Tamashi, it does for Australian pro wrestling fans, Australian New Japan pro wrestling fans. It definitely positions us to feel a little bit like we are not considered at all in relation to New Japan, which seems odd given TMDK, for instance, the rise of TMDK. I mean, that is an Australian faction. The proliferation of Australian pro wrestlers across the landscape and how good we are, how good and strong the scene is down here, and just how ripe it is for the type of thing that Robbie Eagles is demonstrating, which is what Australian pro wrestling ultimately needs, is the ability to earn a living, work big shows, but still be able to work the local scene and still be able to give back to that area and propagate that, as opposed to the sort of the Western companies or the American companies. They're you sign there, you're going there, so you're leaving Australia, and I don't want to see a situation where Australia is essentially becoming like BritRest, you know, and I think a lot of Australians don't. And so Japan offers such a great opportunity, such potential there. And this stuff with this and with Tamashi, I could talk for a long time on where Tamashi is at and what is happening with this thing. But I think if I spend 5 minutes talking about it, I've given more consideration than the organizers have. It is as ill considered. Just there's no sense of it being a New Japan Pro Wrestling event. I feel for everyone involved. I feel for the wrestlers that are involved because they see it as such an opportunity, and it should be to work with the line mark. You know, it should be a big thing. I don't want to seem like I'm a concerned troll and like, oh, you know, this could damage their careers, but I do have fears for talent like, the Velocities or UGG, who are so close to becoming breakout stars. And if their vision is to make it to Japan and make it to New Japan specifically, and they see Tamashi as the vehicle for that, then I'm concerned that they're going to be stuck in the sort of pipeline to nowhere that this thing appears to be, with the hope and promise of a future in New Japan, when it might be better for them to go the All Japan route, or go the Noah route, or go the Dragon Gate route, go somewhere else and establish themselves there as a more viable movement. And so I just think this sold us an idea of what it was going to be, Tamashi, and we thought it was going to be our strong. You know, that's what we thought it was going to be. And you look at this week strong with Resurgence, and then you look at what we're getting at Tamashi, you think, well, you know, I've got nothing against Bishamon. I'm going to have a great time. I'm going to be hanging out with, I'm going to see Yoshihashi. This will be great. No dramas for that. And the Phillip boys are awesome, and they deserve a platform. But I just hope that manifests into something tangible, because currently I don't see the pathway for it. And as a New Japan Pro Wrestling character and storytelling podcast, we're just looking for connective tissue. And there were glimpses in the past with Robbie and Kyle Fletcher where you thought, oh, they're doing some United Empire storytelling here, and it's tying back and it's connected to Australia. That felt like there was a chance. And it just feels like since that we've eroded the faith. And I have real concerns for Australian fans and their ability to invest in New Japan Pro Wrestling and trust that, you know, that this is something of premium quality, because we can get premium quality pro wrestling down here. We can watch it live in prime time, which Australians have never been able to do. Mm-hmm. It's so ripe for that being the market that they capitalize on, and I just think they are dropping the ball because they're giving it to the wrong people to carry, to be honest.
Absolutely. I think, and as an American, I've even noticed this, and like I've been vocal about this, of just when you see, especially like, I'm a nerd, obviously I do watch all like the business press conferences and read all the reports, and you see New Japan and Stardom talking about this expansion, mm-hmm. About wanting to expand more into Asia, wanting to expand more into the territory where it is primetime wrestling. And so we're seeing, you know, they're sending stars off to Thailand recently. I would say the biggest one is Taiwan, Wrestling World Taiwan. And when you look at that show, that had essentially, and also, if we want to really be honest about it, that was the same weekend as Windy City Riot. So you have a split crew. Mm-hmm. You have top stars, the stat card in America. You have top stars, the stat card in Taiwan. Mm-hmm. And when the Tamashi card comes out, nothing. You get Bishamon, Bad Luck Fale. Mm-hmm. Congratulations. That's it. Mm-hmm. And there's no way that you can look at that, because I'm going to be honest, as an American, I get up at 3, 4 a.m. to watch New Japan Wrestling. It is primetime wrestling for, you know, Australia and New Zealand, which makes it very difficult to understand the reasoning there. And like you said, it does feel like it's a region very ripe for the picking, as far as I think that there could be a lot done. There could be a lot done with, you know, capitalizing on this Australia region, simply because if you look at all the Australian talent that has emerged over the last 5-10 years, it is astonishing. Like Australian wrestlers can be felt just in just about every single company. Just about every single company, in prominent positions at that, in a fairly short amount of time. And so it just shows, and I always bring up the example, and I remember, like, I'd asked you about this, like, when is the Shingo Robbie Eagles match going to be released? And like, the show happened. It doesn't even get up on New Japan World until 3-4 months later.
Yeah.
And so it's impossible for even fans who aren't in Australia to, like, engage with the product meaningfully. And so I 100% understand everything that you're saying about this connective tissue. And I don't know, I do think it is in the wrong hands. I do think this is all very avoidable. And one thing that we're seeing, I would say, I think of stardom, of just a change of leadership has really benefited as far as that connective tissue quality, as far as Stardom being more engaged with New Japan, being more engaged with, like, outside partners, being more engaged with essentially interacting with the rest of the world. And so I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for some shifts to occur.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, to me, one of the great, I look at it as the positives, the negatives, the blessings and the curses of New Japan Pro Wrestling, in the sense that they'll often trust people to do things. Like, we'll invest in Rocky Romero in, say, the US, and trust that you have the insight and you have the understanding to do this. And I'll do that at every level. Like, so they kind of empower individuals to do things. And sometimes it leads to incredible stuff, and sometimes it leads to things that don't work. And I think, looking at this Tamashii kind of experiment, it's just clear that it doesn't work. And I've looked at it for a while and thought about it, and thought, like, when, New Japan broke into the West, it was so much driven by that Bullet Club thing, right? Like, the identity of the Bullet Club was so important because it reflected the sensibilities of the West, right? The different franchise fans, those that were inside. The elite was such an important component to be the gateway to opening up, what you'd say is, more traditional New Japan Pro Wrestling presentation to the West. And the logic is like, oh, well, we'll use the Bullet Club in every avenue to do that. Whereas in Australia, it's like, what are our sensibilities? Understand the market. You have TMDK. They exist. We have a TMDK representative at shows in Perth, Melbourne, Sydney every weekend. That is a given. It's not something that is, it's embedded. It's an identity. It represents Australian sensibilities. The answer to this is not hard. It's not like we need to be, reinventing the wheel. It's just invest in what's built there. I think the RevPro model in the UK is what Australia should work towards and adopt.
Absolutely.
Is support a independent, whether it's PWA, whether it's MCW, whichever one you want to do, Renegades. There are shows happening every week in Australia. There's sellout shows every week in Australia. Australia's independent scene is strong. Our wrestlers are awesome. They're so underappreciated in the broader landscape because we're not seen. And we don't want to be looking at a generation of lost talent because they were hoping to get to a space and we said we were going to do this. I think empower that, have one big show, and I think, as you mentioned, when we watched Fletcher versus Eagles, Dave and I lost our minds. We thought, this is an incredible, like, performance from Robbie, but it was incredible from Kyle Fletcher. We left that like, that's the guy. And it took months for that to get up. We still put it on our best of list. We were advocating for it. I was putting it in the Voice of Wrestling thing at the end of the year. I'm like, watch this match. But it made it impossible to see that match. If they did that live or within a day, and it could have entered the zeitgeist, if you could have had old Meltzer have a check it out, it would have at least brought eyes to it. So you're not bringing eyes to the scene. So you're not elevating the young talent you're putting on. You're not building something in there with a pathway towards that direction, and you're not putting on a big show. So I have actually no idea what the point of it is. So I think, of all the things that New Japan is doing, I'm very hopeful for a lot of the decisions I see as having potential. This is one that I think has, severely kind of let us down. And it's a shame, but what are you going to do? I'll be there because I've bought flights, so it is what it is. And I'll have fun because I get to hang out with fans of both New Japan and listeners to our show, and we'll enjoy it. But I could have done that to a PWA or an MCW or Renegades or a EPW show. I could have done it to any of those, and I would have had the same experience. So I just think it's a real shame. But luckily, the Best Super Juniors is happening at the same time, so I can always, which is another thing. Robbie's not on the show, which is disastrous in so many respects.
That is a huge. I think that's a huge loss. That is a huge loss.
Massive. Mm-hmm.
And especially now with, TMDK having like the open weight belts, they're going to probably be in America more often. Yeah. I think that is the difference between just slapping a New Japan logo on a show and saying this is a New Japan show.
Yeah.
And I think that real New Japan fans know what New Japan feels like. And I think that was also one of the biggest concern with Strong for a while. Of these shows in the US of, does this actually feel like New Japan? Or are we just slapping the lion mark on these shows and calling it New Japan? And we've seen this year this huge, bigger emphasis on making these shows feel like, honestly, the closest thing to experiencing New Japan in Japan. And if we want to be completely honest about it, the New Japan strong cards, many of them have been built better than a lot of the New Japan shows in Japan this year specifically.
Yeah, I think you could probably attribute the US dollar to that. Like, I think ideally, if we can build tickets that we can sell 6,000 and get US funds for it, it's going to have a big impact in Japan. So I understand both business decision, and I think it's simple. New Japan Strong storytelling is very simple, and it's allowed them to be pretty consistent. You build to the next show on the undercards, and you have the top line stuff being New Japan in Japan story relevant. They've figured it out. We would talk about Strong a lot on our show about them finding their identity. They have. It works. The identity of Tamashi is very lost, and I think as long as things have identity, I have no issue. If I understand what they are and what they're trying to do, like even if it's the King of Pro Wrestling, for instance, like I understand what they're trying to do with that. I get what that is. Whether I like or dislike it is not really. That's a matter of taste, but I can see the intention and I can see the consideration, and I can see that with Strong, and I can't see it with Tamashi because I don't think there is consideration. And I think you're right. I think if Australian New Japan fans are wise to that, and what's going to have to happen is what happened with Strong, where the brand wasn't selling people to go to the show. It wasn't, oh, New Japan's lion mark, let's buy tickets. They lost that trust and good faith with the audience. So they had to announce Moxley versus Naito, and that'll do it. We had to announce well in advance. This is it. It's going to be consequential. You had to rebuild the faith. We're damaging the faith down here. So until such time as they provide a card and tell us who's going to be there and what it's going to be, and it's going to be of consequence, I have grave concerns for both the fans that are going. I don't think the audience will be strong. And I also think my fear, and I just want to make it clear in any space I can, is that I think that if New Japan view that and say, oh, Australia's not invested in New Japan Pro Wrestling, or the fans aren't as interested, and they say, we're not going to bring a show, I think that is completely an erroneous read. I think they've been misguided. And I think that Australian fans who are hitting my DMs and engaging with my sort of tweets around this stuff are just wanting to make sure that that's clear, is that no, we will support New Japan. We love New Japan. We just want New Japan.
Australians tend to support wrestling. We saw that earlier this year with WWE. And I think that, to be honest, they were slighted then with a very minimal card, a very, very, very short card. I think, what was it, 5 matches? If that, I think it was. I didn't watch either.
I don't know. But
if I'm not mistaken, I think Elimination Chamber Perth was about 5 matches, and I did see like Australian fans on the timeline saying like, we've literally been like waiting forever for this, and
we're starved for stuff. Yeah,
absolutely. And so I do think that it's one of those things to where foreign markets, but particularly I would say the Australian market, has proven that they love wrestling. Yes, I just checked. It was only 5 matches. They prove that they love wrestling. Like, they will come out for wrestling. They will show up for wrestling, but they have to be given something in return. And I think that, and I've said this on the show numerous times, we are starting to see what seems to be the borders between international markets start to dissolve. It seems like anybody can show up anywhere at any time. And I think that's one of the cool things about wrestling. But there are clearly some markets that are being left out of that. And I don't know. I just think that it's something left on the table. And I think that right now, you mentioned it earlier, of Australian talent used to be able to look at New Japan as the place to go. And what we're seeing is, as far as foreigners, they don't seem to be taking in as many people anymore. But you see a place like All Japan and you see a place like Noah, they are really starting to invest in foreigners. And I don't know, maybe, the tide is starting to turn as far as those places being, more attractive as far as, wanting to get a career start. Obviously, I don't think we're 100% there yet, but with the momentum shifts that I've seen in 2024 alone from both All Japan and Noah, I think that we've seen them capitalize on a lot of the opportunities, not just with foreigners, but just in general, that New Japan have kind of like skipped over, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing at all, to be fair. Like, I think ultimately the industry needs to, in Japan, it's like as long as there's it's benefiting the base, I think that's ultimately in the best interest of everyone. But I do think I think in the past there was fear. Obviously, there's always fear, like politically. Like, if I go here, then what will that mean for my long-term prospects? I think that it's just people are going to have to make decisions. I feel if you want to work Japan, you're going to have to work Japan. It may not be New Japan because I just feel like this Tamashi thing is could be inhibiting. I don't get why someone like I think a lot of people presuppose, oh well, you will just come to America, just come across here and work here. And I look, put it this way, I don't know how many people know Australia, but it's a pretty incredible place to live. It's very hard to leave. Like, people like it here and they want to be here. Culturally, it's reflective of like it's people love being here. Australians are very connected to the place. They shouldn't have to. And as Robbie tells us all the time, we shouldn't have to go somewhere else to have a career in pro wrestling. We should be able to build an industry here. And so many people for so long have been doing that. And you're seeing the fruits of that labor. And it still takes time. There's still more work to be done. But Japan offers the one element that all the others don't, in the sense that you can make a significant name for yourself. TMDK can brand itself and elevate itself there so that they can come back and run EPW and have a TMDK angle at the end of it, the big show. And that can be something that has cachet and people invest in that and it grows the base. And it just feels like as we move forward, it just feels like we are missing an opportunity. And that's why I'm critical of it. I don't want to seem ungrateful because I'm happy that they're sending anything, because I mean, for so long we got nothing, but I do feel like in this instance, it would be better to send nothing than to send this version, because I think it will be misleading for anyone that actually goes there. Like, I'm going with my partner, Rachel, who went with me to Japan, and I'm telling her, like, do not expect what you got here. Like, lower the expectations. And I shouldn't have to do that. I could say it might be a little different, but I shouldn't have to be like, this is going to be just a very different show. And so her question is like, well, why? And it's a good one. Why? And I think that's sort of the thing that we're asking. And I think, and it's with the All Together card stuff as well. I think there's so much positive movement and change in terms of perception about working with and partnering with and doing business with, that I think that maybe the landscape politically has changed, especially for foreign wrestlers, that there may be other ways to go. And I just feel like if we continue down this path of Tamashi, that it might be best to go in different directions to become known. Because you look at the TMDK guys, they went through Noah, so like this is not a situation where we need to be saying, well, they can't find their way through. They can. So I would love to be living in a world where people go through Tamashi and then they branch out and go straight through. And we see UG, repping in the Never division, and we see the Velocities in Super Junior tags. I would love that. Philip boys in the tag league, because it would make a lot of sense. Financially, it makes sense. Our dollar compared to the yen isn't like the US dollar. It's not. We don't get the benefit. It's on equal par. So it's, in that sense, you are being able to invest the same amount of money that you would with a Japanese talent that you do here, and they're getting the same benefit, as opposed to 60% of that to the West. So it makes all the sense in the world. I have no idea why they're not capitalizing.
Yeah, I agree. And especially, I think for me, obviously I had known this was a problem, but Taiwan was really where I was just like, okay, like this is
the president is here. Tanahashi is here. Like,
everybody was there, and it's just like, okay, like, and then like you're sending Stardom and and I think like that's another thing too of New Japan is so well connected. It's very well connected, and so there has to be something. There has to be like something, and like there's a lot of people sitting around that we don't see aside from maybe one or two tours from a year, and I think that New Japan really does need some more foreigners. If I know that sounds insane, but outside of Bullet Club, seriously, like who is showing up regularly on these New Japan cards? Bullet Club, and I mean TMDK, obviously, but I think some new life, it could definitely be helpful. And I think like also that stardom relationship, just because at the end of the day, the only representation down there that goes down there is men's wrestling.
Yeah, and
And
we
so,
have an incredible women's wrestling scene. I mean, the PWA, which is the sort of biggest independent in Sydney, that is the home of Robbie Eagles. Their world champion Jessica Troy is going to be defending against Delta at the Metro coming up. That is like two of the best wrestlers in the country, women defending over the world title, which is not aligned to any given gender. So that is what we platform down here. Charlie Evans, it's Chev's country. Like, this is what this place is. And we feel like the opportunity to work with a company that has those connections with both women's and men's wrestling, it seems like a layup.
yeah,
And that's the part that is the frustrating part for us, is just, look, just don't do anything if you're not going to do something of consequence. And because we just don't need that hope to be thinking of that as a viable pathway. And I'd much rather be talking about, I'd much rather be talking about Best Super Juniors or watching All Together, ideally. But then get sort of mired in the muck that is this, lost and confused Tamashi brand, because yeah, it's an unfortunate aspect of that. I feel like I have to talk about, because it's something that it's a responsibility for Australian fans to be articulating it to the broader landscape, to say this is not, and whether we deserve it or not, it's kind of inconsequential. I'm not here to say, oh, we deserve stuff. People can have opinions on whether we deserve stuff down here or not. They might have markets that aren't served. It's not really the issue in my view, because they are doing things. So the issue is they're doing something. So we need to critique what they're doing.
yeah,
And that's what I think. We're trying to do, is say, do you invest any time and money into it? You could do it in a lot. There's so many better ways to do it, and every fan, every listener that's engaging with me are providing and proposing so many better alternatives. Hopefully there'll be a lesson learnt from this latest run. And I think, I don't expect Tamashi to have any real longevity in Australia if it continues down this path, which is very sad for all of the very talented men and women that have worked on those cards.
absolutely. And speaking of some tides turning, I think that's a great way to segue into All Together. It seems like, that I don't know, it feels like we're in a scene right now where I think Okada leaving kind of, I don't want to say, I think it like set off a chain of events. And I feel like it's no longer a New Japan problem. It is a Puro problem.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels, but that's not necessarily a terrible thing, because what I am starting to see now is hunger from everybody else. And it kind of feels like, I'm gonna be honest, until Mox won the world title, kind of felt like New Japan was the last to the party as far as the hunger, because I feel like the Noah guys have been talking about it. The AJPW guys have been like, with bringing that hunger. I think DDT kind of snuck up on everybody with how good they are. And I think that Dragon Gate is a bit slept on. And I think what's cool about All Together is finally getting to see some of these guys interact. Everybody's future top guys outside of All Japan, but we'll see them at obviously the next United Japan show. We're starting to see these guys interact. And I think that was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing is, wait, I just completely lost my thought, but it's fine. But I know what I wanted to say now. So this is a complete difference from last year's All Together Again main event. Only one person returns here. So last year the main event was Okada, I think Yumo Aoyagi, and Kino versus Tanahashi, Kento Miyahara, and who's the last person? Kaito Kiyomiya. And we see a complete shift here. Obviously, this is on the young generation. There were some other great matches earlier in the night. Kino versus Kosei Fujita. We're going to talk a lot about Kosei Fujita.
Oh, we are. Yes, we are.
Really soon. And then one of my absolute favorites was the meat match, of course, the four-way.
I've
Um,
seen clips. I have seen clips.
oh, that was
Mm,
special. I think Masa
mm,
Kitamiya is very special. Jeff Cobb
mhm.
is very special. Every guy in there really delivered. Well, it wasn't a four-way; it was a tag match. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But and then what was another great match? The tag match. Zack Sabre Jr. and Chris Brooks versus Tai Chi and Kai.
yeah,
Um, for a girl like me, that was prime entertainment.
yeah.
Um, for the
Yeah,
Lord.
I love that dynamic. I love the dynamic between the between all of the lovers, basically.
I love the
Um,
love triangle.
yeah, it was lovely. I'm a big fan of that.
Love seeing Zach and Tai Chi interact
Mm,
again.
yeah, yeah.
Dangerous Techers. But I think at the end of the day, the most important match of the night was obviously this. I think this was a
Mm,
big sink or swim opportunity. I'm sure you've seen clips.
hmm.
Um, and I like to think that they delivered. There's a lot coming out of this match.
Mm, yeah,
And so, what are your thoughts on this main event specifically?
yeah. I think there's a lot in it, in the sense that there's ways that you can engage with this idea of the all together kind of thing, or the United Japan Pro Wrestling kind of vision. That it's very easy to fall into cynicism when it comes to any form of critique in relation to wrestling. You see it all the time. But I think, and this is going to sound somewhat pretentious, but I think like when I went to Japan and watched a bunch of shows and went to a bunch of shows and was around the kind of the vibe of that time, you get this real sense of this idea of tribalism that informs so much of the discourse in the West is just not something that is talked about in these spaces or considered in these spaces. Fans are very connected to their product. That is a truth. Like that you don't look at the level of crossover, perhaps, but I think that the crossover is not seen with suspicion as much. I don't think. I don't think it's like, oh, this person's coming in. They must be. What is this? What are the implications of this? It's just this wrestler is an autonomous being. Like they look at individuals, like, and I think that's what's kind of great about this presentation is that all of these are characters and they exist in the landscape of Japanese pro wrestling and they represent their different companies. And to some extent, some don't represent their companies. That's the idea. They represent their faction or they represent like that kind of vision. I feel allows them such more flexibility to do things like this and for it to make sense. It's like, okay, we're getting a bunch of the next generation to come in and showcase, and they're all hungry to prove that they're going to be the best, and that vision of I'm going to be the best, and by extension my company will be the best because I'm the best, is such a simple story, and it allows them to do so many interesting things. And for me, I'm looking at this going like, yeah, look, you look at the lineup and you look at from a New Japan fan perspective, you go, well, our guys are young relative to their positioning in New Japan Pro Wrestling compared to the other guys that are in this matchup. There's established guys in this space. So you're having that battle between where New Japan is right now in terms of its sort of regenerative motion versus these other guys that have worked their way up to become the faces of their varying brands. And I just think it's exciting in some respects. I get excited by the prospect of the crossover. I love the sort of Puro community that I get to engage with because I get to ask questions about guys that I don't know anything about, and I can get lovely responses and I get DMs from the position of like, check out this match or this is the story or this thing. I mean, I've been doing like Dragon Gate lore this past week and it's been really fun because I've only, I'm a New Japan guy. I'm freely acknowledged that. That's the product that I enjoy because it gives me the platform of the type of thing I like at a scale that I like it in and I can engage in a convenient way. These are all things that make it easy for me to engage with it. But it doesn't preclude me from recognizing the other stuff. And I think New Japan being more open to doing that and punching down a little bit less I think is a good move. I think there'll always be politics and there'll always be people trying to exert influence, but I feel like there's at least far more consideration now. It feels like interactions are far more considered in these matchups than they have been even a year ago or 2 years ago. It feels like there is a plan, that something is happening, that there's a reason why they're pairing up certain guys consistently in across these spaces. And you can see it. And we see it at the end of this match, if the Gabe Kidd stuff and the Kiyomiya stuff, that's not out of nowhere. That didn't just happen. It wasn't like, let's shoot this it's like that's over 12 months of connective tissue connected in there. So they're able to leverage that, and doing that, I think, can be best for everybody, provided I think that they do the right thing. I think someone like, as we'll get to, someone like Gabe Kidd in that space, people are very concerned, oh, he's going to disrespect the GHC, that sort of stuff. I'm like, for me, if the story goes the way it should go, Gabe Kidd's Teflon, he can lose and not lose any heat. We saw it last week. It's about, and Kiyomiya can defend Noah and finally affirm that position of, I'm going to defend this company. I am Noah, and I'm going to do that and take that next step. That to me is using the right people to tell the right stories to get the benefit for both parties. I'm excited about what that suggests. I just would like to watch it. That's really my only criticism is I'm excited by it. I just would love to watch it. And I can tell you, the FOMO and the fear of being being the person like the SpongeBob meme or whatever, looking down at everyone having fun. It was kind of like that was what that experience was that night, because it was in prime time for me as I'm watching people have fun on Monday. So I went and watched The Fall Guy. I went and watched a movie. That's what I was like, I can't do this. Let's go. Let's date night.
I understand that. I think that just because, like, I will say, like, last year, although the main event was great, if you missed All Together again, I don't think you missed anything, to be quite honest. But this year, it's very clear that this is a part of the connective tissue for just about every single organization involved. And so I'm not going to lie. If you missed the show, if you didn't get to watch it, you are absolutely missing things. Especially, like, I think, like, if you're a New Japan or a Noah fan, you're going to be like, why the fuck is Gabe Kidd here? Just being quite honest. And you talked some, like, less punching down from New Japan. And I'm going to be honest, I think that we're seeing the long-term effects of that punching down from New Japan. Just because New Japan always had the stars, like the top stars. Like, nobody was competing with Okada or Tanahashi in their prime, or Tetsuya Naito with charisma for days. But as these stars are both aging out or going elsewhere, we are starting to see that in the meantime, everybody else seems to have been really, really, really cultivating their youth. And I don't think that Shota did, or Yuya did bad here particularly at all. I think that they actually performed pretty well. And I'm pretty hard on Yuya. But I would say he performed pretty well here. But the experience level, the big match experience level, the top guy experience level, was very, very evident here. It was very evident. And I think you have a guy like Yuki Ueno, who is a champion, and I think really snuck up on a lot of people on how good he is. And you have like Shun Skywalker, who has, been touring the US regularly all over Japan, has won championships in Dragon Gate, just a very charismatic guy. And then you have Konosuke Takeshita, who I will say, the way that he was built in this match, somebody called it Thanos, and I think like that's probably the best way to put it. He was built as the final boss for everybody, even though he technically lost. Obviously, he didn't get pinned. It's very clear he was that guy. And then I think Kaito Kiyomiya, who spent, let's just be honest, last year primarily on his back staring at the lights, has now emerged as this leader. And so I think that is very interesting, personally, for me, is to see how they cover some of these New Japan young guys cover that missed ground, like that missed time. And I don't think it has anything to do with their talent at all. I think it was just only being pushed into some of these top scenarios now versus, earlier, like a lot of their peers in their age group. Now, Shota is a bit of a different story than Yuya, just because he has gotten some big match experience, of course, but he hasn't gotten any wins. So I think that's a very interesting dynamic here. I will say, like, I didn't expect it to be as evident as what I saw in the match.
I think, and I'm not arguing that sort of framing, but I do think it's often overlooked in the discourse in regards to New Japan's cultivating of its next generation of stars, is that there is a missing generation in the sense that, and this is not, trust me, I've had enough of my engaging in the AEW New Japan discourse, But Will Ospreay's 31, Jay White's 32. They invested in a generation. They invested in a foreign young boy class. Like, the funny thing is, David Finlay is younger than Yota Tsuji, and yeah, because that was a generation that they pushed and built and developed. And if you looked at this, and not to dispense, you say, oh, Kiyomiya has been a multiple-time champion. He's at his ripe young age, and that's incredible. Takeshita, this element. If you put Jay White in that role, it's the same. He's at the same trajectory relative to that, but
and
obviously
better.
he's gone.
I will say better.
But he's gone to the West, right? That's the reality. Like, the one difficulty that New Japan did was, it, as I said, in its efforts of sort of pushing down, it poked its head up, and then it went to this other space where you can't compete with billions of dollars, right? And so it's in that middle ground where now it's having to kind of be like negotiating its way back into that space, and that is the tension that exists in this, is finding where they fit. If they get too big, then there's a concern that exposure will lead to the natural erosion of their top stars, and we've seen it. And so then but if you get too small, then you're starting to be in a position where you can't discern yourself relative to all of the other all of the other companies. So New Japan is in a really precarious position in the way that they work that. And I think that in what they're doing and investing in the way they're doing, I liked what they did with Mox. I think that makes sense. The story makes sense. And I think it's going to bring what New Japan can do that the other companies quite honestly can't do. So it's saying, well, this is what we have, but they need to capitalize on that to do in so much. The way that the Rewa develop their identity will be so key in how New Japan, demarcates its identity moving forward. So I think, I always sort of hit back a bit at the idea, because people say, oh, New Japan should have been pushing young guys earlier. It's like, they did. They just pushed the guys that were foreign guys, and that ultimately has backfired as a strategy,
I agree. I think the missing generation part is very important. And I think when you think about knowing Kaito Kiyomiya, if we want to be honest about, I'm somebody who watches Noah regularly, he may have held that title 3 times, but this one actually feels like, I don't know, this is the one that feels right. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Noah put a belt on him twice and completely fumbled him. It feels like we haven't known what we were doing with this guy.
Yeah.
And I think that it's kind of like the opposite problem, because he's like the only young guy. And so he's in his early 20s, and all of his peers are in their late 30s, 40s, some are in their 50s. And so regularly, like, you have him at 25 regularly wrestling, like, Takashi Sugiura, who I love, but is in his 50s. And so like, he is it. Like, think about it. Where did he get his moveset from? He feuded with Kaiji Muto.
Yeah.
It's really, I think he's in a very different position than I think everybody, and trying to find his identity amongst all of these older guys as a young guy. And I think that one of the things with Kaito specifically is that he reminds me a lot of Shota, in a way of just obviously very talented, obviously very lovable. But when it comes to like trying to figure out the look, trying to figure out the personality, has really kind of struggled to hone in on those things. And it only feels like it's now just clicking. But he's had the advantage of really being like that guy for Noah, like one of the only young guys they had.
Yeah.
And okay,
I think this feud with Gabe Kidd has the potential to give him what he needs. And that's why I look at it and say, well, Gabe Kidd's a type of character as a young guy who is ironically bemoaning outsiders only to then go and become one, I think is an interesting wrinkle. And it gives Kaito that capacity to be like, I'm this new faction, I'm defending Noah, I've been endorsed by Keno. This kind of thing could be the way to do it. And that's Pro Wrestling 101. We defend the territory from the mean, bad outsider, and who wants to attack all that we hold sacred. And that has worked traditionally, and it feels like a far more relevant and Kaito Kiyomiya focused story than his other stories that I've been checking in on. Because the Muto of it all obviously is mixed results whenever you work under Keiji Muto. But I think that the story of him and what we've seen with his interaction in New Japan has been really beneficial for people getting a sense of who Kaito Kiyomiya is in terms of his talent. It's undeniable. It's just a matter of you feel like he's got a character. It's just one that doesn't have as you said, isn't assertive because he doesn't have an identity to assert. It feels like he's finally figured that out, and now he gets to demonstrate that against Gabe Kidd. That to me is how partnerships should work. And Gabe Kidd can get a lot out of that too, because Gabe Kidd's thing is he swings for the fences, he takes big shots, he goes after stuff, but he ultimately is the reason he loses. That Gabe Kidd loses because Gabe Kidd. So he can lose 100 times out of 100 and still find compelling ways to keep getting up. And so I think that's, to me, I think that makes sense. And seeing a match like this, you can do so much, plant so many seeds, build anticipation for more of them, which they have to do, and they have to get better at that. They have to build the crossover, because I've seen photos of the Budokan. It's like it's concerning when it's big and you haven't got a big crowd there, and you have to find ways to build compelling, contained stories, almost like what you do with Strong, contained, or United Japan Pro Wrestling stories, and then have these bigger, broader narratives coming across from the main events that are sprinkled out, whether they're in Noah or All Japan or Dragon Gate or DDT or New Japan, and that they're crossing over at that level to get back to that. That would be my advice. Is I think the Strong model shows the way. If you have to build an identity for the place. It can't just be we're getting together for fun, because that stuff ultimately doesn't draw interest at the end of the day. So I think they're on the right track though, because everything they did I thought made sense.
I think also doing the shows more regularly, not just once a year, I think it's going to help a lot. Like, this one just happened, and now there's another one in June, also in the Budokan, and I think All Japan being involved is going to be, I think, really helpful. And I think it's going to also add just a whole different dynamic. Like, I would love to see, when I look at this match, I think I would say like, oh, just about everybody fits, but I think Yuma Anzai and Yuma Yagi are obviously people who should probably be added here for that young generation. But what I really loved about this match is, outside of Shooting Skywalker, because I haven't seen a lot of his Dragon Gate stuff, that is on my list. Dragon Gate, I'm currently like making my way through TJPW now, because I'm like, okay, I have FOMO now. Everybody's been talking so great about Tej this year. Like, I have major FOMO.
They have so much fun. They have so much fun with it. Yeah. I know.
Everybody has so much fun. And I feel the same way about DDT. After going to that DDT show, I was like, okay, I got to get into this. Like, that was so much fun. But Dragon Gate is also one of those promotions that I have penciled down. I'm going to watch, I promise. But when I look at the other 5, all of them are in a point in their career where they are very much in progress. And I think that was really cool. I think from a character perspective, it's just all 5 of these guys are very talented. Some of them have won titles, some of them have not. But every one of them are trying to overcome something. Whether it's a person, whether it is a stigma. I look at Yuki Ueno trying to prove that he can lead DDT after Takeshita leaves. Takeshita, I mean, I feel like he has his foot in 2 places, and he's received well in both, but obviously it's kind of like he's done everything there is to do in one, and then he's obviously trying to do something in one, but it's a completely different market. And I think it's absolutely fascinating, his dichotomy here. You have Yuya here, who's obviously trying to prove himself in so many ways, and I think Kaito and Shota are so similar, and I think that they're probably that eventual singles match is going to be very interesting. When you think of Kaito has kind of been in the Muto shadow of, and even at the end when he does the Muto poses of just, and he's often gotten the copycat, monikers. Then you Shota is kind of like the same side, is he Little Mox, Tanahashi, Naito? Like he's just a mix of all of them. And they're probably 2 of them, on a very high upward trajectory. And I think it's just very interesting. Like they're still very much figuring themselves out. I think that All Together has a lot of potential. And obviously in the post match here, we saw Gabe Kidd attack Kaito Kiyomiya. Like, dude, that was great. Like, that was fantastic. I think it was absolutely fantastic. We need cool, clear the house type shocking moments.
Mm,
I'm gonna be honest, Puro hasn't given me a lot of those like, no way, I haven't seen that coming moments this year. And
mm,
that one was fantastic. And holding up the
yeah.
Noah belt, and I think, like you said, tying the loop back to last year in the G1, because I felt like that match was very special for both of them. That they had,
Mm,
well, I mean, as much of a match as you can call it, it was more so of a brawl.
yeah.
Uh, and I think it brought something out of Kiyomiya
Hmm.
that was really important. And I think that we're starting to see, as crazy as he is, we're starting to see Gabe Kidd trying to legitimize himself
Mm,
slowly but surely. And I've talked about this. If you watch him walk to the ring, he's a lot more stoic. He's a lot
mm,
more quiet, a lot more reserved. Don't get me wrong, when the bell rings, he's absolutely
mm.
batshit insane. So,
Yep.
but he's a like, even with the
He's a
gear,
madman, you know.
he's a man, you know.
Yeah, he's a
Also,
madman.
whoever made the call to let him do media tomorrow morning for Resurgence
Oh
is
my god.
brave. I can't wait. I cannot wait. I
Yeah.
think I might be more excited for that than that clash.
Yeah.
But I,
So much Jay White about him in the best ways, where he's going to stay, he's going to keep it kayfabe every time. So prepare for anything at that point. But just to add to your point, I agree with much of Gabe's progression, but I also think like, and that, oh, like, oh my god, this happened out of like nowhere. The best kind of angles, the best kind of stuff that we see, that New Japan has done in its sort of golden era, is stuff that makes sense upon reflection. As soon as it happens, you go, "Oh, shot!"
absolutely,
You're shocked, but then you go, "Oh, of course." You know,
absolutely.
G1 interactions, tag league interactions.
Mhm.
There's the positioning of Gabe thinking that, you know, the press conference, like all of these things are tied together around this guy is getting stuff that I'm not getting, and so his ability to just talk and communicate that to the Western audience about why he resents Kiyomiya will be a lot of the reasons that fans invest in Kiyomiya. So he's going to do a lot in this to build that, and I'm really looking forward to it. And it's a great way to keep his momentum, you know, during this Best Super Juniors time. He's going to be overworking Noah. And I hear the complaints. I saw people making, you know, pseudo good / bad faith arguments about what's this different to the IWGP belt situation. And I think, well, the benefit is, I think it's in Japan. So if Gabe's going to work Noah, Gabe's going to work Noah, you know?
Yeah,
And I think that's really the key.
absolutely. And I honestly like, it's not like Noah does completely different venues and loops that New Japan
Hmm.
I mean does. Like it if he did theoretically win the belt, like I mean,
We haven't got there yet. And that's the thing that people are
yeah.
jumping to. We haven't got to that point yet.
And also one, like I said, is it the worst thing in the world? I think, right, as somebody who watches Noah, people have been asking like, oh, we need something exciting to happen. We need something, not the same old guys. Well, guess what? This is as exciting as it gets.
Mm.
Obviously, somebody's going to step up and, like, take it from them.
Yeah,
Because
and people are going to be mad. The people will be mad. They'll be like, "How dare this New Japan guy? How dare this Bullet Club guy? How dare this foreign guy come and do that?" It's like, yes, yes, and yes.
do you?
Like,
I have a question. Do you think that this is carefully implemented to like mirror the discourse happening around AEW New Japan? I just have to
uh,
know.
well, look, don't get me started on meta modern discourse in relation to this, but I do think that there is, put it this way, whether it's considered, Gabe Kidd will lean into it. They will lean
Yes,
into this.
correct.
They will use that. They will use reality to inform their storytelling. That is a given. That's what I like about New Japan. It's what I like about, you know, invariably a lot of Japanese pro wrestling companies is they platform individuals to just do shit. You know, like say shit, and they'll craft it to make it mean something. And so, if that is the narrative that's out there, which it is, trust me, someone like Gabe Kidd's looking at that, going like, okay, I can leverage that and make everyone mad. And I
Absolutely.
think he will, you know?
I'm terrified of what he's gonna say. He's got
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm terrified. Oh, I'm gonna make Noah my bitch just like you know AEW's
Oh,
doing.
it's gonna annoy so many people.
It's gonna do terrible. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I
Yeah.
knew he was really unhinged when he made fun of Tanahashi getting stabbed. I said, "Oh, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
he doesn't care at
Yeah.
all."
Yeah. And
But I think
that's
also
what you
that
need.
shows. I think that also shows, though, seriously, like the way that he talks about wrestling, the way that he, as deeply as he talks about wrestling,
Mm.
And the crazy stuff he says, and from a side note, it kind of shows he probably cares more than anybody.
Yeah.
And I think like a guy like Kiyomiya, like I said, at the same age as all these guys, but clearly has gotten more opportunities. Obviously, like when you are in that position, you don't care about the logic of how it happened or why it happened. You just know that you just feel jealousy. You just know that you feel that why not me?
Yeah.
And I think that there's just still so much pent up aggression and still so much pent up anger from those LA dojo guys.
Yeah.
Of just, we spend all this time doing this and like we're only just now getting opportunities. We've lost two of our guys, one to, NXT, one to, retirement. And what do we have to show for it? Like, there's a very real anger here. And when you see, guys across across the room and they have everything that you wanted, and there's a reason for that frustration. And I think it's just not even, I think, how do I say it? Like, it's almost like Gabe has now passed over the young guys in his own organization. He's like, well, y'all don't have anything either. Let me talk to somebody that actually does. Like,
You may be right. Yeah, that I and that to me is the core reason why I invest the way I invest in Japanese pro wrestling, New Japan pro wrestling, is because it's not to equate one to be better or the other, but like the ability to just say, this is reality. This is what we all understand. Like, we all know this. Everyone knows this. Whether this idea of work shoot thing is irrelevant in a context of Japanese pro wrestling, because it's all a work. Like, it's all work. It's all the story. Every part that we can use to inform the thing. If it's reality, if it happens, we use it. And we just keep crafting narrative through it. Which other companies in the West would be happy to let one of their wrestlers go out on in front of the cameras and start ripping into the company? All of them, all of the young guys are ripping into New Japan. They're using New Japan as the punching bag to elevate themselves. That is not to say whether that's good, bad, dangerous, indifferent, I don't know. But I like the fact that exists, that we will let Shota do an interview for a New Japan website where he is saying that he is, quote, pissed with New Japan Pro Wrestling. It's, to me, endorsing the characters to tell their truth, to tell their story the way they want to tell it. It means that you have so much potential for stuff, and we can speculate and get invested. And some of it will happen and some of it won't, because some people are just saying shit. But ultimately, it's always about crafting their characters. And so it means that crossover shows can do so much. As you mentioned, we'll look back at this in time and go, oh, you remember when they were interacted at that All Together show? We saw that with Sonata and Naito, where they did that video package of their long career, and they showed that interaction at that All Together show of like, this was a moment where we're checking in with them at the time at which they were progressing in their different companies. That's stuff that they can leverage. They're not going to hide from that history. They're going to use it. And so I think the more chances we have to put people in situations where we force them to craft a narrative reason for being there, the better we have at being able to build stuff into the future. So I think it's all positive, provided we platform the individuals to do their thing, which, as I said, put it this way, it's happened in the West to some extent, but it just doesn't work.
Not everybody. Like, I agree. We've seen it somewhat in the West. I think of MJF shooting on AEW, but it's never been like half the roster. Just
no.
No.
And it's like a work shoot idea is, as I said, a work shoot is just the thing where it's people go, oh, he's shooting, like, and it's sort of designed to break the artifice and make that person elevate that person, make that person interesting. Oh, it's a wink and a nod, and we all feel connected because we're getting the inside terms used. Whereas in Japan, it's not what it is. It's like the world of pro wrestling is the world of pro wrestling, and once you enter into that, you're in it, and everything that's used, seen, done, using Tanahashi's past, X and the experience of that and bringing that up, that's part of his story. It's part of who he is. We've crafted into the narrative of the character. I just think it's impossible to know where the characters end and begin. And when people say, oh, this is what he's actually like in real life, you don't know. And that's what I kind of love about Japanese pro wrestling, is that we make assumptions about characters or people based on their characters. Like, It's and you like it's happened. It used to happen forever with Kota Ibushi, the infantilization of Kota Ibushi from Western fans, because
Ooh, that's a whole different conversation.
it is, it is. But it's because people are projecting a character trait onto an individual, right? Because his ability to craft a narrative the way he wanted to do it, the way that he did it, meant that people were unable to distinguish reality from fiction. And I think that's pro wrestling. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to position you to be confused about why I'm doing this, why am I feeling the feelings I'm having. And I think these events give us opportunities to see that there's a lot more in common with the Japanese pro wrestling scene. It's just articulated differently in different companies,
Yeah.
different styles, different work, rates, different approaches. But it's all emerges from the same logic. It all emerges from the same fundamental premise that is, this is real. It is pro wrestling is what we, this is the lens through which we enter. And once you're in it, yeah, feel free to explore it and have fun with it, because it can be anything. It's all things and it's no things. That's what I kind of love about it.
I think all great stories have a tinge of truth to it, and I think that's really the coolest part. And I think especially with Shota's interview, what I think is so interesting from a character perspective, and why I just can't deal with the New Japan grifters, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm very excited for Mox versus Shota. I'm excited for this whole story. It's like how often in wrestling do you get a 5-year long-term story? Doesn't happen. So for people like me, I'm invested in it, and I think that Shota's frustration simultaneously occurring with his love and admiration from Mox is so fascinating, and it's so real. Like, it's so real, and it's like that internal conflict happening with him in real time of loving New Japan, growing up in New Japan, having a father who's the main event referee in New Japan, and wanting to be the face of New Japan, the guy that basically Tanahashi has said is the new ace of New Japan. And so he has this extreme love for this company. But at the end of the day, when he was a young lion, Mox chose him. Before he showed any promise or anything like that, Mox chose him. And like, so much of who he is as a wrestler stems from that. And I think it's just such an interesting dichotomy. And guess what? It won't all be solved at Resurgence, which for me, I think is great. I think is awesome. And I think as wrestling fans, sometimes we tend to get really caught up in the short term. And I think that's a very I blame America. I blame America. I blame American wrestling television wrestling.
Yeah, just different styles. Different styles. Yeah, and it's a hard one to have a chat about, to be honest, without getting in trouble. It is like
a different attention span. And I can admit that as an American fan. And I will be honest, I've been a wrestling fan since 2006. I was 8 years old. I didn't have the attention span back then to be able to enjoy and prioritize this type of wrestling. I know, if I got into it back then as just a regular American television watcher, the wrestling watcher, no, I would not have been able to appreciate the long game the way that I do now. I don't think that I would have.
Yeah, I think, we all, for so many of us, we started through Western pro wrestling. I came through WCW, so I sort of seen the highs and the lows. But I think I try not to be, in the way that I talk about it, try not to be dismissive about that's Western pro wrestling conventions.
Yeah.
And the way I look at it is, in the West, it's story first, in the sense that we write a story that we think is going to be really compelling for TV, for pay-per-views, to build that. And we find the characters that are most aligned with that story, and we use them to tell the story. So, because we have a person who's crafting the narrative. Whereas so much of, you look at the Moxley thing, right? The Moxley Shota thing is a 5-year story, but it's really 5-year character arc that becomes a story when they interact, but it's still part of who they are. So it's more just them developing character. So when we work stiff say character and storytelling, it's very conscious to say that. We always lead with character, because I think New Japan and Japanese pro wrestling lead with characters. At the end of the day, you talk about New Japan, and it's like, oh man, it's going to be struggling with the loss of Okada and these sorts of things. It's because they platform stars. The brand isn't as important as the main star, the ace, the character who holds with them all the identity of the promotion. You know, like that's you look at where New Japan's gotten to in the last 15 years, Tanahashi's movement, it's like it reflected him. You know, that's what it does. And whereas WWE or an AEW, the goal within those promotions is sustainability, longevity. It has to be the brand. The identity of the brand is key. And so I think that cultivates the brand loyalty stuff. I think that cultivates this idea that we have to protect the brand. We have to make sure that we are fans of the brand, and the wrestlers that come through the brand, we love them, but when they leave, we don't. Whereas in Japan, it's like we're investing in the characters, and New Japan is telling us that. Like when they build a faction like LIJ is bigger than New Japan. Like LIJ is LIJ, and LIJ can go places. And when they put their name tags, it's very clear. Like when on the Chirons and that's like Moxley from AEW, and like and then Naito from LIJ. You know, that's the key element that they're trying to tell us here, is that the platform is the stage. New Japan is the stage, but the characters are the story. And that's, to me, is why, you know, you have to kind of invest in the characters as much as you're investing in the story or the promotion. And I think that, yeah, that's the difference that I've experienced in coming from watching in the West, where it's like, oh, NWO story, awesome story when I'm a kid. But it was like crafted as like a conscious decision. We're going to do this narrative. They're going to build us versus them. And as opposed to, say, the Naito story, where it's like, this is the guy, and what happens to him, we're going to use that to inform the direction of his arc. So yeah, I'm with you. I think the Mox Naito, the Mox Shota thing being 5 years in the making is lovely, and it's awesome, and there's so much that they can mine, and that's what I like about it. Where it's like, whether it's conscious or not conscious, whether the intention was when we started it in 5 years' time, we're going to do this. That's not.
Yeah, I don't think that it was written down at all.
That's not how we do it. Like we saw it. I saw it last year with Suzuki and Nagata, where it's like they have like a 50-year story of like the time that they were working as, when like it's literally 40 years of working, they're wrestling as amateurs. And so it wasn't like New Japan sat down and said, you know, we're going to tell this arc of their careers and we're going to write this whole thing. Of course not. It's just we're going to be cognizant of what has happened, and we're going to use that to inform the story we're going to tell right now. And I think that sometimes that the character changes, the shifts, the dynamic of this person needs to adjust to fit the story is not what we see in the West, and it's what we see in the West, and I don't think we see it in Japan. And it just, to me, it's that continuity that I look for, that I can trust, that I can make real clear assertions about directions for character movement that people may not see because they're looking at for the story, versus the West, which I find, just from a story standpoint, the morality play stuff, I just find those stories to not be as compelling for me, because they don't engage me at a level of speculation at the same height. And that's all it is. That's really all it is. And but if I say that, I am, of course, a puro snob, Lyric. And
I think it's gotten so much, like, I will say, Twitter, I actually talked about this on my Dynamite after show last night, of like, earlier this week, I was just having like a crisis. I was like, maybe I should quit wrestling. I don't think this is working out for me.
Well, please don't. I need you around, Lyric.
I know, I'm not doing it, I promise. But I was really like, and I'm gonna be honest, if I turned off social media, I would never feel that way. I would never feel like that way. Do I feel like I need it just strictly to like keep in the know of what's going on because so much wrestling is happening? Absolutely. Has it helped me build my brand? Absolutely. But all that other shit is terrible. And I think I completely agree with you. I will say, like, and I was saying this yesterday about AEW specifically, and I was like, I'm not gonna lie. Very few stories do engage me right now, but one of them, like the two of them, are probably Willow and Mercedes, which obviously started in New Japan,
leveraging history,
literally leveraging history, and then to the Elite. And I think what's always attracted me to them is because of how they tell stories. And
they're a meta modern kings. They are that.
Of being able to weave them. You have to think so many of with the entire Elite. So let's count, Omega, Bushi, like, Hangman, now Okada. We're looking at least, I would say, 4 promotions where stories have been told through, from DDT to New Japan, Ring of Honor, AEW. And some of these strands last almost 10 years. Like for me, that's what I'm looking for. And I think you made a very good point about like the Naito stuff of LIJ is its own thing, especially in America. If you go to an American New Japan show, all the merch is like LIJ and the American flag, whatever city that we're in, like so whether it's Chicago or it's DC, just because, and even we talked about it earlier this year, Naito being the main character of New Japan. Whatever happens to him informs the rest of the company. And I think that I think that is the cool thing. I think that's why for me, like if I had to rank all the young guys, I put Shota at the top for that reason of just he just has more character investment than any of them have. And I think that because we've gotten to watch him grow. We've gotten to watch him try and fail. Even when he went on excursion over to, the UK, he was with Will Ospreay, which adds a whole different layer to his story. And he has like these two mountains, I think, in Mox and Ospreay specifically to overcome that of these people that he loves. And then he has these shadows of people that he has to overcome. The Tanahashis, the Okadas, the Naitos of the world. And speaking of those shadows, this is my last question on this topic, so we can finally get to that's what Super Junior is like. We've gone through an hour and 12 minutes, but I think this was very important to talk about, like from the distribution stuff to the All Together stuff, because I think that this year, specifically for the Puro scene, I think honestly for just about every wrestling company, I think this year really will inform probably the next 10 or so. It's very foundational for just about everybody. But I've seen a lot of questions. No, not a lot of questions. I've seen a lot of, how do I say it? I've seen a lot of interviews from different guys. And there's about 2 to 3 young guys who have openly said they want an Okada match. If it happens, who do you think is going to get it? Because I personally believe, listen, if Okada wrestles any of these guys, I don't expect it to be more than 1 or 2, at least this year specifically. And unless it's Wrestle Kingdom, he's not going back to Japan. Not anytime soon. And so they're going to have to come to him. So I would say the top 3 would probably be Shota, Tsuji, and Kiyomiya, who is very interesting because he's not a New Japan guy. So unless he gets the invite from AEW, I'm not sure if he ever gets the match, or unless Okada comes to a United Japan show, which I think is a very interesting possibility if they keep building this brand. Who do you think gets it first?
Oh,
and where?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Okada stands as such a fascinating figure because, like most guys that leave, I'm very much of the opinion, just go, don't come back. And the reason for that is just to keep, like, I think what's happened with, say, Ospreay leaving in the United Empire and the state they're in is a consequence of him kind of having one foot potentially being able to come back. My concern so much of storytelling in New Japan is, like, do we get the elite? Do we get Omega's ascension to the top if AJ leaves the Bullet Club but can come back for spots? That it's a sort of a thought experiment, but it's like, do they pull the trigger on something new and elevate someone if they don't feel the need to? If Okada's waiting in the wings, do we feel a need to push towards him at the expense of perhaps elevating someone else to take his position? So it's an interesting little thought experiment. Put it this way, I think Shota made it very clear in the interview that he wants it and why he wants it, to kind of to shut the book on that, close the chapter, which is not fits one of my narrative in a lot of respects. This will be controversial, I understand it, but I tell you who deserves it, and that is Yuya Uemura, because the whole narrative direction when we're watching during the pandemic era was Yota Tsuji wrestles on that Summer Struggle tour. His excursion match, his final match, is against Naito because he wanted that match. He was trying to get votes for it. He didn't get it, but he got given it anyway because that was his key match. And they made that clear. Okay, you're wrestling Tsuji, you're wrestling Naito. We're going to tie you together. And obviously, when Tsuji returns, who does he come back to be tied to narratively? He ties to Naito.
Naito,
Yuya Uemura wrestles Okada on that same night. Has the match, obviously doesn't win the match. He goes out, he gets up, and then cops an almighty drop kick for his trouble. He gets another one after the match. Okada pretty much starting that I'm stamping on any potential person that will take my spot. Character arc that he would then carry forward post-pandemic. Yuya returns, and he returns to a landscape in which Okada is not interested in that. That is not something that is on the horizon. So he has to go a different way. And so many people's criticisms of Yuya is like, oh, what's he doing? Why isn't he getting the same push and the elevation that these other guys are getting? It's like, well, maybe there was something else in the plans for Yuya Uemura and that he's had to do it a different way. I think his projection is to get to the Okada level. I honestly do. Not in the way that he's the star like a Tanahashi or a Naito is, but in the way that he is the force to be reckoned with. He is the guy, he's the standard. And the way he's going to do that is from building from the bottom up, literally from the bottom up. Each title will be a Grand Slam champ. He'll do what Okada never did. And I think it would make sense for him to get an Okada match, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon. But I feel the most for him. I feel he's the one that's been impacted the most by it. Kiyomiya and Okada, that's complicated. That's complicated on a variety of for a variety of reasons. I don't know who gets it. I would say, if I had to guess, I would say Shota gets it if Shota is champion. I don't think that's going to happen. But if I were doing it, my view was never for Okada to put over the young guys now. It was to put over the next guy. So I wanted someone like Zack to get it because I thought that would have made sense. Then Zack could carry it.
I think that Zack, I was very disappointed for Okada's last few matches. I would have loved to see a singles match with Zack. I completely
Didn't it feel like we were going to get one? Didn't it feel
like it? It did. It felt like it. So I just assumed, especially when that last match wasn't announced yet, I was like, okay, maybe this is going to be it. I don't know. I think it's a very interesting debate. I understand what you're saying. I completely agree about like Omega and AJ. Does the Elite reach those heights if AJ still has the 1 foot in? But I think that Okada is a whole different story. Like the identity of not just New Japan, but Japanese wrestling as a whole was wrapped around him. And I just feel like there's no way to...
He needs to pass the torch, right?
Really. Like, I think it's not even just about passing the torch. I just think, like, there's no way to move on like he was never there. There's no way to move on without longing for him. I don't... And I think especially for this especially this group of, like, graduated young Lions, of their entire training process, everything they've done, essentially was to get to him.
Yeah.
Everything about them was about getting to him. And I think that is very realistic, and I think that's a very reasonable longing that they have. And I'm interested because, I mean, here's the thing. Okada is a champion currently. Forbidden Doors around the corner. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure who he faces. And I think he gets a singles match at Forbidden Door, even in the midst of all the Elite stuff. He could work Zack, but I don't think that Zack should lose. And that's not happening on a Forbidden Door.
Yeah. I've got a hot take about what Zack will be doing at Forbidden Door.
Oh, what do you think?
We talk about on this week's show. If I were going in the direction, I have a sneaky feeling Zack's going after Moxley. And
okay, yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. It's either that, or I think that they're going to do the rubber match with Zack and Brian, because they still haven't done the submission match.
True.
So I was thinking Mox Brian as well.
I was thinking Zack at Dominion with Moxley, because I have a feeling if you look at the landscape, I just look and think, oh, who's Mox's next challenger? If Shota loses, who comes out? Because
I thought the same thing, because he's going to. I think Tanahashi's going to lose. Tomorrow.
Zack's getting the spot. Yeah, Zack gets the win. Zack's already taken out his second in command or second guy, BCC, with Danielson, right? He's taken that guy out. He's got a connection to that thing. He's tied in with all the matches of Claudio. You've got the relationship between you've got the Naito's wrestling Finlay, which I think Naito's being positioned at white belt level, which will adjust, the the fear of drawing. He'll have a title that he can hold in the domestic product, and I think that Zach is the one. He makes the most sense to me, and I think that would be interesting. And so that's the guy that I wish had gotten the Okada rub, and because it would have given him that more credibility in regards to this progression, this trajectory. Because I think that Zach he's the embodiment of what New Japan can be that perhaps other Japanese pro wrestling companies can't, in that he is a international star in the sense that he can connect across can speak multiple languages, and he's been cultivated through the system over time. It reflects something that they have that is very special. And I think that so I view him as a potential one. But if it's just Okada, if it's just who's he wrestling, I'm like, if it's just one off and they have to lose, I'd say put Tsuji in there, because
I agree.
I think if it's a situation like put him in there, let people see him. Just let him see him in 15 minutes, and everyone will leave. They won't care that he lost. They will just be like, my God, what a spectacle.
I've had a written interview with Tsuji before, and I asked the question of what did he think about America as far as interacting in like a Forbidden Door type capacity. And he was saying that he was avoiding going to America until he feels like he's big enough. Until he feels like he's a big enough threat. And I think that this year he has no choice but to go to Forbidden Door, obviously. And so I think that that's going to be a very interesting. I think that he should get the Okada match at Forbidden Door. I think even in a loss, it's just a great idea. I think people just need to see him. I agree. I think people just need to see what he can do. I think on that big stage, show him like that he's a big level guy. I think that one thing that Forbidden Door does, especially with the singles matches, is if you have one, it shows size in the sense of that you take up space as a performer. Like when it comes to like the graps of graps, on a world stage, having a singles match at Forbidden Door signifies that you take up space in the rest of the world. And I think that that's one thing that I think some of these guys are lacking, is being able to show that they take up space, that they're legitimate competitors.
Credibility.
Exactly. So I agree. Swerve has said that he wants to face Shingo Takagi. I'm not against it. Can't argue with that.
No, that'll be good.
Can't argue with that.
No.
So I think I would say Yota Tsuji versus Okada. I think
it's his character.
I think it does, and I think that the thing is, and I wrote about this. Okada is so interesting compared to some of the other people who left, is just because even now, even with him being in AEW, everything he does, it feels like it is a representation of New Japan Pro Wrestling. I think it's always going to be an extension of who he is. And I think one thing that one comparison that I drew is with Antonio Inoki. And Okada always said that he wanted to be at the level of Antonio Inoki and wanting to take up that type of space that Inoki took. And we're looking at a likely trajectory for Okada to be the first Japanese world champion and recognized, because obviously Inoki did it, but it wasn't recognized. We're looking at a possibility where he becomes that first Japanese world champion of one of these major wrestling orgs here in the States. And I think it's hard he's never going to be able to shake New Japan. I don't think he wants to, but I just don't think that he ever does. He's always going to be intertwined. And I think he's always going to be that measuring stick for some of these guys, especially because they never got any type of interaction. If the G1, if the blocks are different last year, I think we're having a whole different conversation. If they had gotten to touch and interact and things like that, I think we're having a whole different conversation today. And I think that's why, hey, maybe it was bad, maybe it was good. But when you look at a guy like Kaito Kiyomiya, when last year at that show, maybe he took his shot because he knew that he would never be given it. He took his shot in the middle of a tag match, and because who was ever, it was never going to be given. It was never going to be given. No. Did he pay for it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But
it's a great thought experiment. It really is. Okada's such a fascinating thought experiment, and I don't try to get into because you'll never know the rationale, but I'll put it this way. I thought a lot of the decisions that were made were very curious upon reflection in relation to his movement out of the company. And so it's one of those things where you go, okay, If he gets a young guy at Forbidden Door, that would make sense, and it would make sense, as I said, for Suji because of Suji's mentality of taking big swings. He goes for the big. He doesn't build his game up like Yuya. He goes for the top. And he flat out called out Okada multiple times to his face, so that
the
was a
last
great
night, I think that final night of Okada in New Japan, the confrontation they had at commentary after the Yoda Yuya match. I think that was very, very interesting. And when I looked at that, one, I was just like, yikes. But two, I was just like, this can't be where this ends. Like, I think that there has to be some type of follow-up. And me, like as a long-term booking type of fan, that's the perfect way to set up a story for Forbidden Door. Little time of just saying like, okay, you took something from us. I want to take something from you. I'm going to take that AEW Continental Championship from you. Like, you left us. I'm going to, fight for New Japan, whatever, like
whatever story writes itself. They can find a little beat to go with. If it doesn't happen, if Okada isn't in a singles match, then we start. Then we go, what's happening here? What's the go?
I'm not gonna lie. Then I'm just like, okay, you hate them, don't you? Like, you hate
them. Going on?
Like,
not these young guys.
Like, good God, please.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where we head. But I am, as I said, I'm fascinated by a lot of the moving parts in kind of New Japan, its relationship with AEW, and I'm on the side of I am endorsing this framing of the AEW versus New Japan rivalry thing. I think it's the way to go. I think it's the only way to go, and I think whether it's the intention of the companies or not, I think the wrestlers have just seen the landscape and said, "No, we got to go this way," and so they're going to talk their talk, and I think it's going to add stakes. I do not look forward to the discourse. Trust me, I'm not in any way think that's going to be fun. I think prepare fans out there on both sides, but as long as people are engaging in the story through the lens, and I kind of look and laugh and really enjoy it that people are getting so worked up arguing with wrestlers about wrestling angles, that's everyone's kind of getting worked, and that's kind of the fun of it. You kind of want to be worked in this space, that's Absolutely. If you're investing into it, we can all look back and sit back and look critically and go, yeah, okay, this is probably why they're doing this is what's probably happening. Oh, this is actually the reality. But I'm fan first. I want to be swept away by the narrative. So
I love getting worked. I feel like, that's one of the cool things. And I meant to mention this earlier, but I think the media has a large part to do with it because, Tokyo Sports, a lot of times they play into kayfabe.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And so if you tell them something like, they follow along with the stories. But America, I hate to shit on like my own country, but whatever. Like, I feel like America always wants, I want the scoop. Well, what really happened? And I don't think we need to know that all the time. I genuinely don't think we need to know that all the time. And I think, Japanese media kind of really works hand in hand with the companies as far as protecting the stories. I think that's also a thing too of just like long-term storytelling, long-term character arcs are not possible if you are constantly after every single match, after every single interaction. Well, this wasn't actually real. This wasn't.
Yeah.
You have to protect it, and I feel like that is the thing. I think specifically, related to like some of these, like with the Okada. Everything he does. Because let's just be honest, nobody really knows what's going on in his head. And I think that's been part of the mystique of his character. And I think that has to be protected. And so at the end of the day, who knows? He could say like, no, I actually am never going to wrestle any of these guys. He could say like, he could wrestle them and like go completely bad. He's doing Anarchy in the Arena. So he might be a completely new wrestler. Who knows?
Anything's possible.
Anything is possible, and I think like that's what separates the good from the great. Of just, and I think Kenny Omega said this a lot of just sometimes some people give away too much, just give away too much information about like their angles or their stories, or they'll do a stretcher angle and then tweet right after, "I'm fine, everybody." Don't worry about it. Sometimes you have to let the suspense build. So I'm interested. I'm excited. I think that Forbidden Door, like you said, the discourse is going to be terrible. That's why I need to go in person. That's why I'm dead set on going in person, just because I'm not on my phone as much, and like
Yeah.
at least not until like it's time for the scrum, and then I'm only like live tweeting and everything. But
Hmm.
I just I'm as a person, I think that in the midst of a lot of these arguments, I feel like it's been very much AEW versus New Japan, and
Mm.
there hasn't been a lot of thought that some people are genuinely fans of both. And I think
Mm.
as a person like me who I regularly travel to go see AEW, but I also regularly travel to go see New Japan, both in
Hmm.
Japan and here in the States. Like I love both promotions. I want to see both promotions thrive. I see problems in both promotions, and
Mm.
I also see a lot of potential in both promotions. And I do feel like I do personally feel like that's been lost in a lot of discussion. But like you said, if I say this, then I'm just a loser, and I'm just standing up for like just
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just an
Like,
American loser on Twitter, and like
yeah.
there's no real nuance for both. I think everything is
Mm.
so black or white. You're either an
Mm.
AEW fan and you're rooting for Japan to be colonized, or you're a Japanese puro snob who thinks you're
Hmm.
better than everybody because you
Yep.
like Japanese wrestling. There's
Yep.
no nuance for both, and I think
No.
like
Well, that's
yeah,
what we're having here, Lyric. That's what this is. This
I
is
know.
the
Isn't
actual
this so
conversation you see. This is what it looks like, as
exactly?
opposed to just
This
yelling into the abyss. You know.
this is what it's supposed to be.
Mm.
And speaking more higher note, let's talk
Hey.
about Best of the Super Juniors. I would also like to say this my lineup has been changed. How many times? Three.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes, two or three.
injuries. This is not the original lineup, but
Hmm.
obviously, um, things happen.
Yep.
Currently, there are, I think, one, two, three, four, five promotions represented. Wait, let's see. Ring of Honor, New Japan, CMLL, Dragon Gate, Noah. So five promotions
I say
are.
you say TNA as well. If you've got.
Oh my gosh, TNA.
Mm.
So six. So we have six promotions represented in Best of the Super Juniors this year.
Mm.
Out of 20 people, I think that that's super cool. I think that
Mm.
that's really awesome. And obviously, we saw Yo was injured and had to get out. Taguchi was injured and had to come out.
Hmm.
There's been a few changes, and so subbed in we had Kushida, and we also had Dragon Dia from Dragon Gate. Wait, did I count Dragon Gate?
Yes, I think Dragon
Okay,
Gate's in
cool.
that list.
Okay, so yes, and now on we have who's on here? We have Teton, of course, from CMLO. Always love seeing him. We
Hmm.
have Blake Christian representing Ring of Honor, Hayata representing Noah, Ninja Mac also representing Noah, and Dragon Dia is representing Dragon Gate. And I mean, Kushida is technically representing TNA, but like he's Kushida.
Yeah.
So I'm initial reactions when you see this. Well, I guess the first version of it. I don't know. When you see this lineup for the Best of the Super Junior
Mhm.
31, what are your first thoughts?
I was, uh, I was excited, and I think as you said, in all honesty, I love Best Super Juniors. It's my favorite time of the year. I find it to be my favorite tournament, even over the G1,
Yes,
primarily because of just I'm not the work rate guy, but I love the kind of the speed, the brevity, the style of matches. But in the last couple of years, they've also really committed to the story component. They've really built a lot of their narrative directions for the junior division out of this. Sometimes I've heard people say, "Oh, it's not about as a G1, they've got these big stories things, but Best of Junior is just like the bangers." And it's like, well, it is that, but it's also you saw like a driller last year coming in under United Empire to move towards War Dogs. That was a narrative throughout the tournament.
yep,
You have these beats that are playing across it, and the strength of the junior division in New Japan I always call it the strongest division in New Japan. I think it's the most consistent division in New Japan, both junior tags and junior division. It's the deepest, and you look at the talent that's on show here and the potential for different winners and diversity of winners. That got me excited, and then the added element of the outsiders, like for me, my favorite kind of tournaments are like those Super J Cup. We're just grabbing people from everywhere kind of
exactly.
dynamic. and then to bring them into a league format, I really like it. It's a chance to see like a Dragon Dyer or whatever. I know nothing about that guy, nothing. And I tweet out like, should I be excited about this? And people are just like effusive in praise of this kid. And I get to watch like 9 matches and to see that and then invest in that. Maybe that is a spurs me on to go and look into Dragon Gate. Or I've already done more consideration of that and gone like, a lot of story over there. Same as a Ninja Mac, who I know. Like, these things are great opportunities for fans of New Japan to get exposed to a bunch of stuff. So when I saw it, I just looked at it and went, it to me, it looked like the best division in New Japan getting platformed, but adding a bit of extra spice that adds a level of unpredictability to the tournament that previously wasn't there. But I am sad that Taguchi and Yo aren't in it. I'm sad that Yo isn't in it. I'm one of the. I don't know how many people love Yo, but I certainly do.
love Yo. I do.
I think he's so odd and different and unique that he provides a different look for every person. And Taguchi is the underrated kind of backbone of these types of tournaments, and he's a great guy for introducing new guys. So not having him there does hurt with all of the newer guys to try to showcase them. But at the end of the day, I thought the tournament looked fresh, interesting, and I was super invested for a couple of guys that I'm really excited to talk about and also to follow.
Absolutely. I personally, I agree. I love Best of the Super Juniors. I think that it's probably my favorite tournament too. And last year was my first time like really like engaging with it live, staying up all night. I'm going to try to do it this year. We'll see. We'll see. And I stayed up, got up every single night. And I think what last year's Best of the Super Juniors was proof that New Japan can take risks. I think that we saw them take risks through that entire tournament. And I'm to be honest, like I made a bracket and everything, wrote down who I thought I was going to win. None of these guys advanced. However, the tournament was so good and it was such quality to the point to where I didn't care. We got to like the final 4 and I was like, this is great. Like the final 8, it was like, this was great. And, the best matches just kept getting better and better and better and better. And like, the outsiders were a great addition, but it also really built up the young talent, like, the actual New Japan talent.
Yeah.
We got to a final with 2 people that I would have never picked to win it all in Teton and Watto. And I was on the edge of my seat. And I think it was so cool to see that. Like, I think for me personally, that tournament I put it up high as far as how tournaments should go, of genuinely being unpredictable, but also being quality, being a tournament where even if you don't know certain guys, you want to know them. You leave wanting to know them. You want to follow them to whatever promotions that they come from. You want to invest in these guys. And like you said, the story perspective was very interesting. I think, like, we talked about Drilla going from United Empire to Bullet Club, obviously. I think some of the match quality was just impeccable last year. I think Despy versus Akira is unforgettable. Absolutely unforgettable. And we're going to talk about that because I think that rematch is something that I'm looking to see. But I think that the one thing that and then they picked a winner and a young guy, right? They picked Master Watto. Like I said, taking risks that I think needed to be taken. It was the first tournament after, when fans are able to clap, or being able to cheer post-COVID. And I think that they did a really good job. And so one thing that I feel is that for New Japan to truly be at its full strength, the junior division has to be just as much as a priority as the heavyweight division. Both of them have to be strong. Like, I feel like when we talk about that golden era, when, Okada and Omega is happening, and even, before that, the junior division was strong and it was stacked, and you have like, legitimate stars in the junior division, like legitimate stars. And for me personally, that is one thing that I think has been missing from New Japan, and I think that they were on a way to course correct that last year, because I feel like there are only two legitimate stars in the junior
Mm.
division of established, and I think that that's obviously Hiromu and Desperado.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think Wado winning last year was definitely opening the door to,
Yeah.
changing some of that. And I think, the War Dogs have been working towards changing some of that. I do think they need some singles title shots, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that we're on our way. So without any further ado, let's just go ahead and let's get into A block.
Mm-hmm.
So we are looking at El Desperado, Kevin Knight, Bushi, Teton, TJP, Kosei Fujita, Blake Christian, Clark Connors, Uncle Nobu, and Hayata. Um, so these are my thoughts initially out the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I think that everybody's match with Desperado should be paid most close attention to.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he is a gatekeeper for that division, and I think that some of these guys, are looking to prove themselves against him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Kevin Knight is very interesting to watch here, because I think that he's a guy that everybody, when they see him, they're like, "Oh my gosh, he's so amazing! He's awesome! He's incredible!" And then people stop because we just don't see him enough. And I think that he's an asset that New Japan, because he is not a part of the War Dogs, he kind of like falls to the wayside a bit, as far as like in people's minds, because he's not there all the time. And
Yeah.
so I think this part is really I think this tournament is really crucial for him to make a lasting impression, a very lasting impression.
I feel a bit sorry for him in some respects too, because and this is not having a shot at Kushida, but I like the idea that he was going to be in this tournament separate to Kushida. There was going to
I
be on his own.
agree. I completely agree.
I think that's such an important. We talk about the challenge of all of the young guys is stepping out from under their senpai's shadow or the faction shadow that they're in, and it felt like this was the chance for Kevin to kind of get that opportunity. But I do think I'm with you. I think the fact that he isn't a War Dog should be a strength, not a weakness. It should be the narrative that and I've talked about this before, and I don't know whether it's a one-to-one comparison, but it's the one that I like the most. I think he could be anything. I honestly do. I think he's got incredible upside, and I would love him to be the Sting to the War Dogs, Four Horsemen, where he is the guy that is constantly battling them and he's using them to elevate himself. And that, because I think he is the type of character that is like what Sting was to someone like me when I was young. He was so different to what I had seen. Like, I couldn't comprehend Sting as a child. I wasn't like able to. I was like, what is this? Like, this is unlike anything I had seen, this neon character in the dimly lit halls. And Kevin Knight is such an anomaly in terms of his just freakish ability. But I also think his kind of embedding of a kind of new understanding, like, I'm an old guy and I'm like, but I look at it like this guy's just got a vibe that is cool. It is effortlessly cool. And I feel like that vibe is very similar to what Sting brought, where it was this new, different approach and the established bad guys were always there and he was in opposition. I just feel like he's there with Clark Connors here. That's an incredibly important match to be able to,
Yes.
to really start to show that progression that I don't need to be you. I don't need to be with you all, that I can do it in spite of you all. And I think, the baby face, I'm going to do my best, which is such a, Japanese approach. And he's done it with Kushida. Like, I'm going to fight. I'm not sure whether that is Kevin Knight. I'm not sure whether that is the Jet. I think that is a respectful way to engage. I want to see what he is like when he has to define who he is, not in the shadow of Kushida. And so I was hopeful we're going to get that, but I'm still hopeful that maybe we'll get some movement where he gets a lot of points and Kushida doesn't, and he can sort of get the realization of, I don't need to be under you anymore. I need to step out for myself and find where that actually leads me. So, but yeah, I'm with you. I love watching Kevin Knight. I find him an infinitely fascinating character.
Yes, he's been on this show before, and and I've got to interview him a couple times, and we've talked frequently about that, of being able to show more of himself, because he is so much more than just what we've been able to see. I think from a character perspective. And one thing about him is that every time we see him, because it's so infrequent though, but every time we see him, he is so much better than the last time. Like I think we saw it in Super Junior Tag League. I think he was so much better than he was in Best in Super Junior just earlier that year. I had the fortune of going to All Star Junior Festival USA, and that one night tournament, he makes it to the finals. I mean, he had incredible matches that night. With who was it, Clark Connors and Mike Bailey that night.
Yeah.
And the potential is endless. And I think that he's one of those cases that I think when it comes to foreign talent jumping to America, if he ever did, I think it would be the fault of New Japan of not using him as much, just because I don't think anybody can say he's been used to his full potential, especially in relation to his peers. And so I'm hoping, with my hope is that this tournament is the start of turning some of that around.
Yep.
And I think that he's in a really great position to do that. I think that this block is, there's a lot of people to make a great statement against. I think that I will say, I'm not gonna lie, even though I'm a Noah fan, I'm not a huge Hayata fan at all. He's
very divisive. That's what a polarizing figure I've seen.
He doesn't move me whatsoever. But I think that this is a very interesting block. I think having Hiromu and Desperado in two different blocks is very great. I think for me personally, if I have to pick a winner of this A block right now, I'm going with Kosei Fujita. I think he's the guy this year. I think his momentum is insane. I think that he's just different. I think that I don't know, maybe it's because, I don't know if it's because he skipped Excursion. I don't know if it's because he went straight to TMDK.
It's because he came to Australia, Lyric. That's clearly what it is.
That might be it. That might be the secret. Who knows? But I do think that him, and even compared to some of his heavyweight counterparts as far as the young guys, he's just different. And I try to put it into words. I think part of it is, I think he embodies that fighting spirit. He seems to know who he is, but he just has it. Like he's explosive. He can be aggressive. The things that I've seen him do, like him, even earlier this year, getting into Okada's face fearlessly, like this absolutely no fear whatsoever. And he's done that even, recently with Kano. And here's the thing, I don't think he has to win this year to be a big deal, because clearly the fans love him. He's going to be a big deal for New Japan in the future. But if we're looking towards innovation that excites, I would say for this block, I think he's a good pick. I do think Kevin Knight and Clark Connors are good picks as well. I think that both of these guys, for New Japan, I think that, they are really great picks, like these three guys specifically. But I do think that it does need to be one of those three.
Yeah,
unless though we get a Desperado versus Akira final.
Yeah.
I will say that is.
Yeah. Well, the benefit is we get those semis, so you've got the ability to elevate a young guy whilst also putting in an established guy at that point as well. So that does help. In terms of Fujita, from the first moment he ran out as a young boy, his first match, it was like, this guy's different, because the story was, him and Oiwa were less than 6 months in the dojo from the time they entered to the time they got their first match. That was rapid relative to New Japan's approach. They are prodigious talents at a level that I just have not seen. I really can't comprehend it in the time that I've been watching. We're coming up on 10 years now, and I haven't seen a young guy that just looked, every time I watch him, he gets better. Every time, and I think, man, he's great now, but every time he gets better. He is just, he's a special one. And I said that Okada interaction, you're right, was so great. He reminded me so much of Yuya in the way that when Yuya was a young boy, he would always step to people that he probably shouldn't. And that was kind of the idea of challenge. He just loved challenge. He was always seeking it. And it feels like the young Punk is kind of in that mold as well, where he doesn't mind in getting, fighting, punching up and trying his best. Coming to Australia, working with Robbie is that, he's got Zach and Robbie. Like, he's going to become as well-rounded in ring as humanly possible. But I do think he embodies something that we as Australians love. Like, he's a bit of a larrikin, and he has that.
What?
A larrikin is the term we use that here. He's cheeky. He's cheeky. It's a bit of a knockabout bloke, like that. He's got a bit of that. He's got a bit of that. There's a glimmer in his eye that you know that behind that he's thinking about something that he's going to do that's a bit, he's cheeky. That's the best way. And he fits with Team DK. He fits the vibe so well. Absolutely. But he's a bit of a prick, and I like that little cocky little prick. And he thinks he's the best. He thinks he's pretty good. And I think with Show holding the title, while so many will obviously be down on House Torture holding the title, his idea is like, Fujita's like, you are the worst champion. I'm going to be the youngest, I'm going to restore this thing. And it gives him a reason to, if you want to elevate someone young and get all of like the instant experience of everyone going, yes, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how good the match is. Doesn't matter what you do. If you get the belt off of that guy onto Fujita, then I can see the rationale. I think he may make the semis. I'm not sure if he'll win. I would love for him to win, but I feel like that would be a real shot, a real big shot. I mean, the key thing to bring up is that the final is taking place at Dominion. Absolutely. As opposed to in previous years where the final has happened at a standalone event and then led to a title match at Dominion. I wonder, you've got to go one or two ways about that. Is that the Best Super Juniors final is going to be a big time final that's going to help insulate a main event scene that they're a bit concerned about, or are they happy with what they're building up top and they want to elevate two young guys that they're concerned about being able to carry a final? I think both are valid readings, but I do think that off the back of last year, that a youth movement is possible. However, the TJP is in this block, and the story of that United Empire thing, it does lead him to go one of two ways. He either flames out in this tournament, and then it's affirmed that he cannot lead that faction, that Jeff Cobb should lead that faction as champion, or he goes on a run. And I can see a world, we'll talk about it when we get to Akira, but I can see a world where it's TJP and Akira as a semi.
I think that's fair too.
And I think that would be key for Akira, because I think so many people have a lot of hopes invested in Francesco this tournament off the back of last tournament and the back of his progression in his year. He's young. He feels in the same boat where you could push him if you wanted to. But yeah, so they're the guys I'm kind of looking at. I think Fujita, I'm just excited to see him in all these interactions. I think that will be fascinating to get him in those matches. I thought his match with Doki in Taiwan was awesome. I thought it was really technically proficient, like really clean, and I feel like him versus people like Titan will be really good and really interesting. And just stylistically, it's a great showcase for him that we just haven't seen with him as well. But yeah, when I look at this, Bushi's been booked strongly as of late. Yeah, that's someone that's been getting victories in that faction. I like the Bushi Teton interaction. I think that's something to keep an eye out for. Former tag partners, the idea of Teton trying to move up. I've got this feeling that there's like an LIJ thing happening. Maybe it just feels like the CMLL guys might be conspiring slowly. A mutiny abounds perhaps in the future in LIJ with all these guys. So I like those interactions to keep an eye on. I like your talk about Clark Connors. I think he's the most kind of underrated guy, I'd say, but maybe in New Japan in terms of the way that he works. People don't really talk about Clark Connors even in the War Dogs. He's just kind of, because everyone in the War Dogs has a discernible identity, and he kind of is like the Voltron. He kind of has a bit of everyone, he kind of holds all of that, which for me suggests he could be someone that you could really leverage. So yeah, when I look at that group, I'm like, Despy is my guy. I will always champion Despy as you said, the gatekeeper, but he is the guy through which he's the great revealer. If you put someone in there with him, he will tell you who that person is.
He'll show
You
you
know?
what they're made of. I
Yep.
think he did that with Akira last year, and I think that's why so many people are, myself included, are just so excited to see what
Mm.
Akira does in the tournament this year. And I think I agree about Clark Connors. He's a guy who will say, like, he showed every time that he's been given opportunity in New Japan, he has delivered. Like I said, All-Star Junior Festival. And even going back to the original Forbidden Door,
Yeah.
to be subbed in last minute. And I think so many people are like, who is this guy? And then, oh my gosh, he's amazing. And
Mm.
that was before even the gimmick change. I think that he's been waiting to break out for a very long time. And what I appreciate about him is that he also realized this, is that if anybody's been following along on his social media, the teasers and videos has been
Incredible.
incredible. I
Yeah.
love when guys buy into themselves.
Yep.
Like, make me believe that you are the biggest thing in the world. I need
Yeah.
to see. I love that. I think Fujita did a really good job of that, of like skipping an excursion to go on a world tour. I
Yeah.
want to wrestle everywhere. I'm going to
Yeah.
spend weeks in Australia. I'm going to
Yeah. I'm
go
gonna
to
wrestle in Newcastle and Townville of all places. Like he went into some of the strangest buildings that we have to offer and got over.
I
Right.
think that's so cool, right? I think
Mm.
that that is so amazing. Of just, he is cocky. He is a prick. And honestly, for me personally, I think he reminds me a lot out of a lot of the young guys in New Japan right now. He reminds me of Okada the most, of the sense of he believes his own
Mm.
hype, but he
Yeah.
also can back it up because he really is that good. And he's
That's a
also
good comp. Yeah.
he hasn't even scratched the surface of how good he's going to be. But like of course I don't need an excursion. Of course, of course, like I just belong here. Of course, I'm better than everybody already at
Yeah.
21 years old.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
has the Okada confidence, and I think that
Mm.
that's something that other young guys have lacked, of just like, you say you're the guy, but do you feel it? Like, do
Mm.
you actually feel it? Kosa Fujita, he feels it. Like he has the confidence. And, I think Zach has been a huge part of that.
Mm.
I think being around Mikey and Shane has been a huge
Mm.
part of that.
Yeah.
But like you said, from the first time, even as a young lion, it's just in him. Like
Yeah.
it's just in him. And I think the TJP thing is very important. I think coming off of the cage match,
Yeah.
we've gotten a lot of follow up on the heavyweight front, but we haven't really gotten that follow up from the junior heavyweight front from these guys, I think. And so
Mm.
this tournament, I think, is going to be really crucial as some of that. I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of burnt out on TJP personally,
Mm.
but I do acknowledge that a match between him and Kira specifically is very important. And even if it doesn't happen in this tournament, I think a singles match between those two should happen
Yeah.
pretty easily.
Yeah. I think that ultimately, for me, I respect that TJP's trying things with the character and doing these sorts of things. I think the realization is that his role was in relation to Akira. Like that's what his role
Yes.
was to be that the guide, the connection to the history of New Japan, the story of the young guy coming in, like what he was, like an outsider on multiple fronts, this kind of very diverse character, like the Filipino from LA that went through the young boy system. Like these are very fits with a Francesco Akira, the Italian with the Japanese name that has come through all Japan. Like there's very much a kinship there in terms of their experience. So he was supposed to be the guy that helped Akira get to the next level. And I think that ultimately, if TJP is trying to break out as a singles guy and lead the group, I think that was counter to the core narrative. I think the goal is Akira to be the ace. He was always supposed to be. That was the motivator for Driller, and the frustration that Francesco had with him was, hang on, I'm supposed to be the junior. I'm supposed to be the guy. And I think that, yeah, it has to lead to that. I wouldn't be, I said, I'd be not against TJP's progression but only through the lens that it's to elevate Akira. I think
Absolutely.
that should be the goal with him. And so the ass wing stuff does confuse me and does leave me a bit like, okay, what's that going to do for
I
that?
think
So
also
I have
too,
questions. Mm.
yeah, I think also too is just like okay, I want to be a heavyweight stuff. So I'm interested to see, is he going to
Yeah,
actually, is he going
yeah,
to do the G1? I think, here's the thing. I think that all wrestlers should be confident. And I think all wrestlers should believe.
yeah,
And I think
yeah.
everybody should believe that they're the best in the world to an extent. But I think we should also be realistic. I think that, like you said, TJP's role was to, I think, essentially elevate Akira. There's
Yep.
maybe like a 15-year age difference between the two.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I'm not saying that, older wrestlers don't have any value, but I mean, clearly in that dynamic, I thought we all knew what was going on there. I guess not. Maybe
Yeah.
not. Who knows?
But maybe that's the story. Maybe that's the story.
Maybe
And
that's just, I think that is a powerful story to tell.
mm,
And, even when we talked about earlier Kushida and Kevin Knight of
yep.
just maybe we've gotten out all there is to get out of this orange.
Yep.
Like maybe it's time. I do think that probably heading into Super Junior Tag League later this year, we need to see something different. I think that we've kind of been going around in circles of like these same teams, and there's been some hint, but like never, like not any real moves of like real tension. Like I think like some of these teams, especially the teams with like specifically with the massive age differences between the two.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heading into Super Junior Tag League this year, we need something different. And so I think that that's important. Match wise, things that I haven't discussed yet. I think that Kevin Knight versus Blake Christian is going to be an absolute spot fest. In a really good way. I think Teton is going to dazzle the same way that he did last year.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about, I feel like Yoshinobu Kanemaru is hit or miss sometimes these days. At least in ring. Obviously, the House of Torture stuff is a whole different debacle that I'm trying to block out.
It'll give people a night off. It won't be, they'll able to, it's a tough schedule. It's a really compact schedule. Getting a chance to wrestle Nobu and do a bit of shenanigans is probably not the worst thing for a lot of the.
Not at all. And I think especially in this block particularly, there's a lot of really fast, quick guys here. I think you need at least 1 or 2 matches to kind of like chill out.
Yeah, hit the handbrake.
Would probably be the same. I'm just not a Hayato fan. And we keep giving him championships. It's just
look, there's certain wrestlers that I've just accepted in so many ways that they have a connection with an audience that I can't necessarily can't comprehend, but I recognize that it exists. I'm just like, it's there. Okay. I can't see it, but I look, it's happening. It's something there. Okay, cool. That's fine for me. I try my best to just, it's not for me. And I've seen a little bit of Hayata, and I kind of get the vibe and I get the idea, and I go like, okay, I get why there would be an audience for this. That audience just isn't me,
Correct. So before we head off to B block, pick your 1 and 2 from A block. If you do,
okay. I'll pick, if I'm going, I will say what I think may happen and what I would like to happen.
Okay.
What I think will happen, I could see Despy and TJP going through. What I could also see Despy and Fujita going through. They're kind of my thinking. What I would like to see is I think I'd like to see Despy and Fuj go through in a perfect world. That would be what I would like to see. Yes, that would be my 2 to make it through.
I would go Despy and what I think would happen is I do think that Despy and TJP is very likely from just the story perspective, and I think at least one of the gatekeepers of this are going to make it to the semis, either Despy or Hiromu. And Hiromu is still kind of like on a downturn as far as like and so I don't expect him to make it. I wouldn't put him forward. I don't think so. So I would say Despy, TJP is, but I would personally like Despy and Kevin Knight. I would say that, and honestly, I'd take Kevin Knight, Fujita, or Clark Connors. I think that one of those young guys needs to go for it. For me personally, for A block, if it's either any of those 3, I'm perfectly happy. I do think Despy is pretty much a lock, though. But anything could happen. Anything could happen. Like I'm all for youth movement, and I think what you said is really interesting of just Dominion this year being the final. And if we're looking at this card, especially like what you said earlier, as far as Mox versus Zach is the match for Dominion, you're already going to get so many eyes on the product that night. Why not just go all in on these young guys so they can get this
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and if it's Mox versus Naito, if they go the conventional rate, it's the exact same thing from.
Exactly.
So you've got an opportunity. Let's platform someone,
Exactly.
and I could see it for sure. Yeah, I'm not against. I'm not against that at all. For fans out there, if you're ever looking at tournaments, the way that I sort of engage, I always look at who people are wrestling kind of first night, and I look at who people are wrestling the last night or the last two nights. The semifinals is kind of good for a lot of people in that it makes it more unpredictable, because in the past it's pretty easy because you looked at the last night and you're like, that's kind of the semifinals, unofficially. You'd find out, well, those two look like the ones that would be fighting it off for the spot. Now it's a bit more variable. But I have looked and I've thought, oh man, I think Despy's got Hayata on the last night, which is curious, but he wrestles TJP the night before, the previous night. So I could see that, but it does add a level of variability that we don't have in the past, where Kevin Knight's wrestling Bushi, I believe, in that last night. Vegeta's wrestling Blake Christian, Clark Connors is Kanemaru. It doesn't scream. Titan versus TJP screams knockout. That's the one that screams knockout to me. With Titan being the previous finalist and TJP. But the other spot, it's a kind of I can't see it, and that's a good thing. I really can't. I look at those matchups and I go, oh, nothing is really jumping out, and so there's an air of unpredictability in A block, which I like.
I love that. I think that's what I appreciate about Best of the Super Junior. This time last year I was calling Gato Booker of the Year. That's how I know. Like I was, I was really high up on it.
Yeah,
just because it was pretty unpredictable, and so I honestly, to be quite honest, I think more so in the strain of last year, I really don't. I want one to be entertained, but two, I want to be surprised. That does not mean that I want a House of Torture winner now. I want to be surprised in reason, but
yeah.
I do want some unpredictability. I do want risks. I want them to take risks, and so now we have B block. We have Kushida, Hiromu Takahashi, Doki, Francesco Akira, Robbie Eagles, Taiji Ishimori, Drilla Maloney, Sho, Dragon Daya, and Ninja Mac, who I'm very excited
about. The B stands for bangers. I'm excited about this block. Yeah, I like this a lot.
I think also this block is a little less flippy than the previous block, but it's a lot of strength guys here. I think that this is going to be one great from a match perspective. I think that you already have some great ones lined up as far as Maloney versus Akira. I think Robbie Eagles can give just about anybody their best match. I'm excited to get to see Dragon Daya. I've heard so many great things.
Yeah.
Ninja Mac, after watching him in Noah, man, he's been incredible.
Yep.
Kushida's probably the least excited person that I'm for in this block, just because we've seen him a lot. But I do think that as an elder statesman, you do need somebody who one can lose. Yeah. And two, having a win over Kushida under your belt is, still a really great thing to have. Taiji Ishimori, obviously he left the tournament last year in an injury, so it's great to see him back and healthy. Hope that, to see him remain healthy, for the rest of the tournament, the entire tournament. And then Sho being the champion is very interesting with him being champion during this tournament. I don't know. If I had to pick right now, in a perfect world, Robbie Eagles wins everything.
You're not going to get an argument from me. Don't worry.
In a perfect world, Robbie Eagles wins it all. But I would personally go with Akira. Definitely. I think Akira probably is going to be a lot of people's picks for B block. No complaint from me there. And I'd say I'd go Drilla. I think somebody from Bullet Club has to advance. I do think that somebody from Bullet Club does need to advance to the semis, just because right now they're supposed to be, the strongest faction, and he is one half of the junior tag champions currently. So that would be who I would go with currently. But I do think they're going to make Akira, if he advances, he's going to run the gauntlet
Yes,
with some really
yes.
tough matches. And I think Robbie is probably going to be his toughest opponent on here, other
Mhm.
than Drilla. I think because honestly, I don't know why Drill is still considered a junior heavyweight. That guy is huge.
He is, yeah. I like the bully. I like the junior bully. I think it's a
I
great character
know.
trait. It gives him, the guy that cut weight to make the juniors. That's he's a mean guy that going in there and like
And you
this
can let
this
Jeff
one
Cobb
is yeah, like but this one is this block
in.
is the maybe from when I say bangers from me, this is the rich like character driven block where you have so much tied in where you've got Doki and Robbie have history. You have Francesco with history with both Robbie and Driller, and they're kind of all circling one another in this weird, like, little way where they're all trying to break out to get to that next level. The fact that the actual guys that they need to get to the next level aren't in their block, like Francesco needs Despy, Robbie needs Despy. Those two things are tied. Those guys, they rely on Despy as the gatekeeper for their next progression because Robbie got eliminated by Despy last year. You can't get past him. And with Francesco, it's a very similar story, right? That he's got TJP in the other side. So I really look at this as like those two guys, Robbie and Francesco, feel to me like the guys that have to go through this murderer's row to get to the spot where they're going to be able to prove what they've needed to. It's almost like that's unfairly they have to get to that end point. I like the matchups. I've looked at the back end of this tournament and I've looked and gone like, the last matchup Francesco's getting show. I'm like, that's curious. He's going after the champion on his final block night.
Very
But
interesting.
yeah, but Robbie's the one that I think is the one that you just flag as his last three matches. He wrestles Doki on the final night. Before that, he wrestles Akira, and before that, he wrestles Hiromu. He goes Hiromu, Akira, and into Doki. Those are all connected to Robbie stories. They're all Robbie relevant. So to me, I look at that and say I look at him as a real chance. And if you're thinking about Fuge, part of me is like, my God, what a semi-final Robbie versus Fuge. Like that idea
I think I
of
want to change my answer. I think I want to change my answer now.
could you imagine that like feeling of Robbie, whose goal in life, as he's made very clear, is best super junior. It's the only thing he hasn't done. It's like that's what I want to be. He's so slept on as a talent because he's obviously, I mean, he was a double champ. He was a champ in New Japan Pro Wrestling, held the junior and junior tag at the same time. That's a massive accomplishment that's sort of overlooked because it was during a pandemic, and in so many ways shouldn't be. It should be applauded because the dude had to live in Japan for 7 months to be able to get that. He couldn't come back to the country during the pandemic. He literally had to stay over there. And that level of commitment to me has always been something that I'm like, New Japan reward that. And I think the long-term play is the best Super Juniors. But my God, the sheer kind of anguish and tumult that will come about if he has to wrestle Fujita, who is the guy who is his trainee that has come up under him, who's got that brash mentality of, I believe I'm the best. It's either I lose my opportunity at maybe my last shot at getting this, one of the best chances I have at winning this thing, and I have to beat the guy that I'm training, and then Fujita to get him over is like, this is TMDK. It's all about the spirit of competition. Sorry, bud, but I got to beat you. I think that would be a really, really rich match. I could see that, but I think the safe bet is Akira versus TJP. I think that's the safe
I am
bet.
terrified. I think I'm terrified of just like picking Robbie because I would love that. I genuinely would love that. And honestly, I think their dynamic compared to Akira and TJP, I have more investment in both
Yeah.
Robbie and Fujita than
Mm-hmm.
Akira and TJP. Obviously, I feel like I'm invested in Akira
Yeah.
and not TJP. And also, I
Mm-hmm.
think that their age gap is a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
And so TJP is, I think, in his 40s, but Robbie's only 34.
Yeah.
He's still in prime ring years. Like, he, not saying like, TJP can't compete. Obviously, he could still wrestle, but Robbie's still in like his wrestling prime to
Yeah.
be hold championships, to be like, a guy like he's still there. Obviously, Fujita is like, 21. He's still there as well. But I think that these are two competitors who are very well matched. And like I would love to see that. I would love to see that dynamic. Obviously,
Well,
I'm a huge Robbie Eagles fan.
yeah, we love Robbie at We Work Stiff. He's the fourth stiff boy. He's like been the greatest supporter for our show. He's helped get us into spaces that we never thought we would. But a big part of why we kind of go to bat for him is because he is what he says he is, in terms of he is one of the best wrestlers in the world that people just don't know because he's in Australia most of the time doing his work. But when he gets a chance to showcase that, he carries that kind of drive to prove not only that he's the best, but that we're the best. So every Australian just gets behind this guy. But more than that, what's really fascinating about Robbie at the moment is that down here in Australia, the transition is happening. He is working as a bad guy, and he's made the shift to be kind of like, you take me for granted. You're not respecting what I've achieved. And it's like, I've seen that with Team DK as of late, little stuff with Mikey pulling the tights, and there's a little bit of this, like, we're competitors and we'll win at kind of all costs. We're not going to go full shenanigan cheating, but we're going to push the limit to win the match. And that is the final step for Robbie, in my opinion, to become the guy, is to get that edge that we've wanted for him for so long. He did a thing in PWA, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, but it reminded me of Ring of Honor Danielson, that kind of mentality where he'll kill you in the ring. He'll tie you in knots, but he had such confidence. Like, it was like he did like his version of, like, when Danielson used to do the I have till 5 ref, and he would engage the audience. The crowd was yelling, "This is awesome," and Robbie's chanting back, "I am awesome." And I was like, this is a movement of him just having complete command of himself, his character, and his movement. And he's just having so much fun being a dick. And I was like, I think that's the edge that he needs to go into the tournament with. So I'm really excited to see it. The Lim Reaper kind of character movement, I think, is great. Cause I like it too, because, in all honesty, I gave him that name, so I'm taking it. It's a pun that I gave, and it's now becoming a part of the branding. So I'll take that bit of clout. But I do like seeing that transition. So I would love to see him progress, but unfortunately, you never know in these tournaments. It's like Hiromu's been on a losing streak, and that's like, lol, Hiromu wins. That kind of situation is like, when he starts losing, does that suggest that he's going to go on a run? I think it could happen, but I think he's there to put people over. I think that's the goal of his run this year. He's in his balloon Okada phase, I think. And Doki's the other one out there that just is like, he could do something. They've kind of given him something early. I feel like his story in the best Super Junior is always about progression, like getting a little bit better every time. But I hope he gets towards the very end. But yeah, for me, I look at this tournament, I say Robbie looks strong, Driller looks strong, Francesco Akira looks strong. I'm excited for Dragon Dyer. I don't know what I'm going to get. I'm excited for Ninja Mac. I like the excitement quota is being brought by those two fellas alone. Like, they'll bring all of there's enough flips in those two to carry the block. But yeah, I just think there's a lot of stuff that will come from this particular side of the tournament. So, and I view my semi-final potential direction as being someone like, I would love to see Despy versus, it'd be in this situation, it'd be like Despy versus like a Doki would be incredible. But I can see, if we want to get to, it's going to be, for me, I see Despy in the final. I just see him in the final, and I see him putting over either Francesco Akira, who needs Despy to put him over based on the way it's done, Robbie Eagles, who he needs Despy to put him over, is the way to do it. So I could see that if Despy's going to make the final, that would be the way I would go. I see Despy Akira as being a real possibility, and I have no real reason for that other than their match last year was awesome, and it feels like a good way to elevate Akira,
I think also I think a lot of people are just invested in seeing that match again. And I think, imagine it being a final. Like that's the thing. It was just a block match, but like, imagine that.
Despy, we want Despy to win it. That's the issue. Like, that's the trouble, is that people are so, like, it would be awesome, but you just want, the moment should be for Akira to win. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's for Despy. But I want Despy to win a Best Super Juniors before he's done. I think it's important for him. But yeah, Robbie, Akira, Despy feel like my most likely winners, and the moonshot would be Fujita. I think he would be my moonshot. If you're going to push it, you could go that way. I think it would be awesome. And my dark horse would be, in this sense, would be Driller. And I think Kevin Knight in the other block, I think, would be someone that could come from sort of nowhere to stun.
Very fair. And I think also when it comes to Akira, like thinking of that match, Despy versus Akira and Osaka Joe Hall, like I think that whether he wins or not, he's a made man. And I think that, maybe that's where the TJP story comes in. Maybe TJP throws in the towel or something.
Yeah,
I can see that happening, actually.
Yeah,
I can
do that.
see that happening. I can actually see that happening. Or, throwing in the towel, or possibly like, interfering. There's like so many different ways to take it. I think, especially with United Empire being so disjointed. But I think that you make a really good point about Robbie, of just like he got pretty close to making it to the finals, like to the semis last year.
Lost to Despy.
Absolutely. And so I think I would love to see him redeem. But I think a point that we really haven't talked about is that the possibility of outsiders making it to the semis, because it did happen last year. Mike Bailey made it to the semis, and so did Teton.
Yep.
So that was a TNA and a CMLL guy. So I'm going to be honest, respectfully, I don't think that any of the outsiders are particular. I would not personally put them through to the semis. But I'm not going to lie. I'm very liable to change my mind if a couple matches are good.
Well, Mike Bailey, like Speedball was a different case, I thought, because Speedball has a different, maybe Hayata is the one that is, that has the recognition perhaps from the framing of the positioning he's had in his company to use as a vehicle to elevate, because that's what Speedball was there to do. He was there to get, he got made to the semis, which were like, oh wow, that's impressive, but he was there to put over Wato, like to elevate, like that was his job, was to get to that point and then give and hand that over to the young guy to get that stunning upset. I love Mike Bailey. I just wish Mike Bailey would find his way back to New Japan.
He said it's a contract year. He did say that.
Yeah. New Japan and contracts, so I don't get my hopes up, Lyric. But it's seeing him in that, Mike just fits in that space.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether we'll see someone do it to that level. I think, I legit think Ninja Mac is someone that could really thrive in the dynamic.
Out of all of them, I would put him up probably at the top.
Yeah, I think dynamic, like the way that the tournament structure works and the way that you kind of have to, on certain nights, especially the big match nights, like the 10-match nights, someone like a Ninja Mac, I think, can kind of bounce out of the pack and sort of feel like he's got some momentum behind him in terms of the way that they perhaps may book him. I think that's very possible that he could do quite well in this block because of his diversity. And I think what we're going to see in the B block in particular is a lot of the mainstays of New Japan kind of taking points off of one another, because you're going to be guys like Ishimori and Hiromu getting to go back at each other again, which will be great because they really bring something out of one another. But that's a situation where someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. Like they're going to sort of go different ways through that. And I think it will lead the opportunity for someone on the outside to come up as an outsider who hasn't got any of that kind of narrative weight that they have to do a certain thing a certain way or lose a certain thing. They can kind of cause some upsets. And I think I wouldn't be surprised. I think Dragon Dyer, unfortunately, with the late replacement, is probably most likely there to be showcased.
Yes.
I hope, and I think that's fine. I think get a consequential win. I think that would be the biggest thing. If, I don't know what they do, but booking wise, if they give him one or two wins, but one big win, I hope the Dragon Gate fans will be, at least content with that, given that he's coming late. But I've seen 2 matches of him. I've seen all of 2 matches, and he does things that I have never seen a human do. So I'm excited to see him in this space. Some of the ways he gets into stuff was really creative. So I'm really excited about that. But I don't think it's like last year. I don't know if the outsiders are necessarily
Yeah.
there. Although Blake Christian is one that I think keep an eye out for, because I've noticed a couple of the whilst New Japan's website is down, it's been a month for technology.
That has a whole different another conversation.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's a bit of fun, Lyric. Don't worry. I'm not in it for the business discussion. I have a bit of fun with it all. Just sit back and watch it unfold. But I went to the Japanese website, which was up, and I had a look at some of the undercard tags, because that's the type of person that I am. And I was looking in, and I realized that Blake Christian was teaming up a lot for the United Empire. And so there's just one of those little, like, oh, what's going on there? That's a bit odd. And that could just be to make it work, make the dynamics work on the undercard tags. But it's something you just keep an eye on, you just keep a note of. And I know of Blake Christian primarily because of his stuff he did with Strong. I'm a New Japan fan, so I'm watching that stuff. I know he's done lots of work with Ring of Honor, AEW, GCW, of course. But I think that he could be someone that, if an outsider, that they might want to just kind of push out of kind of nowhere with a view towards they actually have a plan for him. There's something about him. So I could see that. He's kind of an under-discussed commodity, which, like last year, Lyric, like we went in with so many key narratives that we wanted to track, and those things happened, but it was the people that we didn't talk about that became the stars of the tournament.
Absolutely. I
Because
agree.
they made the tournament was where their story began. They used the tournament to tell their story. I think that's what we might see here as well. I think there's a lot of compelling narrative reasons for Francesco, or for Robbie, or for even for Jeter, or for Doki, who have been in these spaces around it. But it might be the guys that have not been talked about or have not had any narrative build that will use the tournament to do that. So I think it's very possible that the outsiders could come in, and that's where your Kevin Knight shout might become relevant.
I was just about to say that. I think that when it comes to tournament time, that is the perfect time for nobody to know anything about you.
Yes.
That is the perfect time to not have a plan, I guess, in place for you as a wrestler. I think, and one thing that I've been noticing, obviously, I've been keeping up with All Japan with Champion Carnival.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that some of their young guys use it as an opportunity to rebrand themselves. Ren Ayabe came out in like the I don't know what to call it, like the 90s Japan starter pack with the long coat and like the new trunks and everything, and like
the barber kit, wasn't it? He turned up that's what I heard, yeah.
His first match in the tournament was against Kento Miyahara, and he made a gigantic statement in that match.
Yep.
Yuma Anzai, they finally wears a jacket. Thank God. I was getting tired of the Romance Dawn t-shirts. I love him, but good God. And he finally debuts his new look, and I think that this is going to be a really good time for like some of these guys to rebrand themselves, show people who they are, and start some of those stories. And I completely agree. Like even with Blake Christian, I think he's not talked about as much because I'm gonna be honest, I'm very confused that they wrote him down representing Ring of Honor, because to be quite honest, he's really on there. He's more so the GCW guy than just about anything.
Yeah.
But I think this is a very exciting time, and I think I'm interested to see how some of the people who we don't know more about, how they're going to fare in this tournament.
Yeah, for newer fans, and look, if you've lasted 2.5 hours of us talking about New Japan Pro Wrestling and the broader pro landscape, I'm not sure that there'll be many newer fans. But if I constantly get people that come along that this might be their first tournament or their first year watching this, which is lovely to see. That for them this is all novel and new, and they have that kind of wistful view, and it does invigorate me in some respects. Like, oh, that's right, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? This wrestling thing. But for newer fans, I often equate it to tournaments in New Japan and in broader landscape, but through New Japan, the lens I watch, I equate it to the Royal Rumble. And the reason I often do that, the G1's the best example for this, but Boss J works in the same way, where it's like, okay, the winner gets the title shot, right, at the Royal Rumble. Like the winner gets the WrestleMania main event, right? And everyone thinks, well, that's the key story, right? That's the narrative. Yeah, that's the conceit of why we have it. But when the Royal Rumble back in when I was a kid, when that was a thing that was booked with the consideration that when I was watching, I don't know, I haven't watched since 2003, but the goal of that was to set up all of the feuds for the rest of the next 6 months out of who eliminated who, who came out to different look, who came out for like who was the debut, they used that one showcase moment to tell 5, 6, 10 different stories that they could plant seeds for the rest of the year. That's what New Japan tournaments do. Like, yes, the winner is important, but it's often out of last year. We got, not only did we get Wato's kind of ascension and movement, but we got the Driller stuff, we got the Francesco stuff, we got the interaction between Cash 2 stuff that was happening there, we got the Robbie stuff that was happening as he's sort of fighting his way through. You got to see these little glimpses of the Kevin Knight, Kishida's failure story stuff coming in there. These set up what we would see be the next 6 months. You know, when Wato connected with Despy, it was because of that, the way that tournament went, and you could see the interactions and where they pay off. So I think if you're a fan and you're trying to get into New Japan, or you're trying to get in, especially if this tournament, you're trying to get into the broader landscape of Japanese pro wrestling, jump in on a tournament, because you'll find characters you want to invest in, you'll love, but you'll also get opportunities to get a glimpse at what might happen. Oh, they looked at each other, or they interacted, or they worked at undercard, or this person's, like I said, this person's working with United Empire. What does that mean? It might mean nothing, but it might mean something. That's what tournaments offer us, and it's why I just love engaging with them. I love sitting down, having a chat with people like yourself who are equally invested, you know, and are looking for things to read into the directions that they may go, and applying your lens to it, and which is different to mine, and we get to speculate and come up with different ideas, and then arrive at like, oh, maybe your idea is better than mine, or maybe mine, I don't know, maybe we're both wrong. But the joy, it's more often than not, the key lyric is they remember the ones you get right. That's the key when you start speculating. That's the only ones they remember. But the joy is in celebrating the thing and the conceit of the thing, and finding the potential avenues that you can get more invested in. So I just love, I love tournaments, and I love the Boss J for that very reason.
I think tournaments, like you said, it's all about table setting. Typically, these are going to set the priorities, like you said with the Royal Rumble. How it's supposed to work. Yeah. I don't know. But it's supposed to set the table, the priorities for the rest of the year, essentially. Yeah. Like, you know, that's what it's supposed to spin off of. And it can be argued, if we look at Best of the Super Juniors last year, even though Wato won, the greatest benefits of last year's tournament, especially when you consider like his eventual injury and things like that, are probably, let's say, Drilla and Akira. Yeah. Essentially, were probably the biggest people who benefited from
that was the story of the year. That was the story of the year in the junior division, was that.
Absolutely.
And it came from this tournament.
Absolutely. And then it also sets priorities for the eventual Super Junior Tag League, which happens later in the year. And one thing, especially when I think of outsiders in the tournament, like you said, you only need 1 or 2 big wins to make a difference. And I like to say that last year, heading into All Together again, All Japan definitely had the least notoriety out of all of them. But I think that they really made the most out of all the opportunities that they did last year of sending their people out. And the reason why I say this is, when you think of, I think of Yuma Anzai last year, he competed in the N1 tournament in Noah. Did he win? Absolutely not. But being able to get in the ring with some of those guys, it foreshadowed him winning the Triple Crown. His first time wrestling Katsuhiko Nakajima was last year in the N1 Victory Tournament. He eventually beats Katsuhiko Nakajima this year for the Triple Crown in All Japan. It's all table setting. And like, you know, and one, it's exposure for your organization, it's exposure for your promotion, but also it sets up those interpromotional rivalries. And one thing that I've been going through personally is going through like some of the older 2000s type stuff. And I think that one thing that we're missing sometimes, and I think altogether seems to be getting back to that a little bit, is that the top guys used to wrestle each other from different companies, all used to wrestle each other. One of my favorite matches that I go back to is the Champion Carnival final in All Japan, Hiroshi Tanahashi versus Suwama. So it was in Korakuen Hall, one of the rare occasions where Tanahashi gets to work heel. He was great at it too, by the way. And I think that that's cool. Like, you know, you used to have like the top guys of like these different promotions all wrestling each other. That's why you can go back and you can look at, Marufuji and Nakajima, they sent their ace and they sent their young guy over to the
Yeah.
G1. Like,
Yep.
I think that this can all be cool. This could be fruitful. Think about Kaito Kiyomiya. Last year, Noah sent him. What do we see right now? Gabe Kidd versus Kaito for the
Yep.
GHC Heavyweight Championship.
Exactly.
These are all tools, and I think everything it can all work together for our good. Like, I think that all of these are opportunities, and especially the doors are open, and they can be moved through in both directions. So if Ninja Mac is showing up here, I'm interested. I hope that one, New Japan sends some people to the N1 this year. Think some guys, if you have anything for them.
Well, I think like you talk about, I love that analysis, because if you think about it, like, okay, let's look at this is where I get on the kind of conspiracy booking hat. But you look at, oh well, Gabe's wrestling Kiyomiya, Gabe's wrestling a Noah guy, so the War Dogs are wrestling Noah guys. Well, is it any, I don't know, maybe it's coincidence, but the final night, Driller's wrestling Ninja Mac, right, in the tournament, the final night. So if someone's going to eliminate someone from contention and continue a potential story that they have to go on into Noah, then that would make a lot of sense, right? Because they would be telling that story over there with the War Dogs invading Noah. You've got an inbuilt reason to go back and get the win back in theory, and that's, to me, that allows us to do interesting and creative things in our tournaments and in their tournaments, and in, like, exactly, like, I think the politics and everything gets into it, and everyone starts to get cynical about who's exerting what influence over what. But if I, as someone who is investing really purely, I fight off all as much, business discourse as I can. I'm like slapping it, because it's not something that interests me. But I, if I'm looking purely through the lens of, character and storytelling, and making some, conceptual leaps, as I'm getting renowned for, but if I'm looking at that and I can see a consideration of where it would go, then it feels like that there's someone's thinking about this. Like, it's not just we're gonna put people together. It feels like there's a plan, and it feels like there's more of a coordinated plan amongst certain companies to highlight certain characters. And we can debate all day about whether the characters they pick are the right ones. That's just neither here nor there. It's all a subjective thing. But I like the idea that the intent is to build something together, and I think that's really the great takeaway. And this Best Super Juniors, to be able to get a situation where we lose Taguchi and we get Dragon Dyer, it's like, I just like to live in that world. I think that's a great world to be living in,
I love it. I agree. Like we said, 6 different promotions being represented. And like, I do like to look at the business side. And these are the facts. So when you look at some of these promotions, nobody is doing great enough right now to where they can't accept help. Nobody's breaking records and selling out buildings. I can point to just about every single organization, and they've had at least one show, multiple shows this year that have been seen as attendance failures and things like that. Everybody needs help, because I'm gonna be honest, everybody is on a top guy shortage, whether it's due to guys leaving, whether it's due to injuries, or whether it's due to just people just aging out. Talent sharing shouldn't be seen as this, I don't know what to say, like this parasitic relationship. Obviously, there have been things in the past that have happened to where it can be viewed that way. But I'm choosing not to be pessimistic about it, because I think that right now the pros outweigh the cons. And maybe it took New Japan falling a little bit for everybody to kind of like get on one page for it. And if that had to happen, I'm fine with it, because I truly believe that collaboration in wrestling is going to help everybody grow. I think that it's going to help the entire scene grow. And I think that as a fan, there's nothing that makes you more excited than knowing that your faves can show up just about everywhere. Like, even me going to Japan in that full week, I saw Noah wrestlers at New Japan. I saw New Japan wrestlers at Noah. I saw, DDT wrestlers at All Japan. I saw All Japan and Noah wrestlers, or, at DDT. Like, all of these worlds colliding. That's what
Yeah.
for me personally as a fan, that's what I come to see. Of just, I love seeing storylines being told and interwoven throughout different things, and like,
Yeah.
bringing Dragon Gate into the mix. Like, there's a lot of potential here.
Yeah, and I think as long as I agree with you 100%, my only caveat is I just want to make sure that each company keeps its identity. It keeps the way that it likes to tell its stories. It keeps the philosophy and the way that, and because that's integral. It's integral that All Japan has a philosophy that you can identify. It's integral that Noah has a philosophy that you can identify. It's integral that New Japan does, and that each of them they all are birthed from the same place, and that's like the history of Japanese pro wrestling, right? They've all emerged from that place, but they deviate at different points to craft these different interpretations of the same thing, and that allows guys to get different looks when they go into different places. It's so valuable to be able to see someone in that space. As you mentioned, Tana working heel in that context, that only emerges because of the relationship and the place in which he's being put. You can't do that organically, but it makes sense in that space. You can't do it internally of New Japan without forcing it and making it seem like, yeah, that it would be rushed, or it would be counter to the long-term vision. But you can do Elseworlds kind of things, but still have them have resonance. Like, that is a real key, and it requires that everybody has a defined identity. That is my fear. That's always my fear, and it's all I've ever tried to talk to is I fear when we start to see companies have to adjust the way that they would do their conventional storytelling to fit with another company. And at what point do they lose their identity?
Absolutely.
That is the concern that I would have, and I would raise that no matter which company it was, never who's perceived to be punching down, because we need diversity. Diversity is essential if we're going to show growth, movement. It's diversity in wrestling is the most important thing, and anyone that's advocating against it, as someone that is wanting the thing to be like the thing it's always been, that will be just for you, and you can have that, and you can sit alone and talk to yourself, because that's what's going to happen. And I think that the vision of where we're going as a collective of all the people that are engaging, you're seeing it play together all together. It's all together. We're all together, but we're not all the same. And we recognize and respect that we can have different approaches to this stuff, and what great stuff can emerge when all of those diverse elements interact. It's better than what we could do if we were just doing it on our own. And then we get to take that back and use that in New Japan or All Japan or no. It's just, I choose, and I choose to be optimistic about this stuff, because
Same.
if I choose to be pessimistic, it's very easy, and it will lead to me starting to be exclusionary and be like, oh no, I don't want this. I'm scared of change. I'm scared of that. And wrestling has needed change for a long time. We're seeing positive movement. This is an example of, I think, that can lead it. And I say it all the time, and it might get me in trouble with a puro snob, but what happens in Japan is what happens in the West in just a decade's time. Like, you're seeing the future of wrestling every time you watch Japan, because that's where the influences are emerging from. That's where the wrestlers are emerging from. That's where the ideas are emerging from. It always has been that way.
Are you
So,
saying that we're going to get an all together USA in 10 years?
oh, look at that. Yeah. All together. All together,
I'm not
everyone.
gonna lie. Something tells me that eventually that's going to happen. I
I
don't
think
know.
it's inevitable, right? It's
It's
inevitable
inevitable.
in
I think with
time.
the
Yeah.
talent, eventually, I know everybody has their sides and things that, I'm notably biased. I'm not going to lie about it. But I think, especially with talent sharing, and I think also we're seeing wrestlers take more of their power back.
Yes.
As far as like, negotiating contracts, of wanting to be around friends and different things. I think eventually, the forbidden door is going to have to go in all directions. And I think
Yeah.
Japan is leading the charge on that. Like you said, I don't think we see it within the next
No,
2,
no, no.
5 years,
Uh,
10 years from now. Absolutely, especially after the way that we consume things is constantly changing.
yeah.
TV is becoming obsolete.
Hmm.
Everything is all about streaming and different. Everything is on
Yeah.
demand. And
What does that do? What does that do to the way that pro wrestling is constructed in the West when it's no longer a TV product? It's done, like, there are going to be seismic shifts in the way that people consume, and as a consequence, the way that it's constructed. And
Absolutely.
I do not know what that looks like. I have no idea. And I think that's exciting in some respects, but it's also going to be a challenge.
I want to be optimistic about it because I would like to think that, okay, if we're not adhering to constant ad breaks and like, TV constraints, what can we do from a storytelling perspective? And
Yeah.
also from an in-ring perspective, like what if should this mean more women's matches, more match time period? Like, for everybody, like, I want to be optimistic about these things. Obviously, like eventually the politics get involved and that's where
Of
everything
course. That's where we get in trouble. That's
that's
where we
where
always get
everything
in
gets
trouble.
messy. But
Yeah.
like I agree. I think that what I really liked about All Together is like I love the inclusion of DDT. I think like sometimes they get left out because their storytelling method is so different than the others.
Yeah.
But they're so good. Like they're like those guys are so good. And I think that as we've seen, if you look on a wide scale, DDT has produced some of
Yeah.
the most
Super influential.
dynamic talent I think of all time of in people who can do it all. And I think we talk about Mike Bailey, and we think about Sami Zayn, Kenny Omega, Kota Ibushi, Konosuke Takeshita. We're talking about some dynamic talent who can really do just about anything, whether it's comedy, emotional, like investment. We're excellent matches.
Yeah.
I really love seeing them included. Like when you talked about, places retaining their identity and stuff.
But it shows that there's a core connection there. Like the idea is DDT may on the surface look super aberrant because you're like I mean I loved going there when I took Rachel there. It was the most fun she had all week was like DDT. It was like this is a I got pashed by Dino, so I was like by accident entirely because my partner's putting her phone up to try to get a photo and it looks like she's putting her hand up, so I didn't even know it was coming. But what that is that's still pro wrestling, right? That's pro wrestling. Pro wrestling, like I said, people get very like that's what frustrated me when I got in the whole Twitter debacle. Was like I was being seen as like this super serious pro wrestling person, and I'm like, pro wrestling can be anything. That's the beauty of it. But it's got core fundamental tenets that make it what it is, and it's those core tenets that everyone can agree on in the altogether space. And if we just play to that, then how you express that is entirely upon your upbringing and the context in which you emerge from, and that's your company. So it makes perfect sense to me that DDT would be involved and that DDT could fit whilst also being individual. And I think that we struggle so much in the discourse about being able to recognize that we all care about this thing, we all like this thing. It may manifest as an individual take that might be different to what you're thinking of, but don't assume that I don't share the same understanding or love of that core thing. It's just where I'm from, what I watch, the way I engage may be different, but we share that common thing. And I think getting back to understanding the core tenets of what it is that we like would make this whole thing so much easier rather than focusing on how that's articulated, like, oh, this is not as DDT is silly. This is a silly thing versus maybe it's the right response to get the right result that you wanted to do 25 years ago. But that doesn't work anymore. This works here. Like, I just think people get very short-sighted when they start thinking about these things. And that's why I love a tournament, because you get a core tenet of Japanese pro wrestling tournament. And the tournament holds everything, and we can go anywhere in the tournament. We can do anything in the tournament. Yano has been a G1 forever.
How many
and
matches in the tournament?
Right? No one was batting an eyelid about how the sanctity of New Japan's tournaments were being hurt by Yano, right? But because they understood what his function was in the context of that thing. And I think that for so long we've been focused on we've lost sight of that aspect. I think at the end of the day, it'll all be okay if we stick to the core tenets of what we want to do. And I think that's what we're seeing with everything up and down the card at the moment, especially the young guys talking. They're complaining about the fear of losing the core tenet of New Japan Pro Wrestling. That's what they want to protect. So I'm looking forward to seeing who steps up in this tournament as a way of because I think that story is going to play out here as well. I think it's going to be someone standing up for New Japan will be part of this story.
Absolutely. And so, in closing, we're going to answer a few questions that were submitted. First one
Okay.
was question to Lyric. What are your thoughts on Gabe Kidd so far in 2024 from a promo and in-ring standpoint? I think he's doing great. I talked about it earlier. I think that he's slowly becoming more stoic. I think that
Mm.
he's still a madman, but he's becoming a calculated madman.
Mm-hmm.
And he is building a new look for himself. I love the Dr. Death, Steve Williams
Mm.
inspired coat and everything. And I think that it's about to get really tense with him holding some gold. I think he's going to be Eddie Kingston the Resurgence. And I also think that even if he doesn't beat Kaito Kiyomiya at GHC and that for that GHC heavyweight championship match, I think it's going to be an incredible match that we're going to talk about all year.
Yeah.
And I think that shout out to the GHC heavyweight championship because has, in my opinion, has been the best from a match perspective, the best world title in wrestling in 2024. If you look at the match, Kino versus Manabu Soya, Kino versus Dr. Wagner Jr., El Dr. Wagner Jr. versus Jake Lee. And I don't even like Jake Lee like that. I don't. But I can acknowledge that was a pretty good match. And
another
then,
polarizing figure.
you know, that's a whole different conversation too as it relates to New Japan. Who I also think that is probably going to be Naito's opponent for Dominion. I think that could be happening. You know, Jake Lee. I forgot to talk about this. Jake Lee pinned Naito at All Together. So
yeah, I think they're doing that. The All Together main event. The next All Together.
Right. I think they already announced it, so it's not Dominion. My fault. So yay. But
I think it's going to be Finlay Naito, if that makes you feel any better or worse.
No, it doesn't. But yeah, I think that I think it's going to be very tense, and I think that's one of those things of you can pad somebody's resume all day, and I think that you can put titles on them. But at the end of the day, for me, what I look for in New Japan Wrestling is for them to be the king of sports, and I think it's for matches that inspire me, not just matches that I like. I think matches that genuinely inspire me, that I wake up and I'm like, good God, I'm so happy to be a wrestling fan.
Yeah.
Matches that make me do irrational things in the middle of the night, like book flights and like, you know, and I think that's what I've been missing from New Japan a lot this year. That inspire. I remember last year when I watched Osprey Omega, I decided then, I said, this time next year I'm going to be in Japan. I said, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, you know, still paying that off. And I think I've been waiting to be expired. And I will say, most of the matches this year that I've gotten that feeling from have involved Gabe Kidd.
Yeah.
Gabe Kidd versus Hanare. Gabe Kidd versus Shingo. The Steel Cage match. So I'm very happy with, I think, Gabe Kidd's progression. I'm excited to see how that unfolds with Finlay, too. So, question for both of us. How can New Japan get back on track? You know what? Actually, I'm going to save this one for last because there's a couple more. Someone to say, who can realistically be in the main event of Wrestle Kingdom 19? Naito has to be in the main event, but his event is unclear. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that in terms of drawing the house, if you're going to draw a number, Naito, I mean, you were there, Lyric, like the experience in the house is you can't really quantify just how much reverence the audience has for Naito. It's something else. It's
nothing like it. Nothing.
It's
nothing like it.
No, it's like, what is it's, and I was like, it was like, go Sonata. That was me. Like, I knew I was in trouble, you know.
Naito was so powerful to the point where if you ask me in the moment, I'm like, this match is a 4.5 minimal. I rewatched. I said, "Holy shit, this sucks." I was like, it was not great, but
no, it was great, Lyric. It was great because we were there. That's the point, right?
No,
That's the point.
No, of course it was great because I was there. Like, of course it was great because I was there. But it's just like it reminded me a lot of. What reminded me of it a lot was Dynasty recently. I don't know if you watched the full thing, but that card was absolutely stacked. But the crowd stayed hot up until the very end because they wanted to see Swerve win so bad.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. The match wasn't particularly great. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it obviously it wasn't anything to write home about with Swerve and Samoa Joe. But that crowd was so invested in Swerve and seeing him win to where
Yeah.
they cheered like they had just seen the greatest match of all time.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really great,
Wrestling. That's wrestling.
that's a great comparison for exactly what we saw at Wrestle Kingdom this year.
Yeah.
People said, come hell or high water, we're getting that roll call.
Yeah. Yeah. But they found a way to make that, like,
Mhm.
Sonata, the Sonata chants were the things that got me, where Sonata saved him, and then the crowd just organically cheered him for doing that because he saved their hero Naito. To be there to see that, I just left there going, yeah, Naito's special, and it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, oh, does Naito have knees? No. Can he see? I'm not sure. But at this point, it's just we're going to ride him until the wheels fall off. It's like, Puro has a great history of doing that. Like, the legends don't have to be in the greatest physical shape, but as long as they reflect, because I've said this many a time, for Naito and for everyone in those spaces, the reason he's broken is because of what he's done for them, because of
Absolutely.
what he's
Same thing
done
with
in New
Tana.
Japan. Yes,
I mean, you think
they
about
will
what
never not be there with them, Lyric,
Mhm.
because they did that for them.
Absolutely.
And so they'll whilst other people watching, like, oh, Tana should stop doing that. Oh, that doesn't good. That's 2.75. They're watching it from a view of, I want to watch the match, versus someone who's invested in the characters we talked about from the very beginning of conventions of storytelling. I if he fails, if he struggles, if he slips, it's a product of all of that hard work over 20 years. It's a product of all of the sacrifice. It's a product of him going through the system. And I support him. I'm with him. And that carries so much. And so when you look at when you look at Wrestle Kingdom main event, from the beginning of the year, I was like, yeah, Naito has to be there. I've always thought that. I just think because they've got no one else that you could put there that would draw interest,
energy. I think
that
there's
would
nobody
sell
else.
tickets. To be fair, to be brutally honest, that I just can't see, unless they do some really compelling way of doing Tana's last ride, then that would, because I could see that selling tickets for the exact same reason, but it wouldn't be as compelling from a Western fan. I understand that wouldn't be something that would get people
I
excited.
think it would, though. Here's the thing. I think it would excite Western fans, and the reason, and this is why. Whenever I've gone to any type of show in America that has Tanahashi on the card, his meet and greet line is around the block.
Yeah.
I've stood in one. He is so beloved just by simply being there, showing up. And I'm gonna be honest, there's some people who, like, they might not know much about New Japan, but they've heard of Tanahashi and they know
Yeah.
that they want to see him. Like, they just want to be able to say that they've seen him once in his career.
Yeah.
So I think that a Hiroshi Tanahashi last ride, I think that does move people, especially depending on who's the opponent. And I think, but it also has to be built. I think, you don't get built one match. It has to be a tour. So you have to be like, this is last match in America. This is last match in Canada. This is his last tag match. You know how I think you can do the full Muto thing that he did there.
Yeah. I think Naito is going to get that at some point too. I don't think Naito's on
absolutely. I think absolutely.
This. And I think so for me, Wrestle Kingdom main event, from the very beginning, I thought Naito was the A story this year. I thought Naito Tsuji was the story. I'm not as convinced of that at the moment. I have a sneaky Naito Hiromu shout that's kind of out there of like, if you're going to pull the trigger and just go for it and get wild, that could be a potential direction you may go. Like this would be ridiculous and completely conspiracy filled, but the idea of Hiromu struggling for so long, he struggles in the junior division, he loses his identity in the division, and so he chucks himself in the G1.
G1?
Yeah. Yeah. That's just look, that's a
if you want to sell tickets.
Yeah, but that match would be the last, it's literally the last, it's the last straw they have to, it's the last thing they can pull. It's like, this is all we got. But that would be, and Naito, because I'm like, who's Naito going to put over in his final match? Like that idea of not final match, but his final big Wrestle Kingdom moment. It's like, oh, he'll put over Tsuji. That's what he'll do the next generation. But I'm like, Hiromu's the next guy. Like Hiromu's the star, the potential guy that takes the same aura that Naito has. So I could see that as a potential direction. But I honestly don't know. I just don't know. And maybe that's a good or a bad thing. Last year, I was pretty confident. Last year, around this time, after New Japan Cup, I literally predicted Sonata Naito as the match.
I agree. I think that was
And
coming. I saw that coming.
yeah, you could see it coming, right? If you're
It was
following the story,
that was pretty easy to predict. And I think now,
it's
especially
not.
with the title on Mox, and I think also I do expect at this point, I do expect Mox versus Shota
Yes, I agree.
at Wrestle Kingdom. And if it's not Mox, I think that means that they get Okada somehow. And I think that throws a wrinkle into the main event. I do believe that in that scenario, though, I think I don't know, because like you said, we don't know, but I can predict this. I do believe that whoever Naito's opponent will be for Wrestle Kingdom is going to be a member of Lij. I think I will predict that, and I think especially we're starting to see more tension. I think especially even with Shingo now, it seems like he's starting to reemerge as this singles beast, and I think that that's a very realistic possibility. Like I said, in my opinion, even though obviously there's only one match that goes on last, there's always two matches that get top billing at Wrestle Kingdom. Those two matches, and I like to think of them as the international main event and the domestic main event.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's at least for the last 2 years. I think that's exactly how I think of it. And so I believe that Shota will 100% be involved in the international main event, which is why I really wish they would have swapped the titles a bit. Like I think that if Shota and Mox if their story revolved around that global heavyweight title, especially since it's considered the successor of the the US heavyweight title, I feel like that would have been made a lot more sense in some ways, even though I understand the purpose of Mox holding the world title, and it feels.
I also think Mox deserves that world title in that.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of that. I mean, that might be controversial amongst Puro fans, but I do think that that made sense to me. It still makes sense to me.
I agree. Listen, how I have my Death Jitsu shirt on. Right?
Yeah. 0 fucks. But I agree with you, and I think the story beat for that is Shota steps to Mox. Shota challenges Mox for Wrestle Kingdom because that's the key for his progression. Mox gave him this match. The key for Shota is to assert himself and be himself and step to Moxley as his graduation. So I don't think Shota wins the G1 to get to that point because that would be him getting into a spot to get to a champion. I think he has to challenge Moxley. So I don't even think the title.
I don't even think. I was just about to say that. I don't think that he needs to win a title from Mox to be a made man. And obviously, we've seen special singles matches can be that international main event. We saw with Bryan and Okada earlier this year. So I think that's my pick. I would say, who does Naito face? All I have for you is it's going to be a member of Lij. I think that the Hiromu story is a very, very. That's very plausible. It makes a lot of sense. He's been on this downturn, and I'm not going to lie. After being at the top of the junior division so long, is there a lot of flair and in interest in him?
There isn't. No. He's very stagnant, but I also acknowledge it's copium because it's such an easy fix. I'll send Hiromu up is always the argument. But my view is I don't even know if you have to go up. It doesn't have to be that thing. It can be not a personal issue, but Naito can pretty much say that this is who I want to wrestle, and they can make it make sense the way they want to do it. But if it's for the world title, it's so many variables. I honestly can't predict where we're at, but I think that's why the G1 is so important this year because it really is going to instruct everything we're heading towards Wrestle Kingdom. Everything. I hope Mox is in it. I know that's probably a pipe dream, but I think if you're the world champion the year that you win it, you should probably be in the G1 because you need to really assert. If he loses the title, his will to want to get it back, through the G1, and then you can set up that Shota match because if you did Moxley versus Shota here at Resurgence, you do Moxley versus Shota in the G1 where Shota can beat him in the G1. And then at the end of it, you can have rubber match at Wrestle Kingdom, and Shota does it. That is Gato or 101.
I agree. I think also it's just very interesting. I think that there's so many different story beats. I think then also Shingo and Tsuji to be able to face off, Shingo.
Oh, get in.
And honestly, hey, if Naito
Yeah.
wants to face Shingo Takagi in the main event of Wrestle Kingdom, I don't know if I might be the only person who's on board with this, but I would love that. I would love that. I think Shingo Takagi is absolute superstar, and I think the only thing that he hasn't gotten is just time and opportunity. I think and we've seen it this year of from that in-ring perspective, he is carrying New Japan in a lot of different ways. And I think that he just needs that opportunity for people to kind of like see him as the guy.
I hope the Never title is a long and extended run and he gets to do that and really establish that identity again. But yeah, and if he does, then I'm happy for him. Not definitely the main event. If he just has the Never title against someone of significance, a younger talent.
Well, my goal for the Never title for Wrestle Kingdom is I want Gabe Kidd versus Hanare.
Yes, I do. I want Gabe Kidd versus Hanare in any context, every
Absolutely.
context. For the rest of the time, I'm happy to watch that match on repeat. I think that is a dynamic. Yeah,
I think those two could have potentially the greatest never Wrestle Kingdom match since Shibata Ishii. I think that we need that signature. Don't get me wrong, Takagi versus Tama Tonga.
There was a run back with Jeff Cobb and Shingo, which was awesome.
Absolutely.
But I think you're right. But I think people, the kids these days, excuse me, I'm an old man now, but the old restore the feeling stuff, all that idea. Gabe Kidd and Hanare can create something new. Like exactly. They can kind of like, it's not going to restore it to what it was. It's like we're going to remix it, and I think just watching them beat 7 shades of shit out of each other is about as good a time as I can have at the Graps, to be honest. So
I think we need, like I said, inspiration. We need those signature matches that you can point to for a division and say this is the bar.
Because they care. They care.
Exactly. They care, and I think they understand the lineage of that title, of what it's supposed to mean and what it's supposed to be.
If you show the audience that you care, this is so key for New Japan, and it may be an issue that you've been identifying and you're seeing it across the landscape as people are showing that. But if you show that you care, they will care too. And I don't think Hanare and Kidd in that match they had earlier this year was like, we sign us. It was like a fight for a contract. It was like, invest in us because we want the ball. Other guys might have it, but they don't want it like we want it. And fans can see that. The fans can see what that is, and they want to invest. And the story right now is these foreign wrestlers don't care, right? And when I say foreign wrestlers, I'm not demarcating it as Japan versus the West. It's philosophically, it's New Japan versus outsiders. They don't love the philosophy and the way of doing things the way we do. We care about this. That'll build a real strong base. It will. But you have to follow through on that, and you have to invest in the guys that care. And Gabe Kidd and Hanare care more than many.
I agree. I think it was very evident. I think about Okada's last defense of the Never Six-Man title, and the next match it was obviously Shota versus Ren, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but I think for them having that slot, especially in Cork and Hall, it wasn't a statement. It was matched, but it wasn't a statement. And then, what was it, 2-3 weeks after that, we have Gabe Kidd versus Hanare and Cork and Hall. No title on the line, nothing on the line. And they fought for their lives.
Yeah.
It's hard to put into words what they really did that night, just because double knockout. Like, bro, what? And I think that's the type of stuff we need that on the Wrestle Kingdom stage, because I think that Wrestle Kingdom is important. And I think that, how do I say it? Like, maybe that's why this year I think has been kind of disappointing from an in-ring perspective, is because I do think that Wrestle Kingdom was a bit disappointing from an in-ring perspective, match by match by match, where the good matches were great, but some were definitely forgettable. And I think a lot of it was just tons of rematches. So we're watching Catch 2-2 versus War Dogs for the millionth time, and then
I always said that Wrestle Kingdom was the end of a story. It was the closing chapter of the pandemic era, and as a consequence, we had to kind of sit through a few things that felt redundant. That felt like we were just going back. But I think it was an important kind of statement of like, we're done with that era now. and which is why I thought it was important to start off with, having to have Yuya and Yoda in that match at that time, because I just felt it was like a sign to the future that we have got some consideration. But I agree with you. I think that for me, match quality is never going to be the determining factor. It's always going to be just intent. Like, if I can see that there's clear intent, then I can forgive anything, really, to be honest. I'm like, okay, that wasn't as great, but I can see what they're going for. But I feel like this year we're in rough terrain. We are. Let's not pretend like it's not. Everything's beer and Skittles. However, there are shoots that I can see that I think are the signs of what New Japan does best, and I think that there is indication that we may be steering the ship back towards that, even if it seems risky. Yeah, I feel so. I feel that way.
So you said Naito versus LIJ.
I'll say Naito versus Hiromu with an absolute moonshot. But in terms of the main event, I just don't know. Between that or Moxley and Shota, take your pick.
And I hey, like I said, like there, whether people like it or not, there is still Okada leaking in the background of they may get him for Wrestle Kingdom, they may not. Yeah. But I think that if for any show for him to ever appear again, Wrestle Kingdom would be it. So
yeah,
that just there's that. Another question: is this the first real challenge the company has with not having a definitive ace in the company after Okada left?
Is this the first time that's happened? Yes. It's not the first time, but there's always a challenge, always the next person up. It's just whether they're ready or not is kind of is always the challenge, isn't it? Really. To me, I'll say this, and this is a half-baked kind of equation. I look at so much people talk about, we're in the dark ages again, right? We're in the dark ages. New Japan's in the dark ages, and whether they want to attribute that to booking or to talent, losing talent, or they want to attribute that to the yen, whatever people want to attribute it to. But maybe it's just the way I look at things. Lyric, maybe I'm just built this way. I'm like, well, what did the dark ages birth? The golden era, right? And what it did, though, is it birthed Tanahashi, and there's a mythos around that. But to cut it to its core, it was just a guy that did not agree with the philosophy as presented in New Japan. He didn't agree with what we were presenting in terms of the shoot. I'm not going to get into the Inokiism discussion, but he just didn't agree with what was happening, and he stood as separate from that. He was different. He wasn't like all of those other guys. He wasn't like the Nakamura type that was framed as the shooter, that was the boom rookie that was embodying all of those elements. He was different. He built his showman style over time, but he philosophically never agreed with that, and he built his identity in response to that thing. And through him, he crafted the new generation of what it would become, what New Japan would become as the ace. I see for the first time, that Shota Umino interview, I see someone that is literally speaking this idea of, I don't agree with what New Japan has become and what they're doing. I want to change that in spite of New Japan. I want to save New Japan from itself. But he's finally accepted, because he's like, I want to be inspirational. But he's finally accepted that the role of the ace is to become the top guy and craft the company in your image. That's the vision. That's the goal. And as long as the company reflects your image, you are the ace. Whatever the company looks like, that's the ace. Whether you have the title or not, whether you are the figurehead for that. And so, people talk about Okada as the ace. Like, I'll be honest, I never saw Okada as the ace. He was the standard. He was the guy. He was the standard. He was the boss. But he wasn't. The company wasn't him. It wasn't like that. He didn't have that kind of relationship. You had Tanahashi as the acely figure, for which the company reflects, and you had Naito as like the dark ace, who kind of reflected the alternate engagement for the other side of the fans, who both viewed New Japan through either of those two lenses. They didn't view through the lens of Okada, but they recognized and respected that's the boss. That's the guy. And so I look at this current crop and I say, all right, one of you that's coming through, all you have to do is do what Shota is starting to do, is recognize that I have a responsibility to make New Japan in my image, because that's what the ace has to do. And then the other guys, like, you may get Suji become great. You may get Yuya become great. You get Gabe as the kind of the other not spoken about young boy. One of those guys could become a bigger star than Shota.
Absolutely.
But his job is to be the guy that frames it. So I don't know if it's not happened before, but I do feel we're in different territory where there's not an established top guy that you can point to and say that guy in ring is going to be the best
Like
guy in the world.
We don't have that right now. And I think also, like you said, I think we can look at this as like a death sentence, or we can look at this like as an opportunity. And I think you look back at New Japan's history, let's say like when AJ and Nakamura left, like the company could have crumbled easily, easily. But what happened? Guys stepped up. I think that's at the end of the day, wrestling is a star-driven business. Kenny Omega moves from junior heavyweight to heavyweight, and maybe that's that, and that reminds me, when we're talking about Hiromu, of who is that guy? Because typically there's always at least one guy in your junior heavyweight division who's ready to pull, who's ready to pull.
Yep, and I think I just don't like the revisionist history of Kenny, to be honest, where people are like, oh, they were building Kenny. They were building Naito. They built Naito to some extent. I mean, when Naito got the trigger when Nakamura left to go after the IC, Naito was coming off losing to Goto at Wrestle Kingdom. It wasn't exactly like he was being put on the boil. And Kenny was, as you mentioned, he was a junior guy who was feuding, like he'd just lost the title. He was around, but I was there. I knew that he was talented. We all knew that he was talented, but I don't think people saw him as he's the leader material. I think people thought, well, AJ's leaving. Who are they going to get? Who are they going to sign to do the AJ kind of run where they promoted from within? And I think that we look back now and go, man, Kenny was they built Kenny and they had him ready and they had him waiting in the wings. It's like,
which is so funny to me, because the thing is, if you look at Kenny's story, a huge part of his story is that nobody expected him to be the guy, especially with him coming, like, even if you go back to DDT, Ibushi was always seen as the star. Kenny was good, great, they're great together, but Ibushi was always seen as the megastar. That's part of the reason. Like, I mean, that's part of the intrigue of the Golden Lovers, of when Ibushi leaves and goes off and does the Cruiserweight Classic and everything. This is when Kenny comes into himself to become the star, the guy. So it's like, that is 100% revisionist history, because that's a huge part of his story, of just people not seeing that in him. I think everybody obviously knew he was talented, but that's a huge part of his story. And I think people,
they give New Japan way too much credit for building him up prior to that. They really had. He was tagging with Chase Owens for like 4 months. Like, it wasn't like we were heading into anything of significance at that time. So, but they did. But I give them credit. They saw the talent and said, "All right, we're losing AJ. We're losing Nakamura. It's Naito's time. It's Kenny's time." And I think that the element of surprise was the bit that really helped him too. Is like, he got to own it and he was ready and he was prepared for it. And I look at someone like Gabe Kidd as someone similar in that sense, where he's not being positioned the way that everyone else is being positioned, but he's the one who's ready and willing. And I think sneakily, they are giving him a lot more than they're giving everyone else, but people just aren't paying attention to it.
I agree.
And I think that, so for me, he's the one that is the breakout potential in the same vein. The other sneaky one, I'll give you one if you want to do an equation. I think Drilla Maloney has massive potential as well.
Absolutely.
As the junior that can break out.
I'm upset that we never got the Ospreay match, the one-on-one Ospreay match. But I expect that to happen. I expect that to happen at a future Forbidden Door. I think, he's not ready right now, but I think next year or the year afterwards, I think that, that'll be a really great match. Because everybody has their ghost that they're chasing. And I think, like, for him, but he, with him being a heel, like, he gets to say, like, he doesn't give a fuck.
But he does.
Absolutely. But I completely agree. I think about Gabe, he kind of like snuck up on everybody, and I think that is part of the reason. That's part of the difference, I think, between all the young guys. Of, yes, were they called up all pretty abruptly? Absolutely. But who was ready and who wasn't? I think that's what it comes down to. And when we talk about being an ace, I always say that the ace and the top star can be the same person, but they are not always the same person.
Yeah.
And I think Mox is a really good example in AEW of just Mox is 100% the ace. He's the guy that you slot in anywhere. Do we need him to like interact with our partners, our international partners in CMLL and New Japan, and like manage those relationships for us? Absolutely. Do we need him to carry the world championship after everybody gets in fights? Yeah, he can do it.
Yeah.
Is he the guy who can be in the Continental Classic to give it credibility, to cement this as a round robin tournament on the level of like, a G1 or some of these things? He is the guy to do it. Is he the top star in AEW? No. Was he ever? Probably not. I think I would say eventually once Kenny got the, I would say the AEW World Championship, just because, I mean, Mox is, I would say, a top 10 best wrestler in the world. Is he top 4? Yeah.
Well, I think the thing is, and I would say, if you need someone to go out there and cut a promo to make everyone believe in AEW, you send out the ace.
You send out the ace.
It's the same way you send out Tana. Out you go, Tana.
Exactly.
Say something.
Same thing with, I mean, even when we look towards with the management of just when everybody, oh my gosh, the president gets fired, but we're putting Tana in. Everybody's like, oh, okay, well,
that's fine. It's fine. It's the ace.
Exactly, and I think that's the difference between an ace and the top star.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of been like that dichotomy of just Tanahashi, what he does things that Okada would never do, but also can't do just because it's against his character.
Yeah.
It's completely against his character. But Tana's character is being New Japan. He is being unbiased. He doesn't get involved in the faction drama. He puts the company first, and things like that. I've been actually making my way through his series of biographical interviews on New Japan, before the website shut down.
They're trying to stop you, Lyric. They're trying to shut you down.
They're so interesting when you read through those interviews. And one, it talks about him, like, from like high school up through like, wrestling training, being a young lion, when people started splitting off to go to All Japan, being asked like, to leave with them, with the problems with the Nokiaism, having to stand up and say like, no, this is disagreeing with management about the direction of the company. And also when he finally takes the reins, it's so interesting to get inside his mind of how he approaches certain situations. And I think that's, when I read the Shota interview, I can tell he's been studying. Like, I can tell that he's been talking. I can tell that he's been talking about the things that matter and studying the things that matter. And it's a very interesting of just, I'm gonna be honest, that being the ace is very uncomfortable. It's not all. It's not always, winning titles. It's not going to be all about that. And I think it's going to be that person who has to put New Japan first, which, going back to what we said about Mox, it's very interesting when you have that relationship.
It's beautiful.
Also,
it's beautiful. Yeah.
That's my type of story.
Poetry, Eric.
Or cinema.
Cinema, they say yes. Oh, yeah. To answer the question, I will say this as you to go off what is a very eloquent point. The idea of the ace and the star. New Japan has its top star. Naito is the top star.
Yes,
he has to hang on for grim death until such time as the ace can emerge. That's his role. It doesn't mean that he may not even be the one that elevates or puts over the ace. It may not be that, but he's there to insulate as the top star to ensure that the fans are still invested in the thing until such time as the ace. And hopefully the next ace takes the top star mantle when they go one and the same and we've got ourselves a generational talent. We're off to the races. But if not, we have to move with whatever is moving. As I said, everyone's getting a shot. Who's going to live up to that? We'll see. That's kind of, I don't know, in the day, like, I'm not paid by New Japan. Like, whoever wins, if they win or they lose, they don't do well. If it doesn't affect me, provided I'm enjoying the character progression. Like, okay, the business is down, but am I enjoying this? Like, that's,
I think that there's beauty, especially in, how do I say it? I think in modern wrestling, you see a lot of guys who are handpicked, even when we can't understand why. I think even within New Japan, because still, for the life of me, I can't understand why David Finlay is still getting pushed to the moon.
I can, but it's another discussion.
Hey, I mean, I can understand logically why. You just
can't see it.
Yeah,
That's fair.
right.
That's fair.
Um, and so we see a lot of even when you look at WWE, Roman was the guy. No, they were not going to be deterred. They
Mhm.
don't care how good Seth was. They didn't care how good Mox was. Like they said from day one, this is our guy.
Yep.
Naito has famously said none of this matters because it all belongs to Okada anyway.
Yeah.
Handpicked. I think it's very interesting and very intriguing to watch people fight for the top spot in real time.
Yeah, I agree.
Because how many times has the decision been made for us as fans?
Mhm.
And whether we like it or not, cheer, boo, whatever. This is a very interesting opportunity, especially for it to happen in New Japan specifically.
Mm.
Not Noah, not All Japan, New Japan, the biggest organization of them all, is having a war in real time of who's going to take over. I
Because it
think
feels consequential. Like, it feels like
absolutely,
if they make the wrong choice, it's gonna be
it's a ripple effect.
yeah, there's
It's
issues.
literally a ripple
We've got
effect.
stakes. We have real stakes that we're watching, and they're being transparent about it, Lyric. They're saying it. Every one of those young ones is talking about it, opening up and bringing people in to say, yeah, pick me. I believe I'm the one to go. This is why. This is why New Japan needs me. This is why New Japan needs me. They're all fighting to prove that they should be the ace because they want to shape it in their image. They're making it transparent and then putting the stakes onto it. So yeah, you fans out there, pick the person you want to go with. And the way that you engage with them could shape the way that you engage with all of New Japan eventually. Like it's
100%.
high stakes. I like it. I think it's putting what I said all the time, what I love and what I invest in is I say New Japan is the home of the auteur. Like you talked about Clark Connor's stuff he did earlier where he made his own little film. Like people that craft their own narrative, they want to be in control of everything. They're not being produced. There's no one in their ear. They're not being told what to do. They're crafting it off the back of their instincts, what they're thinking. Well, we've got 4 or 5 or 6 young auteurs in the making that want to craft their story. They're all indie directors that have just been given a blockbuster budget. And
Absolutely.
some of these are going to hit and some are not. And I, for one, am here for that kind of risk versus reward playing out in real time. What can I say? Maybe I'm a freak, but I love that kind of stuff.
Shout out to the sickos, man.
Exactly.
I think one thing that's been left out of this conversation, especially if we are heading towards that Naito Hiromu, which I think now the more you break it down, I think is even if it's not a Wrestle Kingdom, I do think that it is inevitable, right?
Has to happen at some point, yeah.
We need a junior ace. And too, like like that is also one of those big things. I think New Japan, like I said, anytime there's been a prosperous period, there's always obviously you have your heavyweight guy, but there's always been a strong junior division, but there's always been a strong junior star. Like Jushin Thunder Liger is probably one of the most recognizable faces in Japanese wrestling history. And one of the most the biggest stars. I think Hiromu has obviously been, I would say, the biggest junior star that they've ever really invested in, of this generation. The junior ace has to be considered in this equation. And I do believe that this is a very important, which makes Best of the Super Juniors this year even more important, because I will say everybody expects one of the 2 major stars by this time next year. Probably one of them will move up to heavyweight, whether it's Desperado or it's Hiromu. It could be both. I don't know. But that means that the junior division is in my opinion, just about the same situation as the heavyweight division, except the only thing that the junior division has that the heavyweight division does is that the top guys are still in pretty good working condition in ring.
I love that description. They're in working condition.
They're in good condition. And I think that
and they have the ace. They have him.
Absolutely.
Kose Fujita is him. They know who he is, and he's there. And it's just a matter of that's what I think as fans. If you're coming in, or if you've been out and you want to get back in, you get in through the young lions. That's how I got into New Japan and got invested in it. Like those guys were like Jay White was my guy in that time, and Finlay was too. So that's why I have a soft spot for the guy. But like Fuge is you want to jump in at the ground floor. Get in now because that guy's going to be the ace. We can see it,
I
but
think
that's
he's
why
going
the
to be the ace of
tournament's.
the company. I think
Yes, I agree.
I think
Yeah.
that he reminds me of Osprey. He's going to do really great things in the junior division. He's going to win that belt numerous times.
Yeah.
He's probably going to win a best of the Super Juniors. But all in all, Kosei Fujita is going to be the star of New Japan.
I've faith in that too. I think that's why he has Robbie as a junior mentor and Zach as a senior. It's pretty much he's going his way up through the divisions through those guys. So, but we get to see, we get to see the time.
Fujita versus Zack Sabre Jr. match is going to.
Oh yeah, it'll be incredible, and that's what gives us hope. Like, yeah, there's a lot of shit that's going to come along the way,
Absolutely.
but that's always been the case. New Japan has never been immune from that, and I think it's granted it was carried by elite in-ring wrestling that I think confused people to the identity of New Japan Pro Wrestling, that it's just in-ring wrestling. It's more than that. The in-ring is important because it's a key for affirming their position as king of sports. And I think the young guys know that, but I just give them a bit of leeway. Like, end of the day, these are young guys trying to prove themselves and get through this stuff. I think this tournament, this Best Super Juniors, is as you mentioned, the working condition of the guys will help the young guys elevate. We saw it last year. We'll see it again this year. But I have faith in the G1. If they get the right numbers, they get the right balance, that we'll have exactly the same thing happen here. It might be the last run for some of these older guys, but they'll be doing everything they can to get the next ones over, I think.
I think I'm interested to see who is all in the G1 this year. I don't think Tana should be in there. I think he's going to feel like he has to, but I don't. And I'm not going to lie. If we want Naito in the main event of Wrestle Kingdom to do anything substantial, he's going to do it.
You're not stopping him. But
I am terrified just because Naito wasn't in the best condition heading into the G1 last year, but he was a lot more mobile than he is. He was at the end. And that one, I think that shaved. It feels like it shaved an extra 2 years off his career.
Those last two matches.
And I'm not even going to lie about that. Like, I think it shaved the extra 2 years off his career.
I think that's why he got the eye surgery. I think he's realizing that I ain't got much time in this. And I'm with you. I think, but you do a story. If it's Tana's last run, you do that Nagata run and you have him go through and he doesn't win and he has to get one big thing. But Tana just isn't like that. He doesn't think like that. For fans out there,
he's not going to give up, though. He's never going to give up.
No, he's not. And I think my concern is someone like Ishii's not going to be in it. That's the reality.
Don't ever say that, please.
I'm just preparing everyone for it. I'm preparing you all.
Ishii's on fire this year.
He's broken. He's so tough that no one sees that he's in pain all the time. He's
on fire this year.
He's doing well, but I don't know if he's going to go. It will depend on the scale of the G1. If we go big numbers and they have to wrestle, if we do 4 blocks and they wrestle less matches, then I think that will help certain guys. I think they should do that. I think 4 blocks to 6 makes sense to me. But we will see, just to try to make it a little bit easier on everybody. But
you know what? All Together, I believe, should help with that this year. I agree. They go big this year with another big block. I think that the relationships between All Together and also with AEW, I think should help with that. Personally, I'm looking for. I've convinced myself that Konosuke Takeshita challenging Mox for the IWGP is a foreshadowing him entering the G1 this year,
which is a very logical reading of that lyric, and I would agree with that. And I would say that when I have that discussion with people, that's what I were trying to infer in the AEW storytelling when I was talking about the Hobbs stuff, and everyone's like, "Oh, you're going up. You've clearly you've got something against Hobbs." I'm like, "I've got nothing against the guy. I like him." But the way that they do this is, just as you mentioned, everything means something. It's always suggesting something. So it's like, if Hobbs is challenging in that space, well, then bring him over. Let's get him over for a G1. I'm not against it. Love the dude. Monster in the block. Perfect.
Absolutely.
But that's what we are expected to do as New Japan fans or Japanese pro wrestling fans. Everything means something. So you just don't do a match because we have to put on a match next week. It's not like that. It has deeper significance. So I agree. And could you imagine?
Hey, listen, I think people even look at Stardom, right? Like, Do you think that Mina's showing up for no reason? Like, do you think that Mina is showing up for no reason? Do you think that everybody's popping up? Like, these stories are intertwining for a reason. Obviously, we're heading
they have to.
Towards Forbidden Door. And I think, hey, the interesting thing about Konosuke Takeshita, I believe, like, if AEW doesn't wisen up and put some gold on him soon, you're talking about if New Japan needs a guy, a top guy, guy.
Yeah, that would have been what they did back in the day. Like before AEW existed, 100%. When Takeshita had done all he'd done, he would have gone and worked PWG for 3 weeks, and then would have come back and signed for New Japan. That would have been the way they did it in the past. I'm not denying that fact, but yes, he would move. He would be you just know what he would be in New Japan. We know what it would be, and that's
even like a G1 run. That's sell tickets. If you want to sell out, maybe not sell out, but if you want to sell tickets in every stop, Konosuke Takeshita on the card, that gets it done for you.
It's just, it's what it says. It's what it says about the company and the direction. But yeah, I think that's what I lament. I'm not having a go at Western Pro Wrestling. I'm happy that people have got incredible, the greatest rosters that have ever existed. That's great. It's just not my style of pro wrestling. That's fine. But I do lament that selfishly as a New Japan fan in the past, someone like Takeshita would be someone that could solve a problem quickly.
100%.
But I also acknowledge that would also create a problem. There's a flow-on effect in other companies for those movements. But as I said, we're all, I'm not altruistic. I'm interested in the thing I watch, so I'll be championing that. But I don't pretend like it's not going to have an impact on the other companies, like many tend to do.
I think also it's just like when you move so many people in different directions, it has an impact. In even like when Okada first announced that he was leaving, the first thing that I thought, I was just like, imagine if wrestling companies did trades, because if if theoretically, like my frustration, I think with AEW sometimes has been Takeshita's booking, right? Like it seems like no brainer to put a title on the guy.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. Yeah, I hear that a lot.
My thing is like, hey, if they don't have plans for this guy, imagine if you just traded him to New Japan. Like imagine if you traded him to New Japan for Okada. Yeah. That's pretty even. Like that's pretty even when you think about like as far as the longevity and his age and the life that you get out of.
The benefit of like we saw it with Jack Perry. We saw it like an excursion with Jack Perry. It's like it's not here. I'm not here to say, New Japan is better than AEW. New Japan is different to AEW. And when you need to get something out of someone that you have not been able to get out of them in a context in which they are, it makes no sense to keep trying in that context. Put them in a different context and see if you can get there. And now, stunning, Jack Perry comes back and he's cutting these incredible promos and he's doing a style backstage where he's confronting. We saw all of that in New Japan. New Japan fans are watching that happen in real time. And it was all a consequence of, I still credit a lot of it, and people, I know it demarcates me, it's a bit different, but House of Torture gave him freedom. There was no concern about looking silly, or it insulated him completely, and he could just go into his character. And I loved his presentation. I have immense respect for what he did, because I think that is a tough thing to do. He didn't need to go to Japan and do that. And I like that he's still House of Torture adjacent somehow, like they're running Resurgence and his back is in there. I just like that. He'll always be a New Japan guy before that. But that's an example of that helped him, and it helped New Japan. It helped that tournament. It helped tell a story. It helped Shota. It helped. Both benefited from that relationship. It was the one that I left going, maybe there's a chance here with this AEW partnership that we can do some things. Maybe there's something to that. And then we kind of had the Mox thing, and then it got a bit shaky again. But it's all a bit of work in progress. But I'm with you. I think if you said Takeshita 3 months over in New Japan as a way to, we're not using you, but we can elevate your stocks. We can help tie you into a character over here. And maybe we have Moxley over there, or we maybe have another AEW talent over there, and we can tell an AEW story subtly through the lens that New Japan does. And then you can come back and revisit that here. But you've got all the reps. He doesn't need, like, let's be honest, Takeshita doesn't need any reps. He doesn't need anything. Like he's made.
I think that Takeshita he doesn't need reps to get better. I think he just needs more so diversity of opponents. And I think he needs high quality opponents, which he even talked about in his backstage comments after All Together. He said that he wants singles matches with all the guys in the match, and he'd want singles matches with the top guys of his generation. He said he feels like no one can call themselves the best until they go through each other, which gives me hope. Going back towards that, paired with the, challenging mocks for IWGP, gives me hope that, okay, maybe we do get this G1 run or something like that.
And also puts him on a trajectory for Okada, because he's positioned himself as the Okada. So
I agree.
You get both. And maybe I'm reading too far into it. That's not uncommon for me.
I think the same thing. I think personally, next year at Wembley, especially if they run Okada Omega 5 this year, I expect Takeshita Okada next year at Wembley, just because I think that those two, they're going to keep them separate for a while, for a long time, until it's time, because that's going to be huge. And I think that that's going to be huge. But no, I completely agree about Takeshita. And you talked about the Puro the relationships. Another question was, what can Puro companies realistically do not to have the perception of their company being a feeder promotion from U.S. promotions?
Wow.
Whoa.
I don't know. Short of robbing banks. I mean, how?
I think part of it is staying off the internet. I will say, I think that's a large part of it, because I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people, you'll see people who watch, I've realized that a lot of these people who are quote unquote standing up for New Japan do not watch New Japan. They just hate AEW. Or there's a lot of people who they love, their particular brand of wrestling, and they see foreign wrestling as beneath them. Just because I'm gonna be honest, that's how American wrestling fans have been conditioned to, to believe. And I mean, that requires some unlearning. I think that people should go through it, but everybody's not like that.
Yeah.
I do think some of these concerns are valid. And I think some people do have very valid concerns. And I think we've talked about a lot of them in this conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of this actual discourse boils down to faceless, nameless accounts on the internet stirring up shit because they have nothing else to do.
I think a lot of that is, you're right. I do think that the perception is made by people with 11 followers, but that somehow get a platform far greater than many.
One hit tweet, man. It only takes one.
And I agree that is a large part of the internet discourse for sure. And I really lament when I was talking, I hope was in good faith, and you realize that people don't know you, they don't know your intention. And I'm being characterized as like a WWE person or something. Like, this is someone who doesn't watch the product. I'm like, what? It's like, maybe you should watch more New Japan. I'm like, I could try. I don't think it's conceivable, but maybe they're stopping me from doing it now. But I think that the issue and the perception, it's a real perception. And Japan has it in terms of their baseball, for instance. Like, when you're in Japan, that's one thing I loved about it, was I just didn't realize just baseball is everywhere. Like, I was on TV, like 8 stations of baseball, talking heads, like Sports Center baseball. Literally. At 2 a.m. in the morning. I was like, okay. And you see how big a cultural element that is. And their top guys obviously go to the majors, the Major League and the World Series. That's seen as the pinnacle, and they're kind of they've got this thriving industry, but they will never be seen as that until they want to reject the idea of they're a feeder, but that's what they are perceptive in the world of wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Shota talked about was the best idea, and I think you can't deny the money is ridiculous. TV money in the West is you can't argue with it. If someone's going to
bigger,
exactly, if someone's going to pay me millions of dollars, I would never begrudge anybody for taking that. I don't think who's going to say no? Oh, I'm going to stay for the purity of the thing. Look, that's, people will make decisions about their family, their interests, their future. That's fine. People will come and go. That's the nature of the industry. The perception as being the feeder, the perception as being beneath, you can change that the way Shota did that and just be better. In the idea is we are going to be the best pro wrestling. And that's a subjective thing. But if you believe it and you go out there to prove it, that you will find an audience that will believe it too. And that's the key driving narrative is we'll just be the place that will be the alternative to the alternative. And we'll be the place that platforms something different. And that something different will be this kind of long form, investment driven, high level pro wrestling New Japan did once in the past, and they can do again. They're doing all the little bits around the long-term investment, the long-term stories, the investing in characters. They just need the matches to follow. That's the last bit that will click. And when that does, I think their top guys will get taken. I have no doubt about that, because people want talent. They want fresh. They want new. They want different views. They want diverse. I get all of that. But if you get the core tenet right and the top guys really push that, then you're okay. And I think that who gives a shit if you're perceived as being the NXT or with a development league? Like it doesn't affect me in a sense. It doesn't affect how I engage unless that is the actual perception as understood in the relationship with AEW, for instance, or they never beat AEW talent in America, and that makes them look second rate. And that can be true if it's over and over and over again. But I don't feel like the long-term vision will be that. And if it is that, I think New Japan will break from that. I think that would be the logical move. It's like, oh no, it's not, there's not a level of equity here, so we're not going to do it. I think at the moment, I understand why they've done what they've done. And I think it does have a perception issue. It does. That's, I think, people, the way I've been talked to in regards to pro wrestling fans, I think it does have a perception issue. But I don't think it's something that's fixed. Like, it's not static. It's something that can change. And all it takes is a star, a big match, a big thing. Gabe Kidd's rallying against it. You all say New Japan sucks. You all say we're second rate. You all say this is punishment. He makes it the narrative. So that's how you do it. You don't run away from the vision of we're second rate or we're the feeder. You lean into it and you prove that you're not. To me, that's the way you address it. You don't pretend like, oh, it's not happening, or that, I think I trust the guys to make it work. That's really where I'm at with that.
I also think it's pretty reductive to call I don't know, a promotion as old and as prestigious, not just New Japan, I would say like any of the Japanese promotions, to call them reductive, like, a feeder system or something like that, right? Like, at the end of the day, how many top stars has AEW lost to WWE? Maybe like 3. I would say 3, maybe. Essentially, we've seen the same thing happen with New Japan to AEW. Does that make either of them feeder systems particularly? No, I think it's just more so the circumstances of the day of just different opportunities aligned in the cards for different folks. And I think I don't know, like I get, and I think also that's a very American view sometimes. I think, like I said, it's that conditioning that Japanese organizations are already beneath us, of just like, oh, you see that? Like, you see that that's happening, of just, I think I encourage people to sometimes look a little bit deeper, just because like there's still a lot of talent there. Now, here's the thing with New Japan, yes, the talent being elevated to the levels that we are used to for top stars. Has that happened? I understand. Like, yeah, that is a thing. But even when you look towards other peer organizations, like I look at TJPW, right? They're probably more popular than they've ever been right now. And I think it was because a lot of their stars started going to America. Like, Miyu Yamashita, Maki Ito were spending a lot of their time in America. What do? They focused on what they did best. Like, they focused on what they did best. And then they started pushing people up, getting people ready. And so, yeah, and now they're very popular in America. They do shows here, they sell out. Like, and like they're starting to, their attendance numbers are going up, even in Japan. Yeah. But when their stars, started, moving around, they, Yuka Sakazaki as well, like they adjusted. They started focusing on what they did best. Even Noah's been up and down type vibe for a very long time.
It's always rough seas for the Arc, Lyric.
Absolutely. But they found something that works for them. I think like that Monday Magic concept, right? Like, it's been a huge success for them. It's so different. Like, imagine normalizing mystery vortex cards. Very PWG of them. And it's become a thing. Wrestle Magic was a great pay-per-view, great main event. The involvement, like, the Marigold debut. Like, they did a lot of different things. Like, they're doing a lot of different things. All Japan, very small roster compared to everybody else. Very small roster. And now they've been considered like, the ugly stepchild for a very long time.
Yeah.
But they really honed in on what do we do best? Who are our guys? And I will say, for me, I think that's why I'm so high on All Japan. they've taken all the risks. They said, okay, we're going to put, if we say this guy is the guy, our future, we're putting the Triple Crown on him right now. We're not waiting. They put they have their junior ace. They anointed him, put the title on him right now. They found their tag team. These are our guys. We have our ace in Kento. He's still our top star, but we're going to go ahead and elevate these guys right now. And the thing is, obviously in New Japan, there's more of a struggle for these people. But at the end of the day, it all comes, like you said, it comes down to those core tenets.
Yeah.
Getting back to the things that we do best.
It's such a good point, Lyric, because I think it reveals, as I sit there and I listen to you talking about it, I think the reality was New Japan was slow to its Western expansion, right? We all kind of recognize that. But the issue was that was a goal. It was a clear goal. They saw a market. They saw the opportunity, the same opportunity Tony Khan saw. That New Japan were seeing that with the elite. They saw that there was the potential to grow in that space. And as a consequence, I think they started to shift some of their approaches to be more Western, aligned with Western interest and sensibility. And as they started to do that as a part of the process, they started to, not lose their identity, but just it became a little bit amorphous for a bit. And then AEW comes along and pretty much stops their potential to do what they were kind of going to do. It stops the idea of elevating Jay White or a Juice or a Finn. Like, it stopped that, Osprey, or their investment in the foreign talent, because now that became a negative. Now that was going to be a massive positive. You had all of those stars. Like, I look at AW pay-per-views, it's not to have a go at them for signing, because that's what you needed to do. But that was what ostensibly New Japan was visioning to be. It was like, we'll have Kenny, we'll have all of these people in this space, and we'll grow it over here. And because they invested in that, they put a lot of faith in that, it led to a situation where we are now, where it's like, we have to go back. We have to fight back to get back to what the core of New Japan is and the identity of that. And that is a challenge, but it's something that I think, and for fans that who weren't invested in the more Western leaning in ideas or concepts or approaches, we have kind of followed with them back, and we're with them as they go back towards that. And I think the perception of a feeder idea would be the idea that it's trying to be something akin to Western pro wrestling, which is like developmental, right?
Yeah.
And so I think companies that appear more like that could get that perception. So I think it's good that New Japan are stripping back from that. That's a way to get out of that feeder perception, is to say, we're going to do something different. Like, we're not going to teach you how to work the hard cam here at New Japan. Like, that idea is like, we're going to be different, right? We present a different style. And yes, our guys can go over there and become stars. That can happen. But it's not because we are preparing them or presenting them for the West to consume. They're going to be our type of guys done our type of way. And I think this new generation is very much alike, is more aligned with that than they are the Jay Whites of the worlds, the Will Ospreys of the worlds. I think it's a different kind of time for that.
I think also, going back to something we said earlier, this year's Forbidden Door is going to be very important as far as that framing. And I think AEW versus New Japan, and it's not even like one is supposed to be better than the other. I think they just need to acknowledge the differences between.
It's worlds collide. It's about, when we say AEW and New Japan, we make an assumption that they're similar, and they're not. They're not. And so people say, oh, you can just do it over here. You do it like this. They book challenges like this. We'll just do it over here. No. You're your own thing, built in the context which you emerge, Western Pro Wrestling TV presentation. We're not that. We shouldn't be seen to equate to be the same. We should be different. And if we can't, maybe that is not understood by the audience in the way that we've framed it. So let's make it overt. Let's make it AEW versus New Japan Pro Wrestling, the battle of philosophies. And now we know these are not the same. They can work together. They can play nice. They can live in the same space, but they're not the same. And I think that's important for people to know.
I think, what's a really good way to like describe it, of just, they're supposed to be different. And I think like you're supposed to treat both environments different. Look at Osprey and Omega, right? Like, the match that they had in Japan and the match that they had in Toronto are both excellent all-timer matches, but they are both completely different.
Yes.
The second match very much plays up to, the crowds and, getting reactions. You think about the bit with the Canadian flag. It's so very much about that.
Callous.
And then you go back to Yes, it was, Don Callis, but then you go to the Tokyo Dome, right? And that is a classic New Japan match. That is
Drawn
all
out. Yeah.
the story, about the characters. It's about building to moments. And I mean that just speaks, to the guys of, just how great both of those guys
Yeah.
are to,
Yeah.
to be able to, like, do that type of duplicity.
It's drama.
It's drama.
One leads high drama, one leads a bit melodrama, but it's the audience's expectations. But it's still the same thing. It's just they're
Absolutely.
just they're just shaping for the audience that they're wrestling in front, and that's exactly what it is. It's we share something, but we express it differently, and that's what we've been kind of talking about this entire time, which is lovely, isn't it? We're sort of wrapping this in a
No,
beautiful bow. Look at that.
it's all full circle. Um,
incredible.
Second to last question.
Mhm.
Somebody said,
The
why is it?
WeWork this is the WeWork Stiff show. I'm sorry, I've brought the WeWork Stiff. We don't do things in brief, but
No, I love whenever I get to do long episodes. I feel like I'm a real yapper. I am a certified yapper. But sometimes, like, especially like, how do I say it? And because, like, covering, like, TV wrestling sometimes,
yeah,
it doesn't, I don't get to, like, yap,
yeah, because that's
long.
not the expectation, Lyric. Like
Exactly.
we did an 8.5 hour podcast for Wrestle Stiffness, which you were gracious
Yes.
enough to join us for, and that shows like. But we have faith that the audience that follow New Japan, it's not they're just they have an expectation that things take time, like, and that we can duck in and out and pick bits and stuff. Whereas there's different discourse, but I respect people that can do both because I can't, but I also recognize that like when we were doing Stiffness, I was looking for people that I know who are awesome at diving deep into this stuff and exploring these things, but you don't always get the opportunity because of the form and the expectation of the
Absolutely.
most popular wrestling discourse. So I said, like, I'm happy to come on here and you can blame me if people get upset
Yeah,
about this episode
it's
being
fine.
super long. It's
I,
all my fault. Trust me,
it's different. I just think that there's different forms of storytelling, and, like, some, like, I'm not saying TV wrestling is bad. I have a great time on
No,
Wednesday nights.
yeah.
Most of the time, Wednesday and Saturday nights, most of the time.
Hmm.
But it's just a completely different form of communication.
Yeah.
It's a
Yep.
completely different,
Exactly.
vehicle. I remember I was actually listening to the Wrestle Stiffness in Japan. I was on, like, whenever I was, like, on my train rides or walking somewhere,
Yeah.
I would just listen to more of it. Like, I was listening to it on the way to the Wrestle Kingdom press conference.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so really great episode if people haven't heard it. But next question is, why is it that New Japan doesn't care about tag team wrestling?
um, well, here's what I'll say. Nothing is a greater sign of prosperous times ahead than the tag division being in the dumps, like the heavyweight tag. Because whenever, I think for the last couple of years, the tag division's been like good. Like they've put effort and thought into Bishamon. I love what Bishamon do. It's kind of like the Okada of tags, like the final boss of tags and this model. And they've brought fresh teams and they've developed teams. But I think New Japan has never really had a really strong identity on what they want tag wrestling to be. During the golden era, it was like bringing in, Ring of Honor teams. I loved that time. I was happy enough to treat tag wrestling as kind of the showcase. Like the Briscoes are coming in,
Yeah,
awesome. Like I'm happy to watch that.
people
Or
like,
like, like War Machine's coming. Like it was a bit of fun. They're bringing in different teams from outside, and we got to see them. The Bucks obviously kind of elevated the tag division. And create an expectation that that's what New Japan's tag division was, but it was just them. It was just them and Kenny and Coda. So for me, it's like if the way they would fix it or like improve it was just figure out what they want to use it for. Do they want it to be like the All Japan tag system where we can put our big stars in and tell stories that way? Do we want to elevate young guys, which is what I think they should do? Is do we want to do these pairings of the Taichi or Sonata and Yuya and have up and down the card of that model? I think that could be a way to do it. Or do we just want to do outsiders and bring people in and have spectacle? Pick one of them. Chase and Kenta is none of them. So pick one of them. And I think
I think you could do at least two of them.
you could, yeah, you could.
I think you can bring in outsiders and do one of the other two things. I think that you can
Possibly. You're probably right. You're probably right. I just want them to be just refine it and simplify it.
Yes.
Really, just really simplify it and just be like the tag. And I thought they did that. Like TMDK, I mean, the strong belts confuses stuff too. Like, but the TMDK Bishamon story is the story. Like, that's a simple story, and I'm happy to have a simple story like that. Just filter in, as you mentioned, with outside teams just to add a bit of spice. But the actual rivalry is just those two. Do that. But I just think their inclination is always, let's get it on some bad guys so that the good guys can win. It's really base. It very rarely extends beyond anything. And tag team wrestling can be such a great vehicle to tell so many stories. I thought the tag league last year was kind of a real revelation for certain characters. It did so much for Kaleo. They had a really great final that they couldn't live up to at the Wrestle Kingdom because they didn't have the time.
Yeah.
Like, I think they did a lot of stuff there with, you look at Gabe Kidd's ascension was through that tag, like it's so integral to be a springboard for the next generation through their relationships in tag. You can do so much. You can tell so many stories. It's a lost opportunity. I just say pick a lane, stick to it. But we've had 3 different approaches in the first 6 months or the last 6 months of New Japan. So it's hard to get a read.
And also when it comes to the tag division, like, I think we're heading towards a 4-way right now because there's only 4 teams.
It looks like it. Yeah,
it's only 4 teams. So what we have Bishamon, we have El Fantasmo and Hikuleo, we have Chase Owens and who's
Kenta.
Kenta, yeah. And the fourth one is
Bishamon.
Bishamon, yeah. So there's only 4 teams anyway. I think that a lot of companies. I think my frustration, I went on a rant yesterday on my Dynamite After Show about, AEW right now with the tag division, just in the midst of all this, with this elite story, which I love. I think, when are the Bucks actually going to defend the titles? When are we actually going to rebuild? And also, as we head in, I specifically said this, as we head into Forbidden Door, 2 weak tag divisions up against each other does not excite me. Yeah. One tag division that, is kind of stagnant versus another tag division that is very stagnant. The Young Bucks versus anybody is going to be a good match. But as far as if this is going to be AEW versus New Japan, we have to put some more thought into some of these matches than just, some simple exhibitions. And I think when we look at other Puro companies, I think that some people have done a better job of others. One thing I love about All Japan is the business tag, right? Like, that's such a simple idea, but All Japan is known for that. Let's put our top star with our rising top star together, and they are the business tag team, for the company. They're both our top single stars, but let's just put them in the tag team. I don't think, it's something just that simple. Pair some of these people up. And also, I will say Kento and Miyahara and Yuma Yagi were my favorite tag team of last year, by the way. Like, the matches are absolutely incredible. Let's look at Noah. Keno and Yua Wada, right? Putting him with this young boy. One of the best matches last year. No, it was actually this year. Of the tag league that Noah had. And, them versus Kaito Kiyomiya, and Oiwa.
Yep.
Who I think have been a stellar pairing together. Looks like they're breaking up, which
it's very sad. Oiwa's always been abandoned by his senpai. What will happen with poor Oiwa? Where will he go?
It's so crazy because that's a senpai, but they're 3 years apart?
Exactly. It's kind of hilarious, but
it's hilarious. And also, he's going to be a killer when he comes back. He's incredible.
I love him.
Well, we talked about, I think you said it, him and Fujita are just Oiwa. The stuff he's done in Noah, I think that's starting to make me believe that people should. I'm not against excursions in Japan because I think that he's gotten more out of that excursion in Japan than most of the young guys have gotten out of their excursions outside of Japan.
Yeah, my fear with him is not a fear, but I agree with you because of the story it can tell. What I think is interesting is they're feuding with the War Dogs. He's just been abandoned by his trainer. This situation, he's a Noah guy because he got abandoned because he's not a Noah guy, right? They're starting this vision to protect Noah, but you're a New Japan guy in Noah, and then when he goes back to New Japan, will he be seen as a Noah guy in New Japan? He's cast as this outsider in both worlds, and that says to me, looking at the landscape, yes, he looks like an Ace Lee figure, but they've kind of worked in that space. I could see him as a heel. I could see him as the War Dog that comes in. I could see them going that direction.
Very interesting.
Because Kiyomiya rejected him and he doesn't fit in either space, which is Finlay's narrative. So there's a lot of bits you can do. Again, that's why you want to push these areas, because they might not do that, but they could, and it would make sense because of the relationship they've built. So yeah, I agree with you as well. But you're right. Those kind of tag teams, New Japan has been reticent to do that, and I would say for Forbidden Door, I'll put another prediction out. I'm just putting predictions out. It's going to be on record. Yep. I think TMDK versus BCC might be a direction if my vision of
Zach and Mox makes perfect sense.
Yeah, would make sense.
Great.
Yeah, and then you would have, if they'd have to be you can't have Chase and Kenta being tag champs going into Forbidden Door. You just can't.
Not going to be dramatic or anything, but I might myself.
Yeah, I think the only thing that gives me a saving grace of them is that TMDK get to wrestle Kenta with the Noah connection. I can see the importance of that and getting that crowning moment to win those tag titles and sort of be affirmed as one of the most accomplished teams against Kenta, who was, in the dough, like was one of their guys, from Noah. So I see that as having some reverence. I think, I said Chase, you can just sit on the side and watch it. But so Team DK turning up for Forbidden Door, wrestling against, I don't know, if it's you want to go Claudio and Danielson, or you want to do Claudio and Mox, you want to do something and just do a BCC Team DK thing, that is an area that could just be, again, New Japan versus AEW narrative makes sense. I think they just got to look for those kind of stories. Otherwise, an exhibition is like, it's who AEW is putting on the best kind of in-ring product, going. Like, that's not going to, I don't think Forbidden Door should be built around, we're going to have these incredible matches, because incredible matches, I know it sounds redundant, but if you just have heaps and heaps of incredible matches, it's just like at some point there is a fatigue. I know it sounds wild, but it's like the people get sick of great matches, but it's more, what are we going to do to discern this is different? What's the identity of this that's different? And before, when AEW had a smaller roster and they could leverage New Japan to create dream matches, made sense. That's not what this is now. The dream matches are in AEW. They've already got the roster to craft them.
Yeah, when you look at the main event, like the main events Forbidden Door last year, everybody's now signed. Right.
So rather than do that, make it the narrative of, okay, we can't do it doesn't have to be an in-ring spectacle. Let's make it, let's put a bit of spice in here. Let's add a bit of spice and let's make it meaningful. And I think what we've talked about a lot here is that, ironically, it'll still be a high level of pro wrestling. It's just the nature of the workers, performers in there. But people will care about it more. They will. They'll invest into it more. And it might not be conscious, but it'll just be like, wow, that felt big, And I think that's something that Forbidden Door can hold, is like, it feels different. It feels consequential in ways that have ramifications for the business of both sides of these companies that any other promotion, that any other show they put on doesn't have.
Absolutely. I feel like, especially Forbidden Door last year, the first year was clearly like, we're just having fun.
Yeah.
Like, we're just having fun. And I will say, I think that's still in my top 5 pay-per-views of all time. Like,
that's a fun time.
That was actually one of the shows that really made me so serious about deeply, deeply, deeply getting into Japanese wrestling, because it was just so much fun. And last year, we had our dream matches. But this year, especially with everything that's been going on, like, we're not going to ignore the fact that the 2 guys that were representing New Japan last year in the flagship matches are now on the other side. Like, we can't ignore that. Like, I know, like, everybody's friends and everything. Great. Yeah. But we can't ignore that. Mm-hmm. There has to be some stakes involved. Like, there has to be there is a very natural tension. And I think, which is great. I think that we need people to buy in. And I think it's another one of those things of Forbidden Door is a showcase, and they showcase to that market, that you want to break strong out into.
Yeah.
Why do American fans, why should they want to watch New Japan now?
Yeah, exactly.
Who are their top guys now? As far as like, getting them into it. And I think also in the opposite direction of just for Japanese fans as well, of where is this place that our Okada and our Ospreay have gone to? Like, what are they doing over there? What is happening? And I think that this is a very important, This is a very important time, and I think it's going to be a very important build. And also, when you add in all these other organizations who are going to be there, Stardom. Now we're competing with women for time, because I expect there to be a lot more, women involvement in this card.
Yeah.
Also, there's potential for mixed tag matches. However, I think somebody's going to interpret that as I want like a House of Torture or Wado tie match, and that is not what I'm asking for. Gato probably said, "Okay, bet." Like that
on the
sounds
buy-in. On the buy-in. That's where we're headed.
like, I know Gato's probably like, "That sounds great." Bet.
Yeah.
Wow. And
Chaos.
then
It's gonna be chaos.
I know. And then you have CMLL.
Yes.
Well, hey, like there's a lot of different things. I think, especially like they might go the Brian Danielson, Hechicero, Zack Sabre Jr. three-way. Who knows?
Yeah.
That,
Yave into the night. Just tie each other up in knots. I can't wait.
Like you said, there's no dream matches. That's
a Yave dream. Yep, that's a Yave dream.
Absolutely. I think that it's not going to look like last year. It's not going to look like it did last year, as far as the dream match perspective. But as far as real stakes, I think this could really be an all-timer show. I genuinely think so. I think that and I think that New Japan could get a lot out of it. And I think that AEW could get a lot out of it. I think that everybody can get a lot of it. People love Forbidden Door. I think that's one thing that I really noticed last year when I went to Toronto. When I looked around, there were so many people who flew in from all over the world just for that show, who are invested in both products. And I think, like I said, it's that in between. People do not understand how many legit fans there are of both. There are a lot. I remember I was sitting in a coffee shop, like right near the arena, killing time, and I could hear people coming by, and they're speaking so many different languages because they're from all over the world. This is a thing, and I think we need to like treat it as the big thing. Like this is this could be our Super Bowl for people who actually love international wrestling and different meshings of styles.
Yeah, I think it's like it's like the Champions League, UEFA, like for soccer fans, football fans. It's all of UEFA come together and the best of all of these styles. Who is the best of European football or whatever? Like, I think that is exactly what it can be. It can be when I saw CMLL get involved in AEW, it was adversarial. They were coming in as like, we want to prove something. I think New Japan talent want to prove something. I think that works well. And I like AEW finding ways to tell interesting stories in relation to New Japan. Because use it not just to put on a great match, but use it to propel your narratives. Like that's what we need to help each other to move the stuff forward. It can't just be for the sake of seeing something cool. It has to be more than that. And I think it is more than that. And a lot of wrestlers are treating it like more than that. A lot of fans treat it like more than that. And I take your point. I know there are a lot of AEW New Japan fans, and I always try my best to be kind of, as respectful as I can in the way that I talk about the way that I like New Japan versus I think it's always important to recognize that there are different ways to engage. But I'm always fascinated by how people watch a lot of stuff because I can't. I'm just not. I kind of like.
I feel like I'm constantly drowning. It's fine.
Yeah, I hyper focus. I just hyper focus on one thing. But I really appreciate that we have the space to do that. I think Forbidden Door should be the ability to come together, philosophically have different views, like engage in combat in that sense, like that actual see that, but it's through the lens of this is fun. Like this is the fun stuff. Like, wow, what would that mean? That could mean this, it could mean that, versus that's not as good as mine thing. I've just never understood that. I think especially mentality.
Now that both companies now have round robin tournaments. Like, how does this not excite you? You might see somebody pop up in the Continental Classic later this year. You might see some of these people pop up in the G1 this year. I don't know. I'm a nerd. I'm a kid sometimes. I think like I'm always, and obviously you relate to this of just constantly wondering, what does this mean? What is this?
Always.
Mean? Everything means something, right? Like all of these things can tie from this thing to this thing to this thing to this thing. Yeah. Final question that we were asked is, how can New Japan get back on track?
I mean, we're looking at over 4 hours talking about it, Lyric.
You can briefly just put it in a bow because I think we hit a lot of
well, yes, I'm renowned for my brevity. Yes, I think we're too quick, and maybe this is just me. we're often too quick to sort of say, what do they need to change? What do they need to fix? When we may overlook things they're already doing that are moving on that pathway. But I also think, to me, I don't try to treat the company like a monolith, like New Japan itself can control this thing. It's the product of all of the different voices, wrestlers, characters, fans, and people that are involved in it. And to me, my view of how New Japan can get back on track is do what it's always done, and that is trust in its talent, trust in the people that it deems that have gone through the system, that have done the hard yards, that have been doing the, I don't know, infinite number of Hindu squats, right? Like they've gone through and proved that they belong and they want to be here. We talked about Gabe Kids, your Hanares, all of the young guys that are all out there. Trust in them, invest in them. One of them, two of them, five of them may hit. That's what New Japan has always done. It's trust its workers to become stars and drag the company with them. And I just think this idea that, oh, New Japan has to fix itself. Like, look, I would love for them to improve on their contract stuff or their promotion or their technology or, maybe, invest in the cloud. Like all of these things are things that I could ask for. But I'm realistic in some respects. I don't expect New Japan to change what it's been doing for the period of time it's been doing it. And it would be great and it would be move us into the future. But then it's also like, that's just not how things are done in Japan, certain things. It's just not how it's done. And so I don't want them to change what they've done. I just want them to go back to what has worked in the past and through the lens of the new generation. And it's simple as that. And I think that asking for rapid change to get New Japan back on track to me is like saying, I want New Japan to do something different, to become something more akin to what I like. And it sometimes worries me that we're going to get away from what New Japan actually is, and then we just have a bunch of pro wrestling promotions that look the same. And I don't think that would be good for anyone,
I agree. I think one thing that I've said this, I think, to you before, of me learning more about Japanese wrestling, I think has made me a lot more culturally aware and a lot more culturally sensitive. I think a lot of times we ask for things because we are conditioned from our own cultural upbringings to believe like that is the way of doing things. And we have to remind ourselves that things are done differently in different countries. I think, for example, like the analog situation, like that. Analog, don't get me wrong. I do think that it was 100% unacceptable for New Japan to lose and want to have the entire fan club on one single USB drive and then lose it.
Slightly hilarious. Come on now.
Hilarious. Don't get me wrong. But I do believe it was absolutely irresponsible. However, I think losing it was terrible. And I think that somebody should probably be fired for that.
Yeah.
But the way that they do things is we have to remind ourselves Japanese do run on still a bit of an analog society. They haven't fully, converted certain things that are different, like that are different. Their normal is not our normal.
Exactly, and that's what gives us the wrestling we love.
Absolutely, and I think also is another thing is that at the end of the day, we are outsiders consuming their culture. And it is 100% fair for us to have opinions. It is 100% fair for us to have wants. It is 100% fair for us to engage with the product and expect to be, expect certain things as it relates to the product. But at the end of the day, we are consuming their culture. And so we have to, like, when you are going into a space, it's a certain level of, like, I think, respect that you have to have. And it's a certain level of openness that you have to have, of just like, and also there's and I think I felt that way, in the past, but definitely after going to Japan, like seeing things are different. Like things are different, and like different doesn't equal bad. Is this a really wild time right now to be a New Japan fan? Oh, absolutely.
Oh, it's wild.
But for every negative right now that I can think of, I can also think of a positive, and I can also think for every shitter that I think is on the roster, there's somebody that gives me hope. Like, there's somebody that gives me hope. And I think that we have to, like I said, like I'm not trying to like be like, oh my gosh, like I hate American wrestling, because obviously that's not the case. But I think that from the framing of American wrestling, sometimes we are always conditioned, well, this thing is good or this thing is bad, and there's no in between. There's no gray period. But I'm gonna be honest, New Japan is in progress. They are not dying. They are not they are not succeeding to their highest ability. They are in progress. I think that is just the simplest way to say it. There are people, their talent is in progress. There are people who are figuring it out in real time. And I think we do have to have a little bit of grace for that. I mean, listen, I'm 26 years old. I'm figuring it out in real time of just life and wrestling and figuring out what I want to do, of just trying to like balance, the two things, of like, because it is hard. Even me as a content creator, I can admit it is hard balancing these two completely different ways of storytelling, and like completely different fandoms and completely different expectations. And like I from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I am one person on the internet and I do one thing, and then for the rest of the time I'm arguing with a complete different amount of people about complete different things. And
very peaceful at night, though, isn't it? You hanging out with us? It's nice and peaceful.
It's so peaceful, and it drives me insane. And I constantly go through myself like, what am I doing? Is this worth it? Like, so I can only imagine what it's like to be a wrestler going through this shit. I mean, it's a constant. It's a constant push and pull, and it's all in progress. Even like, hey, people say all the time, AEW is dying. Guys, like everybody, all the wrestling companies are dying, okay? Like, whatever.
And I can tell people as a WCW fan, I don't wish that upon anyone.
No.
I think you don't know what it's like to have the thing that you love disappear. And if you understand that, if you experience that, I don't think you would ever wish the death of a wrestling company on anyone.
Literally, I tell people this all the time, of just truly, if AEW folds tomorrow, I'm just done with American wrestling as a whole. Like, I will say, like, my full love of wrestling does not, hinge on them, obviously, from this conversation. But I would be a sole Japanese wrestling fan probably for the rest of my life from that.
Yeah, and that's a shame, because it's not giving you everything you like as a wrestling fan, right? Like, that's why AEW is servicing part of your fandom. That's awesome. I don't begrudge anyone for that. Like I said, I'm fortunate that this is servicing the level of fandom that I have. And at some point, if something isn't and I find something else that is, then I have no doubt I will migrate in different spaces. I always have. And I think that this idea that that your identity is linked to one company or one thing it's a dangerous kind of
very dangerous game to play in anything, not just wrestling, like anything of just, like, especially for something that you're as passionate about as wrestling. Like, you got to think, we spend countless amount of dollars. We book flights to places simply because two people are wrestling in their underwear. Like the amount of like right now it's 2:29 a.m. right now. We're on a 14-hour time difference, talking to people different times, parts of the world, different countries, all because of wrestling. When
awesome, right?
I know, right? But when you love something this deeply, it should never hinge on, like, if this one thing fails, I'm going to lose the love of my life. Like, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think that's healthy. For anybody, for anybody. And so I think that New Japan will get back on track by doing what New Japan does best. And like you said, trusting their talent and letting them figure it out. Like giving them the tools they need and the opportunities they need to propel themselves into the future. Because I'm gonna be honest, that's the only way they're going to do it. At the end of the day, Gato is just a booker. Tanahashi is just a president. The only people who are going to actually get New Japan out of this hump is going to be the talent. It's on them. At the end of the day, it's on them. That's who we come to see.
And the discourse is going to be, they're going to fail. They're going to have ups and downs, and there's going to be a lot of criticism, a lot of critical. There's going to be think pieces written. I can see it now, but they have to lean into that vision of let them go out there and fail if they're going to fail. Let them play in front of everyone.
Absolutely.
Because that will be where people, as you mentioned, you even talk about it. where you are in your life, you can empathetically engage with a character through that lens, right? But
100%.
only if they're allowed to be vulnerable in front of you, only if they're allowed to experience the full gambit that is trying to elevate New Japan Pro Wrestling and not put on a facade that everything's okay. I think what they're doing is being transparent in a way that allows people to connect and be realistic about this. And I think that's the way you get back on track, is you just be authentically New Japan Pro Wrestling.
I agree. I think especially like with my age, like all of these guys we're talking about, they're my age range. Like they're like, these are like my peers of just, and like, I think that there's something easily relatable to feeling like you're in a role where you need to be successful, but you're still trying to figure yourself out. You're still trying to figure your life out. You're still trying to figure out where you fit. You have all these outside influences. You have people in your ear telling you what you should do, who you should be. There's only one way to do things. There's only one thing to be successful, especially in wrestling. There's so many different influences and like voices constantly saying like, well, this is the only way to be successful. This is the only way to be this. This is the only way to be that. That is extremely relatable. And I think that that's one thing that I think all wrestling companies are probably struggling to do, but need to do, is like, how do you engage as Gen Z? Of like, because at the end of the day, for a person like me, the Shota Uminos of the world and the, the Yoshitsujis of the world, the Kaito Kiyomiyas of the world, the Yuma Anzais of the world, the Gabe Kids of the world, when I'm in my 40s and hopefully still, making my yearly pilgrimage to, Japan for, Wrestle Kingdom, these are the guys I'm expecting to see in the main event. Like, when we talk about like the Okadas of the world, like these are the guys who I expect when we 10, 20 years from now, these are the guys that I expect to be in that position that I'm paying to watch. And there's not going to be an Okada or Tanahashi or Naito or anywhere to be found. These are the guys who are going to essentially carry wrestling for me. And so I'm very invested in seeing them be successful, because their investment in wrestling is very much tied to mine, like, long term.
Yep. It's a relationship, both in the ring and the audience. It's a relationship. It's an art form that is based on interaction. It's not transactional, and people view it that way. It's interactional. It's a give and take. And I think if we realize that, we can be connected to this in ways that are deeper than just, 4.75.
like we said about Naito, of just those people love him so much they don't give a damn if he can't see. They don't give a damn if he can't walk.
Yeah.
And that's, but at the end of the day, not saying like the goal is to not be able to see or walk. The goal is for people to have that type of interest and investment in you to where they will follow you anywhere.
Yep.
Like they will follow you absolutely anywhere. And I think that is the goal, especially like you say from a character perspective. Don't get me wrong, having those top tier matches are a part of that, because that builds it builds the goodwill.
Yep.
So for the day that you can't go anymore, that the people are still there.
Exactly. Builds that equity for sure. Absolutely. Naito has that equity because he's done that. And the story is like selling a leg or something. It's like, well, the leg is hurt because of the time he's done. So it all ties together. It all makes it. Exactly. Story of struggle, which is, I mean, look, Japanese pro wrestling, if you want to really refine it down to its essence, story of struggle, and they're struggling right now, but that will birth some of the most rich characters. I guarantee it, because that is a core concept, a core theme to, I think, Japanese pro wrestling.
The last thing I'll say on that before we close, that's a very great point. I'm talking about how that is the core of Japanese pro wrestling. Japanese pro wrestling was founded as, by Riki Dozen as a way to excite people in a post-war climate. And, coming out of, what was it, the Vietnam War, I think?
World War II.
It's World War II. Sorry. The World War II, Japanese wrestling was, formed as a pastime, just like baseball. Like they love baseball. Wrestling was a huge part of that. And something beautiful was birthed from war, and from a very ugly, difficult time. And I think that, maybe that's a good way to, I think that's a really good way to think of that. Think of now, obviously we're not out of it's not like a physical war. I don't want, before people like try to cancel me. But I'm just saying, in the sense of I think something really beautiful can come out of a very tumultuous time. And I think that New Japan has the opportunity to do exactly that.
Well, I agree. I agree. I think they're doing ironically, not to just add another little amendment to what we've just said, but I think what you're seeing right now is echoing in a sort of meta way. It's echoing kind of the Ricky Dozan idea of I am defending Japan versus the foreign invader. Right, like
Mhm.
they used that leverage because, as you said, wrestling off the back of World War II it was a cultural product that was brought over by the Americans to Japan, and then reinterpreted by the Japanese to become their own thing, the same way they've sort of done with baseball. And but Ricky Dothan did that story of like, I'm going to restore pride in our country by defeating these, the foreign, the Western wrestlers, and that was where the birth of why Japanese pro wrestling looks the way it does, and the way that it has the key of
Mhm.
the foreign talent is essential. It's a part of the dynamic. But what I love about what New Japan has done and where they have grown and evolved, and as you said, something beautiful comes out of it, is guys like Gabe Kidd, guys like Zack Sabre Jr. They are Western wrestlers, but they are New Japan wrestlers. And so the idea is the philosophy they're espousing, the way they're talking about you foreign guys, you outsiders, they're not talking about it and it's not a race-based discussion, not an ethnicity-based discussion. It's a discussion around philosophy. You are
Absolutely.
not, you know what, you did not do what we do. You are not come through what we do. We respect this. We represent that. This is the new age modern version of that. So AEW and represents those, or Nick Nemeth, for any of those people that are coming in and being positioned that way. They represent what back in the day the fundamental tenet of Japanese pro wrestling was, is they are the outsider who we are trying to prove that our way, our philosophy, our approach, it's relevant. We belong. We deserve respect. We should be able to affirm that against you. So that's the core tenet. And the fact that that's being reinterpreted through this lens gives me great hope that,
Mhm.
as you mentioned, good things will come from it, because everything that I love about pro wrestling emerged from that initially. So I'm very
Absolutely.
hopeful.
Yep. Antonio Inoki used to say that pro wrestling is strong. And I always had a desire to prove that to the rest of the world, to especially at New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Mm,
That's where it's called the king of sports.
mm.
They're like, and I think there's a lot more to be hopeful about than I think there is to be sad about. And I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that's
lie,
right.
like I'm excited for Resurgence. I'm excited for Best of the Super Juniors. I'm excited for the next United Japan show.
Yep.
I'm excited for Dominion. I think that I think and that's another thing. I think we just have to be patient. Like it's not going to be clicked overnight. And I think
Yep.
this is 100%. We are in for the long haul. But I do believe that at least I'm not going to say everything's going to be perfect by January 4th, 2025, but I do believe that by next Wrestle Kingdom, that we're going to feel a lot differently in a very positive way about the trajectory of this company, as well as just Puro as a whole. And I think that
Yeah.
the working together, both with Japanese companies, you know, fleshing out this relationship with AEW more, and also refining the roster that they already have. I think that there's a lot to be excited about.
I agree.
I think we've come to a close. 4 hours, 32 minutes. This is, I think, this is my longest episode, but not by much. So don't feel bad.
Okay. Okay.
don't,
That's good to
don't
know.
don't feel terrible. It's not by much. And the other longest episode was also, I think, some New Japan rant, probably. But thank you so much for coming. I really enjoy having discussions like this. Always a pleasure to talk to you. For people who don't listen to the We Work Stiff podcast, please listen to it, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't listen to a lot of podcasts because I don't care about what a lot of people have to say. Um, so I don't like a lot of you, actually. So that's the highest compliment that I can give, that I actually listen to and study, and I really care about your takes on your podcast.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Yes. Listen to our podcast at We Work Stiff. You can join the Stiff clubs, the stiff.club. Find us around at We Work Stiff on Twitter if I'm still there copying all manner of shit, I'm sure. But it started as a fun Australian, let's be real, a dick pun. And now we've become this, like, we've become like seen as some reputable source for New
Experts,
Japan story. Yeah,
right?
what is
We
going
got
on?
experts.
What
Like,
is happening? That's yeah. So I do appreciate getting the opportunity to come and talk. As I said, I would be happy to talk to you in regards to this if we weren't hitting record. So I very much appreciate the platform, because I know how much work you've done to craft this platform, and I'm not sure how many people that watch the show or engage and listen to this are fans of ours. I hope that there are many, and I hope that many of ours will come across, because I think philosophically we are very much aligned on a lot of this stuff, and I very much value your views and thoughts on this. As I say all the time, both in wrestling and in wrestling coverage, diversity is essential. The fact we're having this conversation across time zones, across countries, is incredible. And it only adds to my enjoyment. I leave this more excited about the tournament than I did when I entered. And I think that's the best thing you can say about a conversation. And that's the goal of everyone, I think. So thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. I'm likewise, I am really glad that we were able to set this up. And I'll probably invite you back eventually, because like we said, there's so much stuff to talk about. But thank you all for listening to this podcast. If you didn't get anything else from this, I'm never a person who says enjoy all wrestling. I think that's full of shit. But I do think that you should give all wrestling a try, and the stuff that you do like, I think you should hold on to it for dear life, and I think that you should stick with it, just because there's so much out there. I think that there's so much out there, and I think there's something for everybody. And I hate myself because I have so many things that seem to be for me, and I only have 24 hours in a day. But you know what? I'm gonna keep trying.
Yeah, keep trying. That's it. Never give up.
Some more. I'm gonna find a way to add some more. But once again, thanks, guys. If you haven't already, if you can, watch All Together. Keep an eye out for the next show. Are they in the Budokan again? Is it
I think it's in Sapporo, I think.
Oh yeah, it is in Sapporo. It's in Sapporo. So the next one will be in June in Sapporo. By the time you hear this, it's going to be a day before Resurgence. So make sure you watch that. Forbidden Doors in June. Hopefully I will be there in person. I always find a way to make irresponsible decisions, so I'm just going to go ahead and claim it. Well, once again, thank you so much for listening. You can find me on social media at Lyric Wrestling on Twitter and Instagram. And then on YouTube, you can subscribe at Lyric Swinton, just my first and last name. Anywhere that we can find you. I don't think you shared your handles.
At We Work Stiff everywhere. It's pretty much that, or on the stiff.club, which is our members exclusive space where we're trying to cultivate a community to talk about pro wrestling, New Japan Pro Wrestling, the way that we do, free from the potential misreading of our intent. It's a merch store there. You can buy some of our stuff if you feel like wearing stiffy on your around in public. Hey,
you ship internationally?
Yes, we ship everywhere. We have fulfillment centers in like 3 places. It's great. So if you're looking for We Work Stiff merch, there's there. We try our best. We don't try to make much money on those things. In fact, we make very little. It's just about cultivating the community and the brand, because we like finding like minds that talk about New Japan or pro wrestling in general the way that we do. And I've been so thrilled to see just how many people out there kind of think this way and talk this way, but have for so long not talked that way because they've been talked down to in relation to that. And I'm a big boy. I can take the derision that comes with that. I'm a pro wrestling fan from the 90s. I grew up getting bullied for this stuff. I'm prepared for this, and I think that it's great to find a great community. And if you're looking for us, find me at We Work Stiff. And as always, I would love to talk New Japan Pro Wrestling with anyone. That's how you find me.
Yes, everybody make sure that you take advantage of that, because yes, a lot of, how do I say it, rationally minded people are hard to come by in this in this community, but there are some, and I'm very grateful to have crossed paths with some, such as Josh. But thank you so much for listening to this, and I will talk to you next time. Bye.